We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was, if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
One of the most successful entertainers of all time is coming to Durham. Wednesday, June 29th. Spend an evening with Diana Ross at Durham Cricket's Riverside Stadium. Hear the hits that have shaped pop music for over 50 years, along with tracks from the new album. Diana Ross, live at Durham Riverside Stadium, June 29th. Visit durhamcricket.co.uk now for details and booking.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, but that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
One of the most successful entertainers of all time is coming to Durham. Wednesday, June 29th. Spend an evening with Diana Ross at Durham Cricket's Riverside Stadium. Hear the hits that have shaped pop music for over 50 years, along with tracks from the new album. Diana Ross, live at Durham Riverside Stadium, June 29th. Visit durhamcricket.co.uk now for details and booking.
Welcome to Durham. How does it feel to have joined the club?
Thank you. It's nice. It's settled in. By the time settled in now, enjoying the environment, enjoying the boys and the vibe in the team. So hopefully that continues.
You mentioned you've settled in there. How have the first few days been here in the northeast?
Tiring, cold, but I guess I'll get used to it somehow.
And looking back at the first week here in Durham, it was a hectic couple of days for you. You came to Durham on the back of them 2 test matches against Bangladesh. You were then straight on a flight and straight into cricket. Just tell us a bit about that experience getting here. It wasn't the easiest, was it?
Yeah, it was a bit of a roller coaster couple of days. That from the flight straight into the game. So the body took a bit of time to adjust and just to get the flight out of my legs. But yeah, it gave me time to see and assess the conditions. Hopefully I can do better this week in terms of the cricket side of things. I just hope I can contribute to a win somehow to the team.
And looking ahead to this with Durham, I guess it's perfect for Durham, it's perfect for you, it's perfect for Cricket South Africa. Getting used to the conditions, playing in England ahead of that test series against England later in the summer.
Yeah, from a personal capacity, I think it's important for me to kind of just come to terms with the conditions, knowing there's an important series coming up against England later this year. So hopefully I can take the best out of the learnings that I get from this experience and just apply it in that series.
And you've had some spells in England playing Premier League cricket, but your first opportunity to play first class cricket. How did it come about, and why did you want to come over here and play in England in the first class game?
Yeah, fortunately Durham got in contact with me after the India series earlier this year. That went well for me, thankfully, and I pounced on the opportunity. It was an easy yes for me to come this side. I've always wanted to experience county cricket, and I'm fortunate to have the opportunity now.
You mentioned playing for South Africa there. You bat free for South Africa. You're batting free for Durham. Just tell the Durham members a bit about your style as a cricketer and what they're going to expect to see from you over the next 7 weeks or so.
I'm just an easygoing guy, really. I think it portrays in my cricket as well. What they see is what they get. Like I say, hopefully I can do well for the team. That is what I'm here for, first and foremost, and contribute to a couple of wins, like I've said.
You mentioned Durham got in touch with you after that India series. What a series it was for you. You were named Player of the Series, ICC Player of the Month for January. You must be delighted with where your cricket's at the moment on the international stage.
Yeah, it was an absolute dream come true, that India series, and that last game was at home for me at Newlands, and it meant quite a lot to me. So in hindsight, that series kind of changed my life, and I'm happy that with where I am right now in international cricket and test cricket, and I just want to get better and better in that format, and hopefully I can.
Just finally, KP, you've had a chance to catch up with David Bednan this week. Freddie Hill's back home. How much are you looking forward to playing with him for the next few games and catching up with him over the summer?
Yeah, he's an absolute legend. It's good to be back in a team with him. Last time I played in a team with him was probably a good couple of years ago when I was still at home in Cape Town. Other than that, I've been playing against him for the past couple of years. But yeah, it's always nice to share the training room with guys that you kind of grew up with and played against. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Last ball of this opening over. Fletcher in. Dixon forward to that one. He's appealing and continues to appeal, but nothing given. And he's staring at the batsman there as if to say, have you got away with that one? But not seen the delivery again. We are at a 45-degree angle, more or less, because they're up to the left-hand side of the square from where we are. Not quite 45 degrees, maybe it's about 35 degrees, but certainly looking at an angle. First over done then, and Durham are one without loss. Update coming in a moment on Radio Newcastle. Paul Wilson's emailed. Hi Marty and the band of merry men. Greetings from a slightly misty but brightening up Costa del Hartlepool. Should be with you until the end of play. Come on Durham, he says. Here's the update. Yes, we've had thick fog this morning and a sea fret, but gradually that is burnt off. It's sunny now. Durham have been put in, and it's a job about trying to make runs here. They're 1 point ahead of Notts at the start of this game, having drawn their first two. Notts have had a win and a defeat. Durham are unchanged from the side which drew last week against Leicestershire, and after the first over, they are one without loss. There's commentary on the BBC Cricket website and the Sports app.
And it's going to be James Pattinson to get things underway from the Lumley end of the ground, bowling to Michael Jones. First ball down the leg side, and Tom Moores has to skip away merrily to his left to take it. It was a little expensive. James Pattinson last week at Trent Bridge, 2 wickets in the game, went for more than 100 in the first innings against Glamorgan. You'll often find that he will go for a few runs, striving for that extra pace. He'll try and get you some in that end column. Important man to have, a real strike bowler, but we'll go for a few runs. Challenge for Michael Jones, the right-hander, stands with his arms out in front of him, no ball. James Pattinson actually did that last week, the second ball he bowled of the match, and it was an expensive one because David Lloyd, the Glamorgan opener, nicked it to Ben Duckett at second slip, and Lloyd went on to make 73, so history repeating itself, but he didn't nick it on this occasion. Durham have 3 on the board.
Katie's tweeted, she says, morning, I'm rather surprised to be able to hear you because I'm on a train through Tuscany and I thought you were geo-blocked. No, you can listen to us all around the world. But it is a nice surprise to be able to join you.
3 slips, a gully, a point. James Pattinson in once again, bowls nice flow of the bat from Jones up to mid-on. Our umpires for this one are Graham Lloyd, son of Bumble, and Tom Lungley, and scorers Anne Cusworth is doing this one. She's doing the away games for Notts this year, and William Dobson we stuck her head in and said hello a minute or two ago.
Have you ever seen Graham Lloyd do an after dinner speech?
I haven't, no.
Tells a good story about when his dad picked him for England. Quite a funny tale.
Pattinson lengthened his stride, bowls, and worked away off his hips just to mid-wicket. Ben Slater's fielding end. No, it's not the end of the over. Beg your pardon. We're only halfway through. Everybody just suddenly decided it was time just to have a little bit of a get up and a move around.
I think he turned up at Lord's in a battered old Ford Capri, and the steward didn't believe he was an England player and wouldn't let him in. So his father is commentating today on the Lancashire feed.
Yeah, so I believe. Yeah.
Having recently moved from Coxwold near Thirsk over towards York.
In fact, it's Liam Patterson-White who's out on the leg side. Ben Slater's at point. Next ball is pushed up to mid-on. There's no run. Nottinghamshire then leaving out Brett Hutton, who bowled very nicely the first 2 games. He'll be, I'd imagine, a little disappointed to drop out of the starting 11. And Joey Everson, who began the season with that unbeaten 100 down at Hove, he's picked up a bit of an injury, so let's hope he's not out for too long. 3 runs on the board. More and more blue sky overhead with each passing moment. A couple of pigeons in a bit of a race there going past the wind. The next ball is fallen straight, and Jones again plays it up to mid-on. We're first floor level, but we're at third man with the bowling from the far end.
We're about a 30-degree angle, aren't we, I would say.
Ground staff in their deck chairs away to our right. They'll be hoping for a fairly quiet couple of hours.
See, there's mixed messaging there from Vic, because he's in his shorts, but he's got a thick winter coat on and a woolly hat, and he looks chilly. I don't think it's shorts weather, Dave, just a hunch.
In again comes Pattinson, bowls, and that's the fourth time in a row that the ball is played up to Luke Fletcher at mid-on. It's the end of the over. Apart from the no ball, tidy enough stuff from James Pattinson, who was pitching the ball up there. He's having a bit of a discussion with umpire Lungley about where his feet are landing. He won't want to make the same mistake he did at Trent Bridge last week and lose a wicket.
What was it 1 for 111 in one of the...
It was something like that in the first innings, yeah.
Just getting back into the groove.
It was, but like I say, it could have been so different, getting a wicket second ball and having that chalked off, but it wouldn't have been chalked off if he hadn't overstepped. Don't know why bowlers run the risk.
Fletcher turns, number 19 on his back as he comes running in past the umpire and bowls. And playing a miss there from Dixon.
A little bit of rowdyism in the crowd. Somebody's either enjoying themselves.
It's Jamie, one of the Durham fans, who's comes to all the games.
He's enjoying
with
himself
with his dad, who's his carer.
Nice to
had his photo taken with all the Leicestershire players last week,
he?
And at the end of last season, all the Durham players had a picture taken with him as well.
Good stuff.
Loves his cricket, and sometimes bump into them at Northern League matches when Sunderland RCA are playing in the Northern League. Fletcher in, bowls, and that's gone off towards square leg from Dixon for 1. And he's fielded. Who's got number 2 on the back then?
I think it's 22, isn't it, Liam Patterson-White?
22.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier Luke Fletcher winning 1 or 2 awards at the end of last season. Didn't make the cut last night. The 5 players named in the Wisden 5 cricketers of the year. Wondered if he might have snuck in there and been selected, but as I haven't heard anything, I didn't think he was going to be.
Here he is again, left alone by Jones outside the off stump, taken by Moores.
It's always one of those things that's open to interpretation, and everybody's got an opinion. The 5, in case you hadn't heard it this morning: Ollie Robinson, Rohit Sharma, Jasprit Bumrah, Devon Conway, and is it Danny Van? Can't remember his surname. The South African women's player. Do apologise.
Fletcher bowls. Played off towards point. I saw the email from Wisden yesterday, but I didn't actually get around to reading it.
No.
Is it Van Kietek?
I'll find it, I beg your pardon.
4 without loss, Durham. You had to get up and make a speech, didn't you, when he won the award?
Well, he did say, I thought I heard you just say, went along to. Well, I didn't go along to. It was I was gazumped.
Here he goes. That's left alone. It's not like you're trying to sell a house. No, we were at the dinner, weren't we? And
Danny Van Niekerk, do apologise. Yeah.
And they asked you to come up and get the prize. It's what I had to do when Keaton Jennings won it in 2016. And Ben Duggett, I think Ben Duggett was on the stage that year, wasn't he, as the young cricketer?
It was indeed, yeah.
That was at Merchant Taylor's Hall, wasn't it, near the Bank of England?
Paul Taylor says, did you ever have the pace, Dave, to overstep the front line? Never went anywhere near it, never saw the need to overstep.
Last ball of the 3rd over here on the BBC, and I don't know where's that gone?
Well, ooh la la, it's a French cut past the stumps down to, gone down to fine leg, but an inside edge, as I say, past the sticks. Little
Jones looked at cut, and I was looking for the ball out through the covers, and suddenly it was down at fine leg. And at the over then, he got away with it, so he's now on 3. Dixon on 1. Durham are 6 without loss, haven't been put in by Notts.
Just looking around the country, and a full complement of 11 o'clock starts as everybody playing this round of matches. Kent are batting against Hampshire, Gloucestershire batting at Old Trafford against Lancashire, Yorkshire batting at Northampton, Somerset batting at the Oval, Essex batting at Edgbaston. In Division 2, Glamorgan are 2 for 1. They lost an early wicket there, obviously, at Cardiff against Middlesex. Leicestershire 4 without loss against Derbyshire, and Worcestershire batting at home to Sussex. So all the matches, all the details available via the BBC Sport website as James Pattinson bowls to Sean Dixon, former Kent man, who there's one niggly stat with Sean Dixon in the back of my head. I still think he's the last one to be out dismissed in first class cricket, handled the ball, isn't he? And didn't they change the rule after that, so nobody will supersede him? I think that's right.
Didn't you mention this last year and somebody said he wasn't?
Well, I'm not sure, but I seem to recall there was something about him being dismissed, handled the ball during his Kent days. 6 without loss, Durham. Quiet start, if you can have such a thing, with James Pattinson and Luke Fletcher bowling, but there's another 2 runs to the total, and James Pattinson again overstepping. Just not quite found his rhythm this morning. I do wonder, as I mentioned when he did it in the previous over, just why you run the risk. Maybe Samit's got a little bit to offer on that. Can't remember him too often overstepping, coming in off a handful of paces. Sometimes very difficult for bowlers, places like Hove, where at one end you run down the hill, another you run up the hill, but fairly flat here. This one gets big on Sean Dixon, did very well to control it, play it down into the gully where Asiba Mead Fields just popped on him a little bit. Nasty ball, and both batsmen go and meet at the exact point in which the ball pitched. Just have a little look and see if there's any indentation already in the wicket. It's nicely played by Dixon. He's got 1. Jones has 3, and 4 extras already conceded by Nottinghamshire. There's Pattinson, past umpire Longley. Dixon wearing squad number 58, plays it up to Luke Fletcher. Andrew Salter, by the way, was the Glamorgan batsman dismissed by Toby Rowland Jones down at Cardiff. So Marnus Labuschagne is at the crease already, and he had
Lloyd was dropped 3rd ball off of Freedy's bowling.
As well. Like I say, he had a live 2nd ball of the match at Trent Bridge last week. But you make your look, young skipper of Glamorgan. Got quite a decent side there, and they did well over the course of the 4 days. They were the better side against Notts. Pattinson bowls here, strike on the pad, may have been going over the top, but James Pattinson lets out a throaty roar for the first time this morning, and umpire Longley shakes his head. Stuart Cummings is the match referee for this one. All meeting out.
I said Steve Cummings, he was a professional cyclist, is Stuart, isn't it?
It is Stuart, I think, yeah.
Steve rode for Sky. Brian says, keep our Dave wrapped up, or her indoors. He's gone off the screen now.
I'm alright, Brian, I'm alright. 8 without loss. There's Pattinson in again and bowls, and Luke Fletcher. He's right in the firing line at mid-on. Most of these deliveries are being worked up towards the big man. Interesting to go out there for the toss and see the Durham players up close, in particular the back of the Durham shirts up close. That's a rather nice sponsor, isn't it? I know other wines and vineyards are available, but sponsored by Sir Ian Botham Wines, it says above the numbers on the back of the Durham shirts. Sponsored by Sir Ian Botham Wines. 8 without loss. Sean Martin gets his complimentary copies now, and there's a good shout. And all the Nottinghamshire players pleading, imploring umpire Longley to give that one. It was a fuller delivery from Pattinson, as we've reiterated. We're not in line, so it is just purely going.
The camera's not directly behind the action either, is it?
It was a full one, and what you can say from James Pattinson, he got plenty of support from those in and around the area. Of course, first, second, third, slip, gully and point. well, they can't really see any better than you or I, but they certainly supported James Pattinson there, and he looks absolutely disgusted that he didn't get the wicket. Durham at 8 without loss. We've had 4 overs here on BBC Newcastle, BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Sport Online. Nottinghamshire versus Durham in Division 2 of the County Championship, but we still don't really know what we're playing for next year. Are we playing for promotion or?
Fletcher starts his new over. That's gone through to the keeper, bowling to Jones here. Eric Ten Hag is the new Man U manager.
Is he, by Jove?
Yeah, Dave says keep Dave wrapped up or indoors will get you if he returns with flu. I'm not responsible for him going out into a cold field in nothing but a flimsy tracksuit.
It's not the flu. It's been the old COVID cough that's laid me low the last 2 or 3 weeks. But
it was the headaches that did me in February. Horrendous headaches. I didn't get headaches the first time I had it.
You've gone round twice, haven't you?
In comes Fletcher again. This is defended. I had 3 different periods off during January and February with horrible coughs and colds, and then the third of them turned out to be COVID again. Phil Edgar says, speaking of geo-blocking, I think it's great the County Championship allows commentary over the internet. As a Durham and Forest fan living in Morpeth, I only wish the football allowed it too. How are Notts Forest doing at the minute?
Hey, there'll be none of that.
There'll be none of that.
You just concentrate
I see they were celebrating a 25,000 crowd the other day.
You just concentrate on your black and white boys. You leave.
Here comes Fletcher again. I don't follow Notts County. That's gone through to the keeper, Fletcher.
Here's a thought. Get Liam Patterson-White on quickly to take a wicket. And the only reason I say that, 2 wickets have gone down now, up and down the country. The first by Toby Rowland Jones, and the second, Warwickshire getting a wicket against Essex, Oliver Hannon Dolby. Is the day of the double-barrelled. Get Liam Patterson-White on. I think they're the only 3 playing at the moment, because Finn Hudson-Prentice is out with a stress fracture of his back, the Sussex player. The day of the double-barrelled.
In comes Fletcher once again, defended by Jones. Is on 3. I wonder if Liam's Auntie Joanne's in the crowd. I haven't seen her for a few days actually, with it being the Easter holidays. The schools are off. But of course, he was born in Sunderland before moving down to Nottingham as a baby. He was about 2, wasn't he, I think, when he moved down?
That sequence has just been broken. It's the Italian international Gareth Berg, who's older than Samet, who's dismissed Adam Lyth.
Has he played more times for Italy than you did?
He has.
Has he?
He has. I only played 7 or 8, yeah.
2 balls left of this 5th over. Fletcher to Jones. It's played back up towards the bowler's end.
I think he's currently the head coach as well of Italy, Gareth Berg. He's doing a fine job there. Who's been in touch? Now Jono says enjoying listening to the team in Tenerife with a cocktail or 2 beside the pool. All I can say to that is save me one.
I think they're the same time as us, same time zone. They were a few weeks ago when we were there anyway. It's a bit early in the day, that, isn't it? 20 past 11. Fletcher in again, and Jones, good diving stop from the bowler. Jones playing it back to Fletcher, who dives down low to his left to stop that one coming through. We'll get Samet on in a few minutes when Dave goes to do his update for Radio Nottingham on the half hour.
Yep. Any questions for the great man, for the former Glamorgan all-rounder, Samet Patel, as he was referred to a time or 2 last week, and he played 3 or 4 games for Glamorgan on loan in 2019. Dear oh dear, can't call himself a one-club man anymore. We walked past the nets this morning. We obviously had to park away to our right, the car park, and as we were walking around past the nets, a ball came out the nets, and Samet actually stopped it. And I went, "Oh, look, Samet, there's a red ball. You've not seen one of those for a while." Pattinson bowls down the leg side, taken by Tom Moores. I'd like to say he laughed, but he didn't.
Derek's just posted a photograph of the kids. They're on a 3-hour walk to cricket practice up in Northumberland. They're going to be worn up, and they're carrying big cricket bags as well. So Almouth and Lesbury Cricket Club playing Newcastle City. He says, that's a canny walk to practice, isn't it?
3-hour walk just to get to practice?
Yeah, well.
Yeah. There's Pattinson. from the Lumley end. Again down the leg side, and Tumbling Tom can't get hold of this one. It's got away from him. Going to run 2 there, and Notts won't be too happy with that. That's Dane Patterson down at long leg. There might just be a bit of a glare or a snarl in Dane. He's apologising. Somebody said something. He seemed to take forever to get to it and then fumbled it, so they came back for a couple. I think it was a couple of leg buys. So extras are well on their way here. 6 extras out of a score of 10 without loss.
I wonder if Derek and his daughters, they might be in practice for the next sponsored walk. They normally walk like Edinburgh to Sunderland or some lengthy walk each summer.
Pattinson bowls and dropped on the leg side. There's no run. Liam Patterson-White's dad Dan has been in touch, sent me a message. Morning Dave, Martin Samet. I think Auntie Joe will go along on Sunday, hoping Forest and Sunderland get promoted. Steady Dan, steady Dan. Steady. You see, you won't get that sort of reciprocal feeling from Mr. Emerson. He would gladly see
the tricky trees.
Nothing but ill for your favourite team.
I've got nothing against Nottingham Forest at all. Not a thing.
He doesn't share the normal bonhomie that most people do, Dan. As the next ball is in and bowls and
no ball.
It's flayed on the leg side. It's another no ball for.
Where are they?
James Pattinson.
Where are the tricky trees in the table then? Are they?
They're there.
Are they?
They're there.
In the playoffs, so.
Yeah, they are.
See, Sunderland, it's touch and go with them. They've 3 games to go, so they'll not know.
And in the 3 important, I know listeners don't like us talking football, so it's Martin that keeps bringing this up, but you asked the question. In the 3 important divisions, the Nottinghamshire sides all occupy the playoff zones, the Championship, League 2 and the National League. Here's the next delivery, Pattinson bowling. Every over he's bowled a no ball, and now he's driven down the ground by Sean Dixon. That's a fine shot, and that'll be the first boundary of the morning, I'm sure, unless it pulls up just inside the rope, Martin. It's one of those. That's a real old teaser. I'll bet Samet hates those as well. You run 75.
He wouldn't have been anywhere near it, would he?
Well, yeah, you've got to
shouted somebody else go and get that.
You've got to. Well, yeah, you know, it's all about getting in the right place, so you don't. It'd have gone to ground actually, so he didn't have to chase it. You're right, but you hate those where you've got to run 80 yards and it just beats you to the rope. But it was a nice looking shot from Sean Dixon, who's on to 5, and it's 16 without loss. And James Pattinson just not quite got it right yet. Comes in, bowls, quick delivery, and squares Dixon up a little bit off the outside portion of the bat. It runs to Ben Slater, who's got the sunglasses on at point.
Katie says she's just arrived at Rome station listening to us. Next stop Naples in an hour or so. Once drove from Rome to Naples. That's quite a drive. You go past Monte Cassino, don't you?
I've done that, yeah.
And then that drive along the Amalfi Coast, that's a that's a heart and mouth thing. Looking down the mountains into the sea.
There's all the Vespers cutting you up and overtaking, undertaking. Lovely part of the world. Next ball pushed into the offside. Ben Slater will do the fielding. It's the end of the over. 16 without loss, Durham. There'll be more from Martin Emerson, and then got him here, so we might as well use him. Former England all-rounder Samit Patel. Absolutely delighted that Samit's given up a day on the golf course to come and join us to watch this one, and we'll bring him in just a second to join Martin.
If you want to get in touch, at Marty Cricket on Twitter, or at Brace Cricket, or at Samit Patel 21, or you can email weatcricket@yahoo.co.uk. Day 1 here. And Durham put in our 16 without loss after 6 overs. And Samet and Brace are in matching tracksuit tops as well. I thought, did you have a discussion about what you were going to wear before you came out this morning?
No, I just stuck my jeans on and cracked on, really.
Fletcher driven. It's gone through the fielder at mid-off and away for 4. Right through his legs, I think. Driven by Jones, who moves on to 7. 20 without loss. Is that Mulaney who's chasing after the ball there? No, it's not, because he's
Liam
Patterson-White. Mulaney's at mid-on. So which golf course would you be on today then if you went here?
Get on the Nottinghamshire, I reckon.
What's the handicap like these days?
Not very good.
Is it not?
Very good.
Fletcher coming in again from the Finkel end. It's left alone by Jones outside the off stump. What is the handicap?
No, I'm not a very good golfer.
Oh, you know?
Social golfer.
Right. Well, yeah. But eventually, I went for some lessons, and after you've had a few lessons, it all starts to make sense, seriously. And then gradually, you start to get your score down, and then that's when your handicap comes along. And it makes it more enjoyable. You've got a bit of an idea what you're doing, and you're not shanking around the course, going in the trees all the time. 20 without loss as Fletcher comes in to bowl to Jones. Jones drives out through the covers, nicely timed. He's met that right on the bounce, and that's away for 4 to the pavilion steps. Beautifully timed.
Yeah, lovely shot from Jones there. It looks in good nick actually. Carrying on his fine form from last week.
Andrew says, good morning, hope you had a nice Easter. Andrew, a very happy Toon fan. They reached the 40-point mark, the hallowed 40-point mark last night.
I presume you'd be chuffed to bits with that, won't you, Martin?
Good luck to them, I say, you know. Fletcher coming in again, right arm over, and bowls. Left alone. Given the mess they were in at Christmas, I think they'd only won 1 game, so what they've pulled off's pretty remarkable since then. Jones on 11, Dixon on 5 here on the BBC. Doug's listening in Bishop Briggs, Glasgow. It's chilly, but we have bright sunshine here. 30 points from the last 2 games at Canning return for Durham, he says. 2 fours in this over, interspersed with 2 dot balls from Fletcher, and that's driven. And it could be another 4. Mulaney's come round from mid-on and couldn't get to it. And again, it's just slightly over pitched there, and giving Jones the time to lean in and just steer the ball away.
Yeah, I think if we're going to be hypercritical of bowlers this morning, we've probably not bowled full enough, and I think that Fletcher's just erred on the fuller side, and sometimes that can happen, that you can get too full and get driven. So I think that they'll be pulling the length back to the first couple of overs, really.
So 4.4.4, last ball of the over. Durham 28 without loss. Fletcher in. That's left alone outside the off stump. So we've got 4.4.4. It's like Morse code, isn't it? That's the end of the 7th over. 28 on the board. Jones has 15, Dixon has 5.
Yeah, Durham will be happy with this start. Being put into bat on a wicket that's usual for Durham, especially in April, that you'd expect it to do a little bit more than it probably has actually. But yeah, we probably need to pick up a wicket or 2 this morning and get into you guys.
I'm just wondering what impact the sun shining makes, because it was really misty, wasn't it, murky when the toss was made, and now the sky's cleared. So
yeah, I just think that when the sun is out, the wicket can play different to when it's not, and I think that the lengths are going to be important here, and hopefully Jimmy can crack one open.
Pattinson coming in, right arm over from the Lumley end, bowling to Dixon, who defends that one. They did relay the square a year ago, so last year there were 1 or 2 wickets. There was one against Essex where there were 19 LBWs, and anything pitching on a length just really didn't get up. And what had happened after they'd laid the square, the theory was a bit of water had got in between one grass surface and another, so that wicket was floating around a little bit. But the wickets at the top end of the square here generally flatten out as the game goes on. And I think there was a big discussion last Saturday about why were Durham batting on, why hadn't they declared. They only took 2 wickets in the entirety of Sunday against Leicestershire. So Pattinson in again, defended by Dixon around about off stump, rolls up towards mid-off. I think they could have been bowling until Tuesday before that match came to an end, and looking around the country there were quite a lot of wickets like that, weren't there?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you don't normally associate flat with Durham, to be honest. I think that the bowlers in the past that have been here, you've got Onions, Rushworth that's still playing, Otis Gibson, Callum Thorpe, Harmy, Stokesy, Liam Plunkett, Woody. You're producing bowlers all the time, and that's just purely because of the wickets.
Dixon waits, bat raised, and tries to drive. Now then, what's that? He's took his hand off the bat there, hasn't he? There was a noise as that went through, but nothing from the slip cordon.
It's an ambitious shot, I'll tell you that.
That's done him at the last second there. He's now having a walk to see where the ball pitched.
Because we're not right behind, I think that's going to have nipped back, I think, to come through the gate. Yeah, it's an interesting pitch. Looks flat and then suddenly something will happen.
There is a camera at the far end, but right behind Pattinson, but that's not the angle we're seeing at the moment as he comes in right arm over. And that, here we are now then. This one's pitched on a length and is defended around about middle stump by Dixon.
I think it'll be a time for a change in a bit. I think we might see a bit of Dame Pattinson. Probably replaced by James Pattinson. It's an interesting passage of play. I think the boys have played really well this morning, the Durham boys.
First half hour, 28 without loss. As Pattinson comes in. And bowls. Driven by Dixon, away past point for 4. The golden lettering on the ball glistening as it crosses the rope and will be fielded by Victor Main, the Durham groundsman, in front of the old scoreboard on our right-hand side, the castle side of the ground.
Yeah, it's often hard. Jimmy's come from Australia. Might have liked a bit more prep time going into that first game last week. And obviously from fast bowlers and batsmen, you need some rhythm, and I think rhythm's a big word that Jimmy will be looking to get, which can be hard getting off the plane and playing. So, yeah.
Being asked by Craig Lang why is Alex Lees not playing, because he got 182 in the opening game at Glamorgan, then didn't feature last week. We gather he suffered a back spasm and has an issue with his back. So as Pattinson comes in again now to bowl, Dixon defends. Interesting selection headache from a Durham point of view, because he got 182, then last week Dixon got 120 and Jones got 108. So, well, they've all started with hundreds.
That's a good problem to have, in my opinion. Yeah, well, I presume Lees will just slot straight in for one of the top two. I presume Jones.
Well, last week it would have been Jones who would have stepped out because Keegan Peterson made his debut. And Jones went and got 100, his first for Durham as well. Because previous to that, his highest score had been in the Bob Willis Trophy game, which was the last match of that short COVID season at Trent Bridge, when he got 82. Here's Fletcher from the Lumley end, from the Finkel end, sorry, coming in to bowl, running away from us. This is defended by Jones, who's on 15, goes back to the bowler.
The boys did say about the wicket here that since it's been relayed, it's stayed low and slow, so maybe they've left a bit of grass on just to get a bit of carry in the wicket, but probably won't deviate as much as normal Durham wickets do. I don't know, it's only April, but we've had some good weather.
It's been quite dry here as well. And we had one of the sunniest springs on record again. It was March's, wasn't it? March was very sunny. Fletcher comes in and bowls. Jones defends. It's interesting, if you talk to Victor Main, the groundsman, he says, he prepares wickets all summer and he can never tell how a wicket is going to play, even when he's prepared it.
Yeah, we often say when we don't know what we're going to get up at Durham. But if you wanted to guess, it'd always be nipping and seaming, especially early on in the year. The white ball wickets here are pretty good. I actually enjoy batting here in white ball cricket.
Yeah, they're generally right in the middle of the square, aren't they?
Yeah.
Have you had any runs here, have you?
White ball cricket, got 100 in.
Did you?
In the 50 over semi-final.
Oh, he's gone after a wideish delivery there, and that's gone through low to the keeper. Was that the match where Stokesy smashed it all over the place?
No, that was when Breezy got you guys home. It was a low scoring thriller. 210 played, 211.
That was 2014, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And Durham won in the misty, eerie conditions at Lord's against Warwickshire. That was another low-scoring epic.
Harmy was playing that game.
In comes Fletcher, played out through mid-wicket. No run there. It's who's the number 2? I haven't got a number 2 on my scorecard.
Dane Patterson. Dane Patterson, yeah.
Right. He's got number 4 on here, according to this. James Pattinson's 4.
Yeah.
Right. Tar. Here comes Fletcher again. He bowls. Left alone outside the off stump by Jones. We'll bring Brace back in a mo, and I can nip off for a moment or two on it. Need to be back on at 11, Brace. 12, sorry, 12. For the update for Radio Newcastle. He'll be doing an update for Radio Nottingham then anyway. Afridi has bowled Labuschagne at Glamorgan. It's all kicking off down there, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
For 8.
It's a good bowler, is Shane Afridi.
Looking at a maiden here. It is a maiden. Is that the first one of the game? No. Fletcher's bowled one earlier, has he?
No, I think it's
second maiden.
Yeah.
Right, second maiden for Fletcher then. None for 16 from 5 overs. Durham are 32 without loss after 9. So I'll hand you over to Brace, and I'll be... No? Do you not want to come on yet? Yeah? No? You just look a bit panicky, that's all. Just trying to put his grocery order in.
James Pattinson, in he comes. It's poured down the leg side, or taken by Tom Moores. Hello, Dave.
Good morning, Samit.
Morning.
Just not quite got it right.
Yeah.
James Pattinson, he didn't at Trent Bridge last week. Bowls with plenty of pace and aggression. That's certainly accompanied on his journey back from Australia, but he's forever flirting with danger with that front foot. I just wonder. I'll ask you your thoughts in a second as Pattinson bowls, whipped away nicely by Jones down to Dane Patterson down at long leg for a single, 35 without loss. Is it as easy as saying just go back 6 inches?
No, it's not that easy. I think that the guy, when he bowls at high speed, I know fast bowlers always like to push the boundaries, get as close as possible to be as fast as possible, but I think no one obviously means to bowl no balls, but I think that it's something that they're continuously working on in practice. I'm sure Shiny's making sure they're getting right beyond the line in practice.
Here he comes again and bowls. That's a good delivery, better line from Patterson just outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Just inevitable from the Notts angle that we're going to be reflecting back to 2017 when he played here. Notts won at Leicestershire, didn't they, the first round of the matches and in that year, and then came here second round, and my word, he looked in good rhythm. He had a bit of a run-in with Paul Collingwood, didn't he? Gave him a send-off.
I remember that ball that he bowled that Ricky Vessels caught. It was frighteningly quick.
35 without loss, and he comes again, bowls, and this one goes through to the keeper.
It was fast and short, caught the shoulder of the bat, and Ricky was one-handed mid-air.
He's had a lot of injuries.
A bit more further back than where Tom Moores is stood right now, though, I'll tell you.
Where was Ricky? First slip?
Yeah.
That was the Collingwood dismissal.
Oh yeah, it was absolute peach for Dilly.
Didn't he think he'd got him before? He was already steamed up, wasn't he, if I remember right?
We thought we had him LB, and as snarly as Jimmy is, in he comes.
Here he comes, bowls and
beats the bat.
Yeah. Yourself, lovely to see you here in the commentary box. Some would be saying, why aren't you still doing it?
I do.
Are offers coming in? Are you getting? I know you don't want to. I know you want to just play white ball cricket. But are there counties, and no need to name them? But are the counties still saying, "Hey, Samit, are you available for a couple of weeks?" Or?
No, not. No, I haven't really tried, to be honest. And if you see county cricket at the minute, they're going down the youngster route to play 40 cricket, which I think it's the right way to go about it.
Jones on 15 on strike. James Pattinson bowls. This one goes through to the keeper. You went out to the toss. There was your former teammates James Franklin, Will Gidman out there having a word with you. They weren't saying, do you fancy a bit of red ball, Samet?
No, I'm enjoying the T20 stuff, Dave, at the minute. So Frankie had his shorts on, which you never see really Frankie have on. So it must be warm up here if he's got his shorts on.
And cricket, you're only with us the first 2 days. Are you playing at the weekend?
I am playing at the weekend. I'm Langley Mill on Saturday and Clitheroe CC on Sunday.
I'll ask you about that in a second. As Michael Jones is on 15. Here comes Pattinson again. All these patos in this game. Always giving him a bit of a glare.
Yeah, I like it when Jimmy gets fired up.
End of the over. 35 without loss. That was a better over, wasn't it?
Yeah.
First one probably is set down without a no ball coming. 35 without loss. Durham, they were put into bat by Nottinghamshire. Durham unchanged, Notts bringing back Fletcher and James for Everson and Hutton. Joey Everson's got an injury, but I think we will see a little bit of the old rotation amongst the cartel, as it used to be known in certainly in Andy Pick's day. I'm not sure it's known as that nowadays. We've got one member of the cartel to my right. Bring him in a second, but Luke Fletcher's going to bowl to Sean Dixon, former Kent opener. My word, Kent have got an opener at the moment, haven't they? As this one is pushed into the... it's run down to third man with an open face. I thought he played it square of the wicket, but he has. He's angled it down to third man. It'll race away for 4 runs, and Luke won't be too happy. He's offered just a little bit too much width there. It was a foolish delivery. Nicely played by Sean Dixon.
He played that very well, actually. It's not very often you see that many gaps here behind the wicket at Durham. And we've gone to two in a cover straight away, which is very surprising. But very good shot. And talking of the man that's scoring the runs down at Kent, Compton.
Yeah, he's been at Notts a couple of years, isn't he? Those that don't know him is the cousin of Nick Compton, former Somerset and Middlesex in England, as Fletcher comes in and bowls, and this one is played to point. He had a couple of years at Trent Bridge. It's one of those, isn't it? You can say he did have 1 or 2 opportunities and chances to lay down a claim, but would you have given him a new contract? I think he's 28 years of age, and he hadn't really churned out the volume of runs to make you think he's going to start the 2022 season with centuries in 3 consecutive games, but that's what he's done.
Well, what you will say is that Morsey knew he was a good player. Would he have got the opportunity to play at Trent Bridge? Probably not, and I think that's why, speaking to Pete,
Fletcher bowls this one and it's pushed into the offside again, no run.
I think speaking to Pete this week, I think we had a conversation about Compo leaving, and he said that, well, he'd obviously been on the phone down at somewhere else saying that, have a look at Ben, he's a good player, but he's not really not gonna feature first up for us. Like, take a look, and obviously he's took his chance down at Kent really, really well. And he's got a sound technique for an opening batter, and that's exactly what you need.
Smashed Asiba Mead's record, which was only set last year for facing most balls and batting for the longest length of time in the county championship, as Luke Fletcher bowls to Sean Dixon. Defensive push onto the onside. The effervescent Asiba Mead doing the fielding. You'd have played with Asiba in the Bob Willis Trophy year. That was your last year in the side when he first came to Notts. He's a bubbly fella in the field, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, Haas is good. And he's also a good player, so as Fletcher runs in again.
He comes from our end of the ground, leaves the sponsor's logo behind, and once again with an open face played to backward point. They'll take a single, and Durham move on to 40 without loss. They've had a good opening 3/4 of an hour or so here at Chesterley Street on the first morning, put into bat. 40 without loss. What else was I going to ask you? Oh, your cricket. So Langley Mill, that's in what, the Derbyshire Premier League?
Derby Prem on a Saturday, and the Manchester League on a Sunday.
And that's what, all the way up until the blast? Is that?
Same as last year, up until the blast. And then.
And that's red ball cricket you're playing?
Yeah.
On weekends,
it's 50 over cricket.
Club red ball cricket. Next ball is played on the leg side. Hamid doing the fielding. And that's the end of the over. 40 without loss. Luke Fletcher, 6 overs, none for 21. James Pattinson, 5 overs, none for 17. Must be getting close. No, not yet. James Pattinson's going to have another one, and then I guess the calendar is filled in after the blast. A bit of 100, and then Caribbean Premier League.
Hopefully, Dave. Yeah, hopefully we're in negotiations at the minute.
And then
Maybe,
again the UAE, the T10 League, again. The Pakistan League, and
Sri Lanka. Starts off again.
One thing I noticed this winter, and I hadn't really noticed it before, because I sort of started. Having a look at your performances and watching the games in the depth of winter. Don't have the old channel that showed the Ashes and whatever, so I was desperate for a bit of cricket. This one is played into the offside. I guess there's a little bit more pressure on you in places like the Pakistan Super League, in that you're an overseas player. If you're playing for Notts or somebody, there's plenty of places that you can play, or plenty of slots that you can fill in the 11. As an overseas, what do they have? Maximum of 2, maximum of 3?
Maximum of 4.
And whenever you played, it was he should be in and he should be in. And whenever you didn't play, well, he shouldn't be in and Samit should be in. And this is steered to backward point. They're not shy of putting their opinions on social media, as is the world. But it just seemed, there were times I thought, all right, Samit's not going to play the next game, and you didn't play the next game, and people would say, why isn't he in? And then when you were in, look, we can only play overseas. It should be him, and it's a different sort of pressure, because you are actually physically competing against. In one case, there was an Australian all-rounder I'd never heard of, Fox.
No, he's from New Zealand.
What was it, Foxcroft?
Foxtrot.
Foxtrot.
Yeah. Foxcroft.
40 without loss, and this is dropped on the legs. I'd never heard of him, and people were saying, well, it comes down to a choice now for the all-rounders, Samit or. I thought, huh?
No, there's obviously pressure, but when you play in a team with Rashid Khan, you're not really going to play, and when he left, I played, so that's sometimes the way it goes. And thankfully we won it with Lahore in the PSL. We lost in the final in the Sri Lanka, where I was playing for Gaul Gladiators. So pretty happy winter, Dave, to be honest.
40 without loss. Sean Dixon and Michael Jones both on 15. Dixon's on strike. He pushes this into the offside. Samit Patel's with us. If you've got any questions for Samit, please push them through at Brace Cricket, at Marty Cricket, at Samit Patel. 21 is with us all day today and all day tomorrow. Anything you'd like to ask him? I mean, what a career Samit's had. He's played for England in all the formats. Been up to all sorts. I think it's fair with you. Whenever we do get you on commentary, you've sort of never pulled the punches. You'll always come up with the answers, and if somebody's got a question, we'll put it to Samit. Next one is played down into the ground, nearly runs back onto those bright blue stumps. A little bit of green on there, the sponsor's logo on them. 40 without loss. You were out at the toss. I think Durham would have loved a bowl, but it's turned out all right so far for them.
It has. I think that hopefully we can get the second hour, Dave, and we can go a traditional bang bang, as they'd say out there.
Is that what is being said out on the field?
Yeah, 100%. You're always adding two to the scoreboard, to be honest.
Decent Durham batting lineup, as we've become used to. Keegan Peterson is in there now. David Beddingham, who got a big 100 against Notts last year, played his club cricket for Plumtree in the Nottingham area. Good delivery, and Pattinson goes through this tentative push from Sean Dixon, and it's taken by wicketkeeper Tom Moores, maiden over from Pattinson.
First change of the morning, Dane Pattinson replacing Luke Fletcher. I think we'll have a double change soon. I think Lyndon James will follow James Pattinson at the other end.
Yeah, wouldn't be at all surprised. I do like this fella, Dane Pattinson.
He's skiddy. He's skiddy. He's onto a good length.
What a ball! I don't know if you saw it. The ball he bowled to dismiss Sam Northeast last week on 85, and brings one back through the gate to bowl Northeast. It's just wonderful bit of bowling.
It's just his length that he bowls is really, really good. He's just up on the knee roll, as we'd say.
He's a former teammate at one or two South African states, and indeed with the Proteas of Keegan Peterson, so when we get Patterson to Peterson at some point. They know each other very well. Look out for that. He's in and bowls first ball right on the money and defended by Michael Jones. 40 without loss. Nice conditions now, very pleasant conditions out there, although it is always seemingly fairly chilly here at Chesterley Street. You've played in the snow out there, haven't you?
Yeah, I have actually. It's been
beanie hat weather as well.
It's never a warm day up here. It's always cold, and you can never get warm here. That balcony is always freezing. Could be mid-July and still freezing.
Andy Easom is getting in touch on Twitter down the leg side, whipped away nicely by Michael Jones. Will he get two? Yeah, they'll come back for a couple as Pattinson hurls it into those bright yellow gloves of Tom Morse. Two more takes Jones to 17. It's 42 without loss. Andy says, morning to the three of you, maybe popping along from time to time to go and watch my local side, Sandy Acre Town, this year, because I hear Samit's little brother Akil has joined for the new campaign, which starts this Saturday at home to who else but Samit's Langley Mill. So you're playing against Akil?
I am playing against my brother. It's a family off on Saturday.
42 without loss as Dane Patterson bowls again wide of the off peg, and it goes through to the keeper for Durham supporters. Benefit Akil, left hand, isn't he? Left hand top order batsman, was on the books of both Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire about a decade ago. You know, look after the family business as well, alongside you, as well as all his club cricket commitments.
Club cricket on a Saturday and
churns out the runs, doesn't he?
Running the boozer on Monday to Friday.
Will there be a little side wager on that one? 42 without loss. No,
he did say he's going to try and take me down there.
Next ball is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Who generally comes out on top?
No, not really played that much against each other, but I think I have got him out once in league cricket.
So plans being drawn up in your head already? How are you going to bowl to him?
They were done in the back garden, Dave. They were done.
Is that where you started, really?
That's what was in the back garden?
What got you into cricket? Your dad?
Yeah, Dad. Yeah.
Jones 17 not out. Dane Patterson bowls pushed into the offside. One other thing I was going to ask you, and some other people might want to pick up on it. I just wondered, because we've talked in the past about when you first burst into the England time, it coincided with the Alan Stanford time, and I don't know if you'd seen the recent documentary that's just been out, and obviously there was a lot of actual footage from the time, so it's a stupid question to say did it accurately portray it, because it was the actual film, but I revisited it over the weekend, watching the three parts. 42 without loss as this has gone through to the wicketkeeper. There were strange old days, I think it's fair to say.
I think if you ask the West Indian team, I think they're very happy with Mr. Stanford, if you ask me.
42 without loss. Well, those of you that wonder what we're on about,
I think they still salute the bloke.
Was it 2008, something like that?
2008.
2008.
My first ever away trip for England.
And you were playing for £1 million or $1 million? $1 million
yeah.
Ahead.
Per man.
I've asked you before, and you sort of philosophically said, well, I never had it, so I didn't miss it. But there were one or two players that were almost licking their lips, thinking you would beat the West Indies and be $1 million better off. Is that fair to say?
Well, little did we know that they had a 6-week camp.
Next ball, Pattinson in, bowls, run to backward point, and there's no run. Ben Slater doing the fielding. It's as you say, it's quite a way for you to get your introduction into a form of international cricket. I know they weren't internationals, but it was the England 11 effectively, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Pete was in charge. Morsey was coach. I broke in that summer, and yeah, it would have been definitely life changing to me. Probably not to some of the others, but definitely life changing for me and some other blokes.
There's James Pattinson from the Lumley end in. Bowls again, nice looking drive. That's been a feature of the morning's play, the crispness of Sean Dixon and Michael Jones driving. Dixon has 15, Jones 17.
Well, it just sums up how much it meant to the West Indies boys of having a camp for 6 weeks, going on nutrition diets and training diets,
but didn't some
of them?
I think
that we'd just trickled out of a county season and an English summer straight on straight onto a Virgin flight for a 3-week holiday in Antigua.
Didn't some of them reinvest their money with Alan Stanford?
Only a certain few.
Next ball is
it wasn't
pushed back to the bowler.
It wasn't like, I think most people took their money and ran, to be honest.
And
they all got paid.
And looking back, had England won that game, what would you have done with your $1 million?
Was it not something like silly that Swanee had put in the Sun that I was going to go and buy a pink Ferrari or something, something silly like that? I still remember it. We had a middle practice and it got pretty fiery. I think the blokes that were on the fringes of playing or not.
Here comes James Pattinson into bowl to Sean Dixon, down the leg side, taken by Tom Moores.
It was like full-on sledging in a middle practice.
Because
even
those that were playing, they were on for $1 million ahead.
Yeah. But even if the blokes that weren't playing were getting 650, 600, so I don't know.
And you know, a spoiler alert, if you didn't know what happened, was it a 10-wicket win for the West Indies? You were bowled out for 100?
Top scorer.
Less than 100?
Top scorer in that game.
You top scored?
122 we got.
42 without loss, and I don't know, was it?
It was. We played with those black bats, and it was like we were playing with quick cricket bats, and they were batting with proper bats.
There's James Pattinson bowling. Another no ball from James Pattinson, so he's just talking to the umpire. I've got to do an update for Radio Nottingham. Martin will come in and perhaps pick up on that, the Alan Stanford series, Samit's introduction to international cricket, and then I'll be back in the fullness of time. What about these no balls, Samit?
Yeah, Pato's he's struggling a little bit with the front line. I think I spoke earlier about the rhythm. And it's often pretty difficult coming into English county cricket. Pattinson runs in again. Oh, just short of the gully. Lyndon James doing the fielding.
Oops, nearly dragged the machine off the... I'll tell you what the most memorable sporting event of that day was. Because I watched that game at my brother-in-law's in Tamworth, but earlier in the day I'd seen Sunderland lose 5-0 at Chelsea, and Jordan Pickford made his debut for Sunderland. Would go on to become is he England captain? Certainly Liverpool captain.
Let's talk about a proper football team, Martin, Forrest, shall we?
Here comes the bowler. It's gone off down the leg side.
That's 4
for 4. And this is a good start from a Durham point of view.
It's a very good start from Durham, losing the toss and being put in 48 for 9 after 15 overs. Yeah, it's been pretty good, hasn't it? Nothing, not very good from the Notts point of view, but that can happen in. Try a little bit too hard. I've just said before that a bang bang would help Notts massively.
Yeah, I remember that was a rather watery day in England that day when you were playing in that match.
Yes.
Patterson comes in to bowl, and this is played off towards point. We'd booked a hotel near Heathrow Airport, and we drove down on the morning, and it was a rainy sort of day. Couldn't find how to get into the Holiday Inn at Heathrow Airport. Is on a different road, and we could not find this road. We drove around Heathrow for about an hour, and we were having a meal at Chelsea in the ground, and thought we better get up to the ground. Parked in a street near the ground, put about 18 quid in the parking meter, and got a parking ticket for about 80 quid. Sunderland lost 5-0. Alex Stewart was on the next table to us. Actually, I was chatting to Alec at
massive Chelsea fan.
Yeah, and his father-in-law was a Sunderland fan, so he was there. Patterson in, bowls, defended.
Played.
Anyway, Sunderland had been that bad that the people that I was with said, don't want to go to the hotel, let's drive home. So I said, well, driving all the way back up to Sunderland. Right, so right, drop me off in Tamworth then. And I went to my brother-in-law's because they'd just had their daughter that week. So I remember sitting in their living room watching the game on a laptop. When was that? 2009?
2008.
2008.
Yeah.
Update coming up for Radio Newcastle soon as Patterson comes in and bowls. This is played off towards mid-wicket. No run there.
I've liked how late Jones has played the ball.
Yeah.
He's played it. Both batsmen played it pretty late, but he's been the standout really of how to open the batting in English county cricket.
He grew up in the Ormskirk area and has played one-day internationals for Scotland. I think 8 of them. Came through the Durham Academy. He's on 17. Patterson comes in and bowls. Oh, nice drive from Jones. That's beautiful. Really nicely timed that for 4 through the covers. Worth the entry money alone that we didn't pay that. 50 runs for Durham in 14.4 overs.
A lovely cover drive from Jones. Just spoke about his balance and how late he's played the ball. And I think that opening batters is doing the job here, taking the shine off the ball for the middle order batters. Don't think it'd be long if we might see a bit of Lee and perhaps some White before lunch.
52 from 14.4. In comes the bowler.
Oh,
where's the ball?
Lovely ball.
Gone through the keeper.
Yeah, playing a miss. Great length.
Oh, that angled way back in, that one. Swung right back in.
Yeah.
Update now. Well, it's a nice sunny day here in Chesty Street. A little bit chilly, but it was murky when Notts won the toss and decided to put Durham in, and it's been a solid start from a Durham point of view, because in the first hour they have reached 52 without loss, the 50 coming up in 14.4 overs. Michael Jones, who's just a beautiful cover drive for 4, is on 21, and at the other end Sean Dixon on 19. Durham unchanged from the side which drew last week against Leicestershire. You can follow the action on the BBC Cricket website and via the Sports app. The end of the over, so 15 gone, and just seeing here on my feed, it's the Queen's birthday today. It's my wife's birthday as well, so I better wish her a happy birthday. I could be in trouble later on.
It's my mum's birthday today, actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, there you are. So quite a day then for everybody.
Yeah, my brother-in-law's birthday as well.
I wonder why it was such a popular day.
Double bowling change. Here we go. Yeah. Lyndon James.
Lyndon James coming into the attack.
Lyndon James, in he come.
Right arm over from the Lumley end, bowling to Dixon. First delivery's blocked. Ball runs back up towards the bowlers, and he's 23 years old, Lyndon James. This is his 17th first-class match. And he's actually... his highest score now with a bat was 91 last year against Lancashire. Prior to that, he got 79 not out against Durham in 2021. He's taken 24 wickets, best figures 4 for 51 against Essex. From Worksop and went to Oakham School. Beautiful village, Oakham. As he comes in and bowls, that's a short ball and it's cut away for 4. That wasn't a very good delivery.
No.
Short and wide, and it's just making its way to the ground staff pavilion. There's 1, 2, 3, there's 6 chairs set out there for the ground staff at the moment.
Yeah, not the best of deliveries from Lyndon James. I think we're just going to need someone to try and control the run rate here in a minute. I think we always said to try and go at 2.5s, even if we're not getting any wickets. So I think we need someone to try and do a bit of a holding role.
James in again. Comes in and bowls. Played away by Dixon towards mid-wicket for 1. Collected by Hasib Hamid. Mentioning Oakham, we were discussing on air last week, because Richard Ray was here from Radio Leicester. There's quite a lot of development gone on in Oakham recently. Quite big housing estates have been built there on what was, I think, RAF land. But there's still this big battle where a particular fast food chain wants to open a store in Oakham, and the locals are battling to try and prevent it happening.
Lots of money
in
Oakham.
Here he comes again. This is pushed off towards backward point, no run there. Leicestershire used to play at Oakham School at least once a year, didn't they?
Played many games there, Oakham.
In the championship?
Played a championship game and a few one-days there, yeah.
Did they, when they were playing at Oakham, it was a cricket festival, really, wasn't it?
Festival week, yeah. Yeah.
Nice area around Rutland. Was it normally Notts who they would have played it there, or did they?
No, they played not just Notts. They played different counties there.
Right. Bowler comes in again. This is defended by Jones, back up towards the bowler's end. Anyway, that then got us onto pork pies and Melton Mowbray, and I reckon they're not the best in the country. And that we had a fierce debate after that. Just never know where you're going to go with the food debate.
What have you ordered? Have you got the? I bet you've got the shepherd's pie, haven't you?
I think I did, yeah.
I think I've got the shepherd's pie.
I can't remember now. I think I went for that one, yeah. Last ball of the 16th over, 57 without loss. James comes in and bowls, and Jones is behind that one. It was a line and length ball, and that is the end of the over.
Not done as much, has it? It's not done as much as we thought.
No. The element of surprise. You brought your golf clubs up this week or not?
I haven't, no. No.
You should get yourself on.
Came on the train, actually.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh. Change at Derby?
No, no change.
No,
straight on.
Direct from Nottingham?
No, Newark.
Right.
Parked in Newark and straight up.
Brace girdle country.
Yeah. Yeah. I suppose Dave's not done the same, actually.
Well, you need the car when you're here, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Patterson, right arm over from the Finkel end. That's played to backward point, no run off Dixon. That's not bad. I got the train out in Newark for Brace's 70th birthday a couple of years ago. Was it your 70th or was it your 60th, was it?
Oh.
He's had a hard paper round, the lad. 57 for none.
Soon be winter again, Dave. We're going to Morecambe away on a Tuesday.
Patterson played to Hamid, short mid-wicket, no run. Sunderland end their season at Morecambe next week, I think. Is it next week or the week after? I was hey, tell you where I was the other night, Dave. Ulverston, standing next to the Laurel and Hardy statue again on Monday night. Went for a curry in Ulverston, thinking of you. Yeah. It's a lovely little town, Ulverston. It's got some canny little restaurants and whatnot. 57 for none still. 2-dot balls at the start of this over as Patterson comes in to bowl to Dixon.
Played.
And that's right on the money, on off stump, played out towards the covers. Grace had took his photograph, selfie with the Stan and Ollie statue outside the museum in Ulverston about 2 years ago, on your way to a game at Barrow, wasn't it? Yeah. Gets all the luxury locations in the winter.
Man of all knowledge, Dave.
Yeah.
Could do with a breakthrough here. Dane can nip one past the outside edge.
It's halfway through his third over. Right arm over.
That's a lovely
and
shot.
That's a nice cover drive for four.
Shot from
Up towards
Dixon.
the
It's
pavilion.
a lovely shot, yeah.
So Patterson will, where's he? Cape Town. So he'll know Keegan Peterson, won't he?
Yeah.
And David Beddingham, they all. Bedder's played for, was it Plumtree in Nottingham, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Didn't score that many runs for Plumtree, though. Slipped through the Nottinghamshire radar.
He lodged with a colleague of mine who works for the TV up here, who lodged with his sister in Nottingham. And then right at the time he signed for Durham, everything went into lockdown. So, listening again, a short one, and Dixon rocks out the road of that one. So he's on 28, Jones on 21. This opening stands 61. BBC Radio Newcastle with you, BBC Radio Nottingham. Barry says keep the tweets coming with regular updates. Well, it's been a fairly good morning so far from a Durham point of view. And John Rouse Milligan says you've just put the kiss of death on the Durham openers by announcing a good start for Durham. Well, if anything does happen to them, it's not coincidence, it's because we're here commentating on a cricket match. And 61 for on. Patterson in, bowls, played out by Dixon through past vacant square leg. The man coming in off the boundary to field that one. Lyndon James, and he then continues to walk towards the stumps and takes his sweater off because he'll be bowling the next over. 62 without loss. So it's going to have a little break now, and Brace is going to come back on. Here's James from the Lumley end, right arm over, bowling to Dixon, who kept strike, having got a single at the end of the last over and gets a single at the start of this one.
Graham Ward says, can you let your Durham colleague know that McDonald's opened in Oakham in 2020?
It did open.
I don't know what you were talking about,
yeah.
But there we are. Thank you, Graham.
I remember there was a fierce battle over whether it should be allowed. I thought they'd still managed to keep them out.
And Simon Trafford, the cameraman at Trent Bridge, says, guys, Ben Compton was the pro at Plumpton for the last couple of years, following in the footsteps of Hassan Azad and David Beddingham. We're talking about Ben Compton, who started with 3 consecutive centuries this season.
James bowls to Jones. Jones flicks the ball off his hips across towards square leg for one. It was Plumtree, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Plumtree.
Thanks, Simon.
It's down the road from Trent Bridge, isn't it?
You won't want to walk it.
Yeah, I looked on a map, it looked quite close. In a car, it's at least 10 minutes or something. Can't be that much further.
They're a yapping dog. That was always a feature, wasn't it, coming to this ground here and seeing 1 or 2 dogs around the ground.
James in, bowling to Dixon, who defends on a length roundabout off stump. Well, the other day, there was a couple sitting down here with a couple of dogs, and one of the dogs was apparently called Ted because Richard went out to find out, but every time anybody walked towards them, the dog barked at them. And there's a gentleman here as well who was here for the Leicestershire game, and he's got a little terrier in a pushchair. Just sitting down the front here.
Oh, I suppose I've got to get up and have a look.
Yeah,
pointed.
I know you've got.
So there's what, a terrier in that pushchair?
Yeah.
You're kidding me?
No. James balls to Dixon, slightly over pitch. Dixon doesn't quite time that well though, but he does get a single up to wideish mid-off.
So
there is a man there with a pushchair.
Sat there at the front with a pushchair, and in that pushchair is a dog.
There's a dog.
Well, I've got to you realise I'm not going to watch any more cricket now until I've seen the dog.
Yeah.
He's brought his dog to the cricket
in a pushchair.
In a pushchair.
Yeah. But I think the dog probably doesn't need to be in the pushchair because it doesn't look that old. I think he probably uses it as a to help him walk, you know. Steady balance sort of thing, like a walker. James bowls. Jones plays it up to mid-off, no run. You don't believe me, do you?
Well, it's not that I disbelieve you, but I can't see the dog, and I'm fascinated now.
Well, it's in some blankets at the minute. It's wrapped up in blankets.
What I can see, Martin, is the Nottinghamshire County flag, which they've not been able to put the flags up here, have they, the last couple of years? So nice to see that great big one. Of course, it's the new one with the new county logo. The old stag has disappeared, and we've got the initials up there. But great big flag, enormous flag.
James to Jones, no run. Played out into the covers. They've got rid of the flag, the stag.
Yes.
That's staggering.
Yeah. And we can see an England flag, or the cross of St George up there. Can't see a Durham flag. I presume there is one, but there isn't a flag atop the flagpole on Lumley Castle.
No, there wasn't last week either.
Well, it wasn't the Queen's birthday last week, was it? You'd have thought there'd have been one there today. What do you think?
Don't know. Maybe it disappeared in Storm Arwen.
65 without loss.
Or any of the other subsequent storms that came along. Driving round Windermere the other day, such a sad sight. So many trees down. Whole woods have disappeared.
Tell you what, just talking about Ben Compton, he's 21 not out as Dane Patterson comes in and bowls to Sean Dixon, who plays this on the leg side, fielded by Hamid. That's in Division 1. Kent playing Hampshire, 56 for 1. The man out, Zach Crawley. But Compo is on his way again. At Old Trafford, Gloucestershire 50 without loss, playing Lancashire. Yorkshire have had a bit of a tumble at Wantage Road. They're 45 for 3, so a bowling point to Northants. And Somerset, who've had a dismal start to the season, a 28 for 1 at Surrey. Next ball into the pads. There'll be a leg by here, running away to the left of keeper Moores, who goes to fetch it.
28 for 1, did you say?
Somerset, yeah.
That's nosebleed territory, isn't it?
It's a fairly slow passage.
They were only defending 83 the other day, weren't they?
Essex 51 for 2 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. In Division 2, Glamorgan 47 for 5 against Middlesex. Table toppers.
Yeah, but who's taking all the wickets? Is it Freedy?
2 for Roland Jones, a run out, and 2 for Shaheen Shah Afridi.
He was on a hat-trick of Freedy at one point.
66 on the board here. Patterson bowls a shortish delivery, the batsman ducks underneath it. Leicestershire 42 for 2 in the East Midlands affair against Derbyshire, and Worcestershire 85 for 1 against Sussex. So they're rattling along, aren't they? 85 for 1. Pollock, no surprise, Ed Pollock 72 not out on the first morning of a championship game off 70 balls, 13 fours and a 6. Jake Libby excuse me, Jake Libby out for 11, beg your pardon. Patterson in again, 66 on the board here, and this is played down gently with soft hands by Michael Jones, and there's no run.
If you want to email, we are cricket@yahoo.co.uk, or tweet at Marty Cricket or at Brace Cricket.
Talk about taking 3 wickets in a session, in the morning session, don't they, if you insert a side? So Notts have got a lot of work to do here. There'll be quite some fall from grace for Durham if they lose 3 wickets in the session now. This one is a wicket, caught behind. Well, there we go. He's had a short pitch ball there. Michael Jones, he's still not left the crease. Absolutely stands aghast. Short pitch ball, which you don't often see from Dane Patterson. He's gone to pull it and has feathered it through. Looked like a good diving catch in truth from Tom Moores, but Michael Jones has gone for 22. And well, there, just a show that things can change all of a sudden. Most unexpected. You don't often get that short pitch delivery from the South African. Might see a little more of it now, I guess. It's paid dividends. Jones out for 22. He looks absolutely crestfallen.
An awful shot, that. No wonder he looks crestfallen. He shouldn't have gone after it. He should have just left it alone. Having had such a good start, 66 on the board, to play a shot like that. 22 from 57 balls.
So the new man likely to be, and in fact is, Keegan Peterson, number 29. So we've got Peterson out there along with all the Nottinghamshire patos.
And somebody pointing out last night, Peter's son has taken the catch as well.
It's the end of the over as well. Wicket from the final ball of the, what was it? No, it's not. There's one ball left.
One ball left.
1 ball left. 1 ball left of the 19th over. So Dane Patterson again coming into the attack as change bowler, has managed to find a way through. This is his 4th over, 1 for 11 now his figures. And that old saying in cricket, one brings 2, will be desperate to get another one. Here is Patterson bowls, and Keegan Peterson pushes it into the offside. There's no run. End of. End of that over. Patterson 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11, so a wicket maiden as well to the South African. Nottinghamshire needed that. An opening stand of about an hour and 20 minutes. Expected Notts to maybe get amongst them a little earlier. Ideal conditions. Simon Trafford, the comms curse. Martin doesn't believe in that nonsense. Mandy says a great combination as Lyndon James starts a new over bowling to Sean Dixon and there's no run. Steve kicks, at last a breakthrough. Let's hope it brings more. Mandy says that great combination. The Great Dane and Tumbling Tom combining.
There's no such thing as the commentator's curse, because if we weren't here commentating on a game of cricket where a wicket can fall, we'd be somewhere else talking about something else. So it's no coincidence that we're here doing that job.
Don't listen to him.
James in, bowls, turned by Dixon down towards fine leg.
The times it happens, you say a player when he gets in the 90s, he's nailed on for 100 and he'll get out.
Is Compo the son of Nick Compton, asks Andrew Hutchinson.
He's a cousin.
Cousin,
Grandson of great Dennis Compton.
Matthew says, morning gents, off work this week, so perfect time to watch some cricket whilst playing some Football Manager 22. What have you lads got for lunch? I think, was it shepherd's pie I went for?
I ticked the lasagna box.
Did you?
Yes, gone Italian.
In comes James to Dixon. In fact, to Peterson. There's a single, wasn't it, from fine leg, the last delivery, so that's a single for him. He's off the mark, playing that one towards point.
Patterson White, yeah.
So Patterson to Peterson, watched by Peterson, while Pattinson and Patterson White look on. It's all dead straightforward. It's almost like that day when all the Romanians dyed their hair against England. Can you remember?
I can.
Is that Euro 2000 or something? 68 for 1. Dixon on strike on 32 as James comes in and bowls. Forward comes Dixon with a front foot defensive shot. Bat and pad firmly jammed together. Ball ends up right in front of him.
I was going to say it can't be as long as that, but
yeah, it was.
But it maybe was. Yeah,
it was the week me and my
I think Dan
missus moved
Petrescu
into our flat on the Roca Riviera.
I think Dan Petrescu was one of them.
Yeah.
So,
and Neville gave away a late penalty, didn't he? And Romania won. We watched it in the Harbour View many moons ago, 22 years ago. James in. Ooh, playing a miss from Dixon.
That's a nice line he's bowling there, Lyndon James.
Off fourth stump there he was bowling at. Are you going to come over to the Harbour View for the music and talk to some foreign people again? Where did you think the man was from?
Bulgaria.
Bulgaria.
It was introduced as from all the way from old Bulgaria.
What did you say? Which part of Bulgaria are you from? You said Cooper Street round the corner. Yeah. James bowls. Ooh, an edge. It's gone away for 4, past the slip cordon along the floor. Not sure it was a catching chance, but if a third slip had been in there, certainly it wouldn't have been a 4 either. It's gone to vacant third man.
Yes, Alan Cunningham is asking if you'd give me an assist for that first wicket.
If you want.
Thank you.
Chris says, looks as if this pitch is as good as the one last week. Unless weather changes, don't see how the same bowling attack takes 20 wickets. My hope is that Liam and Scott work hard to get a few wickets to help out. i.e. Liam Travaskis and Scott Borthwick, Durham spinners.
It is tough work, isn't it? You've got to get 20 wickets to win one of these matches, and for that reason alone, you know, I think the side in the field, however well the batting side are going, at least, you know, at least they've got an opportunity to take first day wickets. Here's Dane Patterson to bowl to his mate then, Keegan Peterson. This is helped into the offside, and there's no run. 72 for 1. Durham put in by Stephen Mullaney, who won the toss, and the openers put 66 on. They were parted about 5 minutes ago.
You say Patterson, I say Peterson. Let's call the whole thing off. Sun continues to shine. There's just a little bit of wispy cloud quite high up. Hardly anything really.
I wasn't aware he was, or it looks more diminutive in real life than he does on the TV. He's quite a short young man, Keegan Peterson. drops this on the leg side. Asiba Mead does the fielding.
When I interviewed him yesterday, I said, have you managed to settle in at all yet? Because it was quite an arrival last week. He'd only been here a few hours when he was walking out in the middle, and he said, I can't get used to the weather. No day's the same as the next. He was at Port Elizabeth, I think, when he then flew here.
See, that's changed its name, hasn't it?
I don't know.
Yes, it has. It's changed its name over the winter.
To what?
Quawera or something. Genuinely.
Right.
There you are.
John's been on. He says, greetings from sunny Bolton. He said, are dogs in prams a northeast thing? See a few people pushing dogs in prams around where we live on the seafront. Patterson bowling to Peterson. Peterson plays the ball back to Patterson. Dot ball. 4 dot balls so far in this over. Dane Patterson's from Cape Town. Keegan Peterson's from Paarl in the Western Cape, I believe. Patterson's played 2 tests for South Africa. The last of them was against England in 2020. He's had 4 ODIs and 8 T20s as well. Right arm over, bowls. That's gone through to the keeper. And this is, what number? This is 119th first class match, Dane Peterson. And he's taken 58 wickets now. Best bowling 5 for 90 against Warwickshire. Durham 72 for 1, having been put in this morning by Notts. In comes the bowler and cut by Peterson off towards point, no run there. Just had a text off my dad saying he was in France for the World Cup against Romania when England lost 2-1 in the last minute at Toulouse, goal scored by Petrescu of Chelsea. And they all had different haircuts, but that's not the match I'm talking about, because that World Cup was 1998 and I hadn't even met my wife then. So I'm talking about a game in Belgium or Holland. It's that little funny shaped stadium in Belgium. Was it Charleroi or something like that? In comes James at the start of a new over, bowling to Dixon. This has gone up to mid-off. And on that occasion, the Romanians had bleached all their hair and they beat England. So it wasn't that unusual to lose to Romania back then. And then James, this is 4th over, none for 14 so far. And he comes, defended by Dixon on the money. Watching where that pitch, it was angling in towards off stump on a length. Sun's just gone in momentarily. Coming back out now as the bowler comes in. This is turned towards backward square leg for 1 run by Dixon. .73 for 1. Peterson on strike on 1. as James comes in from the Lumley end. Peterson plays the ball into the covers, no run there. It's picked up by Liam Patterson-White. Delivery lorry heading in towards the stadium. Looks like it's carrying beer. Quite a decent crowd in, particularly the northwest terrace looks busy. Play is more across towards that side of the ground, pavilion side of the ground. It's James bowls to Peterson. This is played up to short mid-wicket to Hasib Hamid. Loitering close on that leg side, no run. Here's the lorry coming through the gates now. It's a pleasant looking day, but still a bit chilly out there. Coats are certainly the order of the day. Sunday there are quite a lot of people in t-shirts and shorts here against Leicestershire. One run from this over so far, and this is the last delivery of it, the 22nd over, 73 for 1. James comes in and bowls, driven down into the ground and out into the covers to Liam Patterson-White again by Peterson, and that is the end of the over. 12:34 is the time. Brace is back. Are you back for good, Brace?
Wasn't that Take That or something?
Probably something like that.
Lyndon James, I'm just going to say, bowling very nicely here. Then you look at the figures, 4 overs, none for 15. Doesn't necessarily represent that just by his figures. Of course, that doesn't tell all of the story. But dropped on a nice length and line. Here's Dane Patterson. So we have got the prospect in a moment of Patterson bowling to Peterson. Sean Dixon on strike at the moment, and 37, former Kent man and Dane Patterson. He runs away from us past young Bumble, Graham Lloyd, the umpire, and this is played on the leg side. Welcome back, Nottinghamshire with a breakthrough.
Yeah, they'll be thankful of that. I think Dane's hit his straps. I think he bowled well last week, and he's hit his straps again this week with a vital breakthrough that was definitely needed.
Peter Moores and one of his coaching staff, Ant Boter, just down below us, just getting out, having a bit of a wander around the outfield, sampling the fresh air before lunch as Dane Patterson comes in again, and next one's steered into the offside. There's no run. They're walking along one of those straight lines here at the Chesterley Street ground. It's not just a rope thrown down, is it, in a big circle? There's a lot of straight lines in that boundary rope.
Not quite sure what I would rather prefer, a boundary rope or a straight line rope, really.
It's poor old Bridgeford Road side of the ground, the Smith Cooper stand at Trent Bridge, gets a lot of stick for the way it just sort of cuts across a little bit. I like it myself, but I don't know what you guys make of it. Fielding there, short pitch ball again. This time the batsman doesn't have anything to do with it. Goes through to the keeper.
No, I do like it. I think gives the ground a little bit of character.
Yep. And it's like a magnet as well. That when they play on that side of the square, a very short boundary, isn't it? On occasions.
Yeah, cuts it off over extra cover. And obviously the outfield's lightning. It's a big old ground, this Riverside.
73 for 1. Dixon has 37. Patterson bowling nicely, left alone. It goes through to the keeper. You heard us, or heard Martin going on about this dog in a pram, and I know you've been looking as well. I can't see it, can you? It must be
it's just down there. I think he's in. I think he's right. He's not going to make that up, I don't think.
I can see the pram.
I think the dog's in there as well. Wrapped up.
He's not moving much if he is. He's perhaps scoring. 73 for 1.
Patterson. In he comes.
Past the umpire and bowls. This has dropped on the leg side. I don't know if it's a watch or one of those Fitbit type things he has on his left wrist, but it's always there, isn't it? Big black thing.
think it's a watch. Yeah. Notts get another one before lunch, and they've just managed to slow the run rate down a little bit. We'll get one more before lunch.
Well, I think from this stage, obviously, they'd be happy with anything. You know, when you put a side in, you're looking for 3, aren't you? That's generally the template in a morning session.
Yeah.
If you put a side in, as Dane Patterson bowls again, nicely defended, tight over. Patterson's done a good job here. It's another maiden, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 11. He's just dried things up nicely, and I think he's been a very good acquisition by Nottinghamshire. Passed 50 wickets last year, his first year in England, and it was quite a difficult year for him because he left his family behind. Obviously, new club, but not really played in England before, so new conditions, all the rest of it. Didn't know the opposition batsman and all the rest of it. Everything totally new, but he got 54 wickets at a very healthy rate, and really has slotted into county cricket and Nottinghamshire cricket very nicely indeed. Here's Lyndon James. Julie's on the ground, I understand. This one's worked on the leg side, fielded by Asiba Mead. Dane Patterson, Summit.
Absolutely, yeah. I think he's fitted into the club really, really well. I think him and Fletch had a great bond straight away. We've had a few nights out with Dane. He's great. I think he's a fully committed cricketer, and you just know the way he'll go about his business in the right way. And he's a great asset to the club and the bowling unit.
Here's Lyndon James.
Bowled.
Good full pitch delivery, defended by Keegan Peterson. Yeah, do you think they've got the balance right now? Because there are the 3 youngsters, Lyndon James, Joey Everson and Liam Patterson Wide, who, they're getting plenty of opportunities in the first team, but there's plenty of experience around as well, just to help them and guide them through.
Absolutely, I think that's exactly the way it should be. I think the youngsters should be wanting to learn off the likes of Mull and Fletch and
Lyndon James bowls. A little push and run from Keegan Peterson.
And obviously you've got Pato. You've got Pato in there as well, coming from Australia, and obviously Dane, who's played a lot of international cricket. So there's plenty of boys out there that can learn off. So yeah, it's encouraging signs. I think it's all right playing all the youngsters, but you also do need some wise heads also playing as well.
Who did you look towards when you broke in as a 17, 18-year-old?
Well, I was very lucky, to be honest. The likes of Elam, Hussey, Fleming, Reed, Bicknell, Gallion.
Next ball nicely blocked by Sean Dixon, who's been on 37 for a long time.
The list goes on. And I think Mick got it right. I think we won some trophies, but also had some youth as well. And I think like me and Fletch and other 2 guys that are probably going to stand out in the blokes that came through. You've got Jake now, who is definitely a senior player coming through the club.
And comes Lyndon James. It's appealing towards Tom Lungley, and it's run away on the leg side. Asiba Mead went to pick it up and threw it away. Threw it further away, but they didn't get an overthrown. In fact, I don't think he's tapped his knee, so there was some bat involved. 75 for 1. I'm sure there's plenty of help around for you with your batting, with your general day-to-day adjusting to life as a county cricketer. What about your slow left arm spin? Who was giving you assistance with that when you first broke in?
Well, to be honest, like the way we shaped up, there wasn't that many.
No,
I did some work with Andy Afford, Eddie Hemmings, a bit of Jack Birkinshaw, but to be honest, the way the spinners were handled back in the day, it was to your own devices. To be honest,
75 for 1. Next ball is dropped on the leg side.
There was no real coaching, to be honest. And obviously, how we stacked up at Trent Bridge was all seam attack really, and me and Swanee were basically holding role job. We had Stuart McGill at certain stages of the summer.
That was just one season. Was it 1 or 2 seasons?
Yeah, 2 seasons. But McGill, he'd spin it on glass, so it was all right for McGill. But the likes of me and Swanee, it was more holding role at Trent Bridge. There was no real spin. If we picked up a couple of chalks in the second innings, if we got a chance, we'd probably not. We'd only bowl to give the seamers a bit of a rest.
Dane Patterson to continue, although Luke Fletcher is looking as if he's getting himself ready for another spell. Or thickish outside edge, that'll run away towards the gymnasium, the health club, away for 4. Dixon gets going again, moves on to 42, 79 for 1. And I guess in terms of personnel, behind the scenes personnel from when you started 20 years ago, there's no comparison. You didn't have the analysts and all the various not just the head coach, the bowling coach, the batting coach, but you know there are other people that do such an important job. Your strength and conditioning guys and what have you behind the scenes that necessarily you didn't have at the start of your career. As Patterson comes in, he's got this one right on the money. It's blocked.
Even going back to training, I don't think that if you didn't face any bowlers, your practice would just be throwdowns. And obviously now we've got the dog stick, which will try and replicate a bowler. You had the bowling machine, which I didn't really use the bowling machine at all. I'd only try and use the bowling machine in the winters. But yeah, if you didn't face a bowler, you'd struggle back in the day, because the throws, obviously you can't ask someone to throw for half an hour because the shoulder would fall off.
Yep. Patterson again, gone for a boundary in this over, which you'll be annoyed about. Bowls, and again it's run away. Might go for another boundary here. Chopping it towards backward point, should be dragged back. They've run a couple, that's all they'll get. But Durham into the 80s, 81 for 1, and Dixon now within one mighty blow of a half century. 44 not out. Peterson just a couple of runs. 81 for 1. Dave Bracegirdle, Martin Emerson and Samit Patel with you in the commentary box. Samit with us for the first 2 days of this match. Lovely to have him along. If you've got any questions, bang them through at Brace Cricket, at Marty Cricket. Mike Brown says it was about time they got that first wicket. Just starting to get very concerned. This one past the outside edge through to the wicket keeper, and on the fall of the wicket, Nigel King says, "Phew, about time." Sometimes goes like that, doesn't it?
It can do. Sun's out. Not much sideways movement here at Durham, which is surprising in April, but yeah, I think the Durham batsmen have batted pretty well so far.
Bigger picture, I guess, is where you're at come stumps today on this first day. Ideally you want to have bowled a side out. Whatever they've got, you want to have bowled them out, don't you? As Patterson bowls again, and it's pushed into the offside. If a side has got 3 or 4 or 5 wickets left at the end of day 1, you know you've had a tough day.
Yeah, you can, but for me it's scoring rate at the minute. Control the scoring rate, you'll control the wickets. The game has changed. I think batters are more positive in 4-day cricket these days. I think they will sometimes succumb to pressure a bit easier than normal, or when 10 years ago is battling through and try and get 5 down. But teams often these days want an extra 60-70 runs, but they'll give away 2 more wickets.
There's Dane Patterson in again to Dixon.
Bowled.
He defends. End of the over, 81 for 1, and we're talking of 4-day cricket. Where are you? There's lots of talk at the moment. We've got a new managing director of English cricket, haven't we? And I know you don't play red ball cricket anymore, but it's been good to you through your life. Are you still on my Christmas card list, or are you slowly coming to terms with the fact that it's too many 14 matches and should be reduced, as a lot of people are suggesting?
No, absolutely not. I think 14 is about right, to be honest. And looking the state of English Test cricket at the minute, it's probably not in the best of places. So the more 4-day cricket we play is probably better for English cricket and the players, to be honest. There's been some talk of when and how we're going to play it, and there's 3 divisions. But for me, it's the quality, it's the standard of cricket that we're going to be playing. I think there's 2 overseas is fantastic. Yes, you're taking out a 1 local guy, but you're bringing in an international calibre of player, which obviously strengthens all 3 divisions if you go down that route. And the standard cricket is obviously better. So ultimately, we're trying to make blokes play Test cricket for England, and that for me is structure. And I think the wickets have to be better to replicate Test cricket, and to me that eradicates the 75-mile-an-hour bowler.
Luke Fletcher is back on for his second spell, this one from the Lumley end, and he starts with one that's gone down the leg side. It's tickled away. Suspect there was some bat involved. We'll have a look now. No, it was leg by, so it will go on to the total, but not against Luke. His first 6 overs, 0 for 21, but he had one expensive over where he went for 3 boundaries in it, but apart from that, he was there or thereabouts, but he started with one that slides down the leg side, helped away for 4 leg byes, 85 for 1. Got about 11-12 minutes to go until the lunch break here at Durham. 85 for 1.
Fletcher runs in.
He does indeed. Bowles
bowls
left alone. Goes through to Moores. 85 for 1 is the score.
What England have struggled to do is obviously they've struggled to score big runs, and I think that's for me it's scoring runs in county cricket on better pitches, like I've said before, which will then either have all the fast bowlers bowling 80, 84, 85 plus, which I appreciate you don't always get in county cricket, but
85 for 1. Next ball pushed into the offside. There's no run.
But if you look at Test cricket, there is no room for that 75-mile-an-hour bowler. It's just not effective on Test pitches, and I think that's why pitches have to be better in English county cricket, and we have to change the ball. And I've put a tweet out there in the winter that change the ball from a Duke to a Kookaburra, and then the best county cricket will be the best. Well, there's no point. We might as well try it.
85 for 1. The next ball whipped away nicely onto the leg side. There is protection out there with Dane Patterson. There'll only be a single. 86 for 1.
Now the Aussies weren't scared of using a Duke ball in their Sheffield Shield season, so there's no reason why we shouldn't be scared of playing with the Kookaburra during our 4-day stuff.
When you're out there playing, I'm just being devil's advocate here, just stirring the pot a little bit. When you're out there, they're playing for Nottinghamshire. Surely you're not thinking as a dressing room, we really must is Fletcher. I'll try and phrase it. You said it's the duty of county cricket to provide a good England and put players through who are ready to play for England. Now I can understand that being very much the top of the agenda for the administrators in the game. They want a nice pathway from the county championship into the Test side, but as a county player, you surely are playing to win each game. You're playing for yourself and for your teammates, and fundamentally you're not thinking about England. Luke Fletcher's not running in now thinking about England. This has worked away onto the leg side.
You should
Dane Patterson, and nor is well, none of them at the moment. They're playing for their county and their pride in county cricket.
Well, they are. Their pride in county cricket, but there should be an old end goal. I don't think this is the whole problem in county cricket, is that the whole run of the mill of cruising through a county season is that everyone should be striving to play for England, and I think that's where we go wrong.
And what about these that say there should be less cricket to make it a better standard?
No, I don't.
Let's talk about Luke, because we both know him well, and he won't mind us talking about him. For him, he doesn't play a lot of. He had a little bit of franchise cricket. We're going to get Liam Patterson-White on the first introduction of spin. I would imagine it would break his heart to see the county championship reduced from 14 to 10 or 12, because it's shortening the number of games he's going to play in the last few years of his career. And some of these young lads that are just forging their way in, that don't play white ball cricket, haven't got a 100 contract, they're only going to play a handful of games a year, aren't they?
But hence why I said that we shouldn't shorten the games of county cricket. It should just improve the quality of the standard.
Yes, Liam Patterson-White going to come on to bowl then. Fifth bowler used this morning, round the wicket, slow left armer, bowling to Sean Dixon. He drops it on the leg side. Love to know your feelings, anybody out there, about a lot of things that's being said. What I don't like is the fact that we are playing cricket right now and nobody knows what's going to happen next year, and it's been like that for 2 or 3 years. I know we've had COVID, as this is clipped away nicely. Patterson White going for runs here as Sean Dixon gets 2 on the leg side to move to 47. I don't like the fact that nobody knows if there's going to be a promotion relegation, and I do think that's wrong. It should be sorted out before each season so you know you're actually what you're playing for. A lot of things tend to get sorted out post-season rather than before the season. This is dropped on the leg side, no run.
How long is it to the first test?
They say there's 6 weeks.
Well, we don't have a coach yet.
89 for 1. Well, next one is clipped away on the leg side.
2 more probably.
Come back for a couple. So Dixon on to 49, playing nicely. Yes, there are arguments, I guess, for retaining somebody in a post until you've got his successor, but there's also arguments for, if you've made the decision that you're going to move on quickly and then look for a successor. Here's the half century for Sean Dixon. He's played very nicely this morning, Samit. 50 runs to Sean Dixon from 90 balls with 8 fours. Strike rate of 55, well battered.
Yeah, he's played really well this morning. New ball at Durham's obviously hard work, but I reinforce that he's played the ball late and under his eyes, and he's picked him off nicely this morning.
92 for 1. Lost his opening partner Michael Jones, who made 22 out of a partnership of 66. Comes down the track, drives it back to Patterson White, who's able to take the ball in his left hand and spear it back towards the keeper. Just the announcement over the public address system. Who are these? Do you know these? Some of the Durham young lads walking around the boundary edge.
Yeah, I think they've just finished their second team in academy training.
92 for 1.
Do we sneak one before lunch day, I reckon? Nick one.
Nottinghamshire sneak one.
Yeah.
Well, that would be the goal. Did hear somebody out in the middle say it might be Stephen Mullaney type conditions this morning, but again we've not seen the skipper have an over as Luke Fletcher comes in. Bowls. Oh, that went over the shoulder of the bat. Extra bit of bounce from the 6'6" tall Luke Fletcher. Just took Sean Dixon by surprise. Might just have been.
If anyone's going to get anything out of this wicket, I think we Luke.
Yeah, Dixon, I think, just coming down from the high of getting a 50 and got a really good delivery there.
It's always a vulnerable period, 50 to 60. Just getting a half century and letting your guard down a little bit. And obviously 6 minutes to lunch. 2
slips. Joe Clark at first, Ben Duckett at second. Luke Fletcher bowls and chopped away for 4.
It's a lovely shot.
Nobody between Duckett at second slip and Ben Slater at backward point. It was chopped nicely down to the rope in front of us. And Durham within 4 now of 3 figures. 96 for 1. Dixon has 54. Still David Beddingham to come. High quality player. Scott Borthwick the skipper. Ned Eckersley, Ian Travaskis, Ben Rain, Matty Potts and Chris Rushworth and Ollie Gibson.
I've seen the score down at Glamorgan, Dave.
96 for 1. I haven't, Summit. If you've got the scores, you can. This is down the leg side of claiming a catch. It's not given because I think there would be rather more of a celebration had that happen.
I'd be pleased to know that Glammy are 70 for 7.
Well,
it's table toppers of Div 2 or 70 for 7.
You say. I'll be pleased to know. The bad news, the bad news of that is that Middlesex are having a good morning.
Yeah.
96 for 1. Here comes Luke Fletcher. Dixon on 54. This is nudged in the general direction of Liam Patterson-White. So what have we got? 2 balls left in this over. The digital clock says 12:57, so they might...
I think they're going off that clock there, aren't they?
They might sneak another one in.
We're going off the scoreboard, or we're going off the...
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know. It was you chatting to the umpires. You should have asked them. You should have been on the ball and said, which clock are you going by, guys? This is the 28th over. I think not so like another one.
It's normally the digital one, isn't it?
Fletcher in and bowls. Now then, LBW shout. Given! And Fletcher has got a wicket. And Sean Dixon, the set batsman, has to go out for 54. Luke Fletcher turned and bellowed out a roar which shook umpire Lungley to the ground. But before he fell, he raised his finger and then also said, I think we might as well pop off and have a bit of lunch, fellas, as well. Luke Fletcher with a wicket right on lunch. Sean Dixon, LBW Luke Fletcher. And that's a really important time for Nottinghamshire to strike with what turns out to be the final ball of the session. 1 ball left in the 28th over. Applause for Sean Dixon. He'll be absolutely devastated. I've got to do an update for Radio Nottingham, and Martin's got to come in and do one. So if you want to just pop in here, Sam, just swap headphones.
I did say it would be a crucial period between 50 and 60, and I unfortunately put the mockers on Dixon. And Fletch to get a wicket stroke on lunch. So yeah. It's probably going to give us a bit of a boost going into lunch, and put a bit of bang on after lunch, hopefully.
Right, well, we'll leave it there because my update isn't for another 10 minutes or so. So we will see you again at 20-2, and Durham going into the break 96 for 2. Decent morning for them, but losing Dixon right on the cusp of lunch for 54, his 3rd half century in a row this season.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do. It's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it. And that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so. But we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers, industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
One of the most successful entertainers of all time is coming to Durham. Wednesday, June 29th, spend an evening with Diana Ross at Durham Cricket's Riverside Stadium. Hear the hits that have shaped pop music for over 50 years, along with tracks from the new album. Diana Ross, live at Durham Riverside Stadium, June 29th. Visit durhamcricket.co.uk now for details and booking.
Okay. It's lunch.
Keegan, welcome to Durham. How does it feel to have joined the club?
Thank you. It's nice. It's settled in. I've got time to settle in now. Enjoying the environment, enjoying the boys and the vibe in the team. So hopefully that continues.
You mentioned you've settled in there. How have the first few days been here in the northeast?
Tiring, cold, but I guess I'll get used to it somehow.
And looking back at the first week here in Durham, it was a hectic couple of days for you. You came to Durham on the back of them 2 test matches against Bangladesh. You were then straight on a flight and straight into cricket. Just tell us a bit about that experience. Getting here, it wasn't the easiest, was it?
Yeah, it was a bit of a roller coaster couple of days. That from the flight straight into the game. So the body took a bit of time to adjust and just to get the flight out of my legs. But yeah, it gave me time to see and assess the conditions. Hopefully I can do better this week in terms of the cricket side of things. Just hope I can contribute to a win somehow to the team.
And looking ahead to this spell with Durham, I guess it's perfect for Durham, it's perfect for you, it's perfect for Cricket South Africa. Getting used to the conditions, playing in England ahead of that test series against England later in the summer.
Yeah, from a personal capacity, I think it's important for me to kind of just come to terms with the conditions, knowing there's an important series coming up against England later this year. So hopefully I can take the best out of the learnings that I get from this experience and just apply it in that series.
And you've had some spells in England playing Premier League cricket, but your first opportunity to play first class cricket. How did it come about, and why did you want to come over here and play in England in the first class game?
Yeah, fortunately Durham got in contact with me after the India series earlier this year. That went well for me, thankfully, and I pounced on the opportunity. It was an easy yes for me to come this side. I've always wanted to experience county cricket, and I'm fortunate to have the opportunity now.
You mentioned South Africa there. You bat for South Africa. You're batting free for Durham. Just tell the Durham members a bit about your style as a cricketer and what they're going to expect to see from you over the next 7 weeks or so.
I'm just an easygoing guy, really. I think it plays in my cricket as well. What they see is what they get. Like I say, hopefully I can do well for the team. That is what I'm here for, first and foremost, and contribute to a couple of wins, like I said.
You mentioned Durham got in touch with you after that India series. What a series it was for you. You were named Player of the Series, ICC Player of the Month for January. You must be delighted with where your cricket's at the moment on the international stage.
Yeah, it was absolute dream come true, that India series, and that last game was at home for me at Newlands, and it meant quite a lot to me. So in hindsight, that series can't change my life, and I'm happy that with where I am right now in international cricket, in Test cricket, and I just want to get better and better in that format, and hopefully I can.
Just finally, KP, you've had a chance to catch up with David Bednan this week, a friend of yours back home. How much are you looking forward to playing with him for the next few games and catching up with him over the summer?
Yeah, he's an absolute legend. It's good to be back in a team with him. Last time I played in a team with him was probably a good couple of years ago when I was still at home in Cape Town. Other than that, I've been playing against him for the past couple of years. But yeah, it's always nice to share the training room with guys you kind of grew up with and played against. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I'm not talking about the sandwiches, I'm talking about black greenies. The greenies and the black greenies as well. No, man. The part wood, but the part wood when they got them. Because it was coming with a fence as well. Yeah, I've got a place. With my bed. With my bed. On the grave. Oh, see, when you're told about when you say that one, I remember and I was when's that? Yeah. The Springs was in a different place, so I got not on office.
We can do something.
Talking about your lives, it's a subject. I'm going back with
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so. But we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Wasn't the best of shots, and he was given out caught behind, looked crestfallen, so whether or not the implication was he didn't hit it or he was just disappointed with the shot, could have been either. Anyway, he was out, and then Sean Dutton got to his third 50 in a row, 3 games, 3 knocks of at least 50, and then on 54, what was due to be the penultimate ball before lunch, LBW to Luke Fletcher, the ball just angling it and hitting him on the pad, front leg, and so he departed for 54. So we have 1 ball left of that over, and then it's 28 overs gone. Durham 96 for 2. Scott Borthwick is the new batsman. Left-hander out there for the first time. Good afternoon, everybody. And Luke Fletcher will be delighted to get that wicket. He only got 1 at Hove, and then a tired hamstring. Didn't play last week. Went for 3 boundaries in a row this morning. Back with a wicket, he's in to Borthwick. Gets 1, strikes him midships, end of the over, and Durham 96 for 2. So that's the 28th over. Lunch obviously has come and gone up and down the country, playing all the games. I was looking at our friend Ben Compton that we've been talking about. Kent 97 for 1 at home to Hampshire. Compton 26 not out. He's looking on from afar. There's a lot of talk about how he's block. And looks like he's been reading some of those reports. A 2-hour session, 26 not out. It's noteworthy and commendable that he's not out yet again. But a 2-hour session, 26 runs. It's well, at Canterbury, Kent versus Hampshire. There's LPW, there's Martin Emerson. And Patterson now right round, but he comes and bowls. And the ball played back to him by Keegan Patterson, so it's Patterson to Patterson. No, Peterson, isn't it? I knew that would happen. It's Patterson right to Peterson. We'll have a Patterson as well. Peterson keeping with it, yeah, and Peterson keeping with it. Keep standing to the stumps as Peterson defends this one. An email which came in just before lunch from M. Jackson. We were talking about Romania beating England when they all had the Romanian players all had their hair bleached. Round the wicket comes the ball, and it's played off to a square leg. I said I thought it was the European Championship in Peshawar in 2000, and the reason I remember that was because I'd only just moved into the flat with my wife that week and we watched it in the pub. So I hadn't met her when the World Cup was on in 1998. As Patterson White comes round and bowls again, faster delivery there, Pearson down the track to him and nearly mistimes his angle of a boat. Just gets the bat on the ball right there and the sound is gone, everybody's saying. Martin's sounding like a Cyberman. Like a what? A Cyberman. Meaty says it's all gone potty, it sounds like you're underwater. So refresh at your end and we'll pass it on at our end. It's turned off towards square leg. No run. There's the we have literally done nothing to do with it that we're speaking to. Some around the wicket balls pushed into the offside. No run. That's the sound right. Duckett doing the fielding. It remains 96 for 2. I'll plough on regardless and Marty will get on the case. Get his box full of spanners out and give it a bit of a tweaking. Liam Patterson-White, 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. The wicket takers, Dane Patterson, who dismissed Michael Jones for 22, and Luke Fletcher, who dismissed Sean Dixon for 54. And Pattinson has just gone off, so we've had 7 balls since lunch, and let's make a change in the field. What a little unlucky not to be playing. As Luke Fletcher from the Lumley end bowls to Borthwick. And the Durham captain pushes it up to mid-off. And there's no run. As lunch scores elsewhere, assuming you can hear me fine, Kenton 97 for 1 at home to Hampshire. Gloucestershire's openers 101 without loss at Old Trafford. Yorkshire 110 for 3 at Northampton. Somerset 62 for 1 at Surrey. Essex 89 for 2 at Warwickshire. They are the Division 1 scores. Luke Fletcher bowls again. Borthwick pushing to the offside. Patterson-White fields and there's no run. And in Division 2, De Morgan 71 for 7 at home to Middlesex. Leicestershire 68 for 4 at home to Derbyshire. And Warwickshire 118 for 3 at home to Sussex. There are your lunch scores. 9 county championship matches going on and all the scores and access to all the commentary and everything you might need on the BBC Sport website. Fletcher in, and an edge from Borthwick. It's gone wide of the slip cord and along the ground, down towards the third man boundary. Will it get there, will it not? Oh, that's a 4. Who's that who chased after that? Is that Patterson? Squeezy Cripps has got a really nasty muddy knee now, but he's tried to stop the baller, but he just slid onto the rope with the ball. Squeezy Cripps, as you found, sounding fine on sound, so it might just be a radio. It is. It's there's 100 runs up for Durham. It's the sound is leaving here perfectly. It's arriving in the computer system along the corridor perfectly, and then something's happening between there and the internet. So we'll try and sort it out. Yeah. Meanwhile, just what we all do, just keep refreshing. There's Fletcher then from the Lumley end, bowling to the left-handed Borthwick, and again the Durham skipper gets solidly behind it, and good for 2. Anyway, email from M. Hi Martin and the team, lovely weather on time/real side given the mist this morning, so fingers crossed Durham will still be batting at 5 tonight. The England-Romania game that you mentioned was indeed in Charleroi in Belgium, because Newcastle played them around the same era. In either the UEFA Cup or the Intertoto. Now remember, John Motts and Jimmy Hill were trying to explain the Romanian players had dyed their hair yellow and would give them an advantage in picking out the pass against England. Borthwick has 4. Luke Fletcher comes in to him, bowls and hits him on the pad. Big yell towards umpire Longley, not given. Going down the leg side and kept low. As I say, not in line with a long leg here for Borthwick, but the suspicion was that Borthwick was looking to play it to leg, might have moved across. Sometimes you do get the batsman wandering a long way across and being vulnerable, but the umpire shook his head. And Borthwick survives. I seem to think he got a first ball at Trentbridge. Was it last year or was it the Bob Willis Trophy year? Was that his first year back? Because he wasn't there the year before. As captain, it was the first match and he got a first ball. He has hurt knocks in the past, 188 many years ago at Trentbridge, under 5 in the same game. 100 for 2. remembering him from the Bob Willis game, because that was the day that was the week. Forgot to look to see if the dog came out of the pushchair at lunch. Passing right over the wicket now to Borthwick, the left-hander. This is played back up towards the bowler's end by the Durham skipper, no run. Who's this heading off for the nets? Is it one of the young Durham protégés going for a net, I think? I don't know if this kid's going in the future as Patterson right bowls, played by batsman Borthwick to... You should tell the listeners who it is, actually, because they can't see. It's Ben Stokes. Off the net. Looks in good order. Then we've got Goodman and James Franklin for a few throwdowns. Borthwick forward to this one from Patterson right. Might get Sammy to go and have a ball at him. And Sammy ball? Yeah. Do the twirly stuff still, does he? Only with the right ball. Only with the right ball. Unless you're paying him at weekends. Comes in, flights that right up, and that's a full toss, nets away for 4 through the covers from Borthwick's bat. It's not going to make it, is it? It's going to stop right in the wall. Does it go? Talked about one of those earlier, yeah. 80-yard chase for nothing. That's a long way to run as well. It's back on, just come on for James Pattinson as the 12th wrestler. And run off that lunch straight out. He had extra portions, thinking he wouldn't be needed this afternoon. James Pattinson came on and then went off after 7 balls. Patterson right balls again. This is under square leg this time. So they need no run. And it says the sound's sorted, but the picture's now jumping around. Jump around. Sorry, Andy. Jump up. My picture's fine. Martin's on it. My picture's absolutely fine. Well, Andy's isn't it? Well, Andy needs to do something about why if you go buy this cheap stuff down the market, Andy. 105 for 2 is the score. The wicket's going down at 66 and 96. I think Samit uttered something along the lines, he used to be my bunny when we mentioned Ben Stokes. You can hear from Samit at 2 o'clock when he comes in. And you ever got him out, Samit? Hey, I'm going to look this up. Got him in his pocket, he says. 105 for 2. Law of averages, I suggest. Luke Fletcher. Very pleasant looking conditions, I say that, because it really does look like it's a hot summer's day, but it won't be. There'll be biting chill out there as Fletcher bowls to right-handed Keegan Peterson, who's on 4 from 28 deliveries. I know they've just got him used to him, Martin, but 4 from 28 deliveries. Has he got a reputation? Have you looked at that sort of stickability? Is that his way? I don't know. He batted quite a long time the other day for 37. And then Michael Lunn took a catch. Just looking on this list of names here, and wickets, Andre Adams, I remember he played for MCC against Durham and Abu Dhabi. And
then final games towards the end of the championship last year, he was just pipped by Tom Haynes to 1,000 runs, having been the first to 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. Fletcher in, turned away towards mid-wicket.
See, Haynes has got a few wickets this morning as well.
Has he?
Yeah, I think he's got 2 for. The boys tell me he's a good player down in Sussex, actually.
Durham are there next week. Maiden from Fletcher at the end of that over. 1 for 32 from 11 overs, 3 maidens.
We always say bowling in partnerships and batting in partnerships. This is set the tone nicely for them 2 big lads up top.
The sun is still shining though. So winning the toss and putting Durham in murky conditions this morning, Notts, and more or less as soon as they walked out, the sun came out.
How is Bellingham against the spin? Is he attacking or is he accumulator?
Depends the situation of the match, as Patterson White bowls to him, and he plays that one to. He should have been off the mark there.
He should have been, yeah.
And I don't know why they haven't got a single there, because that's out towards wide mid-on, and Scott Borthwick said no.
It's not really Scott's call, is it?
No, fielded by Lyndon James, and he didn't actually take it cleanly initially, sort of rolled over the ball. Left arm around from the Finkel end to Beddingham, who defends this one.
He's made a good impact in county cricket, hasn't he, Beddingham?
He's a great player to watch, and I mean to see the season he had last year and then to continue with it this year. Patterson White comes in. That's gone down the leg side, flighted that in there. What's he got so far this season, Bellingham? 267 runs already at an average of 133.5.
Is this his 3rd year here?
Yeah.
He had a good first year, didn't he?
Yeah, well, it was just that Bob Willis trophy. It was only 2 months of cricket, really, wasn't it? So in comes Patterson White again. Oh, that's gone off from an inside edge there, across towards backward square leg. He's off the mark.
Yeah, Patterson White's settled in nicely into his spell here. He's picked up some crucial wickets as Pato this year.
What's he got now? He's got 12 now, hasn't he? 5 for 84. Was that at Sussex?
Well down at Hove, yeah.
Update for Radio Newcastle.
He's out. Borthwick is now gone.
Well, Durham have just lost 2 quick wickets after lunch and 1 just before lunch. Scott Borthwick is the latest to go, caught off the bowling of Liam Patterson White out in the gully area, and prior to that he's walking off with 8 to his name. We've just seen Keegan Peterson, the South African, go for 5 LBW to Patterson White, and the wicket before lunch was that of Sean Dixon, LBW to Luke Fletcher for 54 in the final over before lunch. At that point Durham had been going along nicely, having been put in. They were 96 for 1, then 96 for 2. They are now 107 for 4 and have got a bit of work to do here. Commentary on the BBC website and via the sports app.
Yep, I mentioned it was a crucial passage of play, and Notts have got that the breakthrough that they've needed to try and hopefully break the back of Durham's batting.
And that wicket came just as it was about to start, so it was Stephen Mullaney who took the catch. And that is the end of Scott Borthwick. He faced 21 balls.
Is this Ned Eckersley, is it?
Looks like it,
yeah. It is, yeah.
It was Ned and David Beddingham, who put on a massive partnership at Nottingham last year at the start of the season. He batted and batted and batted.
See Hasim Hamid going in at short leg now.
Where was Mullaney when he took that catch? Was he gully?
Slip.
Slip.
Yeah.
Well, it took 32 overs to get 32 and a half overs to get the first bowling point on the board, and suddenly They're on their way to the second. 107 for 4. Just the 1 run added from that previous partnership. So Ned Eckersley is the new man.
Paterson doesn't want to get 2 wickets, especially up here in April. Spinners don't normally out of the game here, early season.
Comes in and bowls. That's a half tracker, and that's played by Eckersley off towards the cover boundary for 1. So 2 runs from it and a wicket for Patterson White, who's now taken 2 for 12 in 5 overs, 2 of them maidens. That partnership last year, Eckersley made 113 not out, Beddingham 180 not out. 5th wicket stand of 254 was a record for Durham, and they gave themselves an entire day to try and bowl knots out after that, but pitch flattened out again and it ended in a draw. Knots were 298 for 5, needed another 98 to win when the captains shook hands. Snow flurries that day as well from memory. It was a chilly week, that one. And then the following week at Chelmsford was freezing as well. It was sunny, but it was cold. So Durham need to rebuild here. Eckersley is on 1. Beddingham's on 1, and they're 108 for 4. Fletcher has the ball in his hand, and he's going to come in from the Finkel end. Sorry, from the Lumley end, coming in towards us. 2 slips in place as he bowls.
Oh, bold.
A late leave there from Eckersley. And it angled back over the stumps more or less as it was passing by.
It's a good length. I think we found a bit of rhythm now, the boys. Fletcher settles in nicely anyway, but I think more so with bowling in partnerships is pretty crucial. I think this is a moment in the game where once you do get momentum, we as Notts fans will be looking to try and grab all of it.
108 for 4. Fletcher in. Eckersley leaves that one, that is wide of off stump and is leavable. There was a good 2 or 3 stumps across there. There's been so much going on. There's been
Glamorgan on 3 for 8.
Paul says, any chance of getting Ben Stokes in the commentary box? He's in the nets at the minute. Can't recall that he has done commentary with me, unless it was one of the MCC games. Did you come up to do some commentary in Abu Dhabi? Up on the 5th floor?
No, I don't think I did.
A few of the lads did. I remember Andrew Adams did.
No. That was when Saywag played, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's defended by Eckersley.
Saywag got 100 that second innings. I think I got 40 up with him.
Well, the thing is, I mean, you're in that stadium surrounded by all these other cricket pitches, and there were some expat teams playing on a Friday afternoon. There was loads of games going on around us, which you could see up on the 5th floor. You could see all this happening. And then there was one particular night I came downstairs and I think the team buses had gone and I had to get a taxi, and got in the taxi, and the taxi driver said, what are you doing at the ground? And I said, oh, there's a match going on. And I think the taxi driver was from Pakistan, as the Fletcher comes in here and bowls, and he said, so well, who is playing in there today? Anybody I would have heard of? And I said, well, Virender Sehwag's captaining one of the teams, and he did an emergency stop in the car park and looked sort of lovingly back at the stadium and pointed and said, Virender Sehwag is in there? And I said, well, he might have just left on the team bus, but he'll be back tomorrow. And he just, you could just see all these thoughts going around in his head, you know.
Cricket in that part of the world is what they play, and as you said, expats from all over the globe.
The problem is they just don't get enough time off to go and watch it, do they? And I mean, you know, if you've been to games in Abu Dhabi, it's generally, you might have a few expat English and Scots maybe in the stands, but Fletcher comes in and bowls, and this is defended. Rolls up towards mid-off. I was talking to a taxi driver who was also from Pakistan, and he spent virtually a whole year working every day, hardly any days off. Sent most of his money back home, shared a house with a number of other people, and they all shared the cars, so one would be sleeping while another one was driving, and hard graft. And then I think about once a year they managed to scrape together enough money to get home for a week or so. Really tough life they have. 108 for 4 as Fletcher comes in here, driven by Eckersley. That's a nice shot. Yeah. Has it got the legs to go for 4? It's gone past point. There are 2 people chasing it.
No, I think it's 4.
Trundles towards Victor Main, the groundsman, and he fields it. Now, last year he would have had to kick that back, but this year he's able to pick the ball up. End of the over. Nice shot from Eckersley. He moves on to 5, and Durham 112 for 4 here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Leicester. Sorry, Leicester, that was last week, wasn't it? BBC Radio Nottingham. We've moved on a few days. It's match number 3. I'll be saying Radio Nottingham next week when I'm in Hove. Some gulls flying the thermals just out the ground beyond the health club, going round and round in circles just above one of the big floodlight pylons. And there's hardly a cloud in the sky. It's clear sky above us and the sun is shining. Patterson White to continue. He's taken 2 for 12 in 5 overs, 2 maidens. One of them was a wicket maiden. That was when he got Keegan Peterson LBW for 5. Bowling from the Finkel end. Our end of the ground. Left arm around to Beddingham. Beddingham cuts and plays the ball up to Patterson at the point boundary in front of the TV screen. Has Trent Bridge still got the biggest telly in Europe? Or is that title gone now? You know. Don't know.
Does it?
It was.
Oh yeah.
Comes down the track this time. Eckersley plays the ball up to mid-off. No run there. He's fielded by Joe Clark.
He's bowling nicely there, Liam.
Little hop and a skip as he comes in and bowls. And Eckersley down the track, puts that away for 4. Used his feet nicely there, met the ball on the bounce and played it straight back past the bowler between him and mid-on for 4.
It's a lovely shot from Ned. He's got to the pitch and didn't try and hit too hard and hit it past mid-on for 4. Lovely shot.
How old is Liam now? 23. He got some runs here last year, didn't he? 73. 2021. Comes up to bowl. Eckersley plays the ball back to the bowler via the ground. It was a full delivery, that full length delivery right up and towards the block hole. 117 for 4. 2 balls left of this over. Eckersley forward, snuffs that one out. Got a short leg in place. Under the, is that Hamid in there?
It is.
Under the helmet. And Mulaney at first slip. Last ball. Use of the feet once again from Eckersley. Steers the ball out towards mid-wicket, and a slight misfield there.
Ben Slater.
By Ben Slater. It went through his hands, but it didn't go far, and that's the end of the over. No run. Still a little bit of haze in the sky to the north, looking up towards Gateshead, but we can see the tower blocks on the hill near the Gateshead Angel.
I was up in Newcastle a few weeks ago, actually.
Were you? What was the occasion?
Just
a few days away.
Just a few days away, looking at a new venture.
Oh.
Can't give away any secrets.
We've got an exclusive coming here.
No, can't give away can't give away anything.
To do with cricket or something else entirely?
No, something else. Much more fun.
Luke Fletcher comes in here now from the Lumley end, bowling to Beddingham, who's forward to that, plays it up to mid-off. Is it involving sport or not?
You can involve sport there. You can involve it there.
Yeah.
In fact, there will be sport on, yes.
So where did you have to go in Newcastle to discuss this issue?
Just the city centre.
Right. Sort of around the arena area?
No, I don't know Newcastle that well, but... Is it Greek Street? No, it's not.
No. That's Soho, isn't it? Greek Street. That's gone towards Backward Point now around there. Were you near a Greek restaurant?
No. What's the big... Where all the bars and restaurants are down the bottom?
Oh, the big market.
Yeah, not far from there.
Down on the either there or down on the quayside.
I think quayside, yeah.
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 117 for 4 now, Durham. What's the over rate? Is that -2, does that say? Over rate's -2. Fletcher coming in to bowl to Beddingham on 2. Beddingham drives, that's
a
lovely.
Lovely shot.
That's away for 4, right out the meat of the bat. And one of the other ground staffs jumped in front of Vic and fielded the ball first as it leapt up off the rope. Nicely timed drive there, past point.
Lovely square drive there from David Beddingham. Keeper coming up now to Fletch.
Tom Moore's made his county championship debut against Durham. Red hot week at Southport in 2016. Exciting game which went to the final session. Fletcher in, Beddingham forward to that one, defends. Ball rolls back to the bowler. It was right on the front pad, that delivery.
That's exactly what he's going to be trying to do now, is just hit the knee roll, bit of movement. Bring in the 2 slip catchers, Clarkey and Ducky.
Last time these two sides met here, I arrived at the ground and I thought it was still set up for a kids' game from the day before.
The boundaries were very, very
It was
short.
120 yards from one side to the other as Durham tried to get maximum batting points. They didn't actually pick one up in the end. As Fletcher comes in and bowls. Cut by Beddingham, that's a lovely shot. That's behind point and away to the third man. Boundary, wide third man for 4. Just makes it over the rope. Yeah, what happened with that one was Durham's game against Warwickshire the previous week. They never even finished the first innings because it rained most of the time in Birmingham. And they were 15 points behind Notts going into what was the final group game before the split into the 3 divisions. So they came up with this plan of the smallest boundaries possible to try and go for maximum bonus points. Durham had also had 3 points docked after the draw at Warwickshire for a slow over, right? Even though the first innings wasn't even complete. Fletcher to bowl, Beddingham forward to this one. Ball rolls up to mid-off. And that is the end of the over. 8 runs from it, 2 nice 4s from Beddingham. He's on 10 from 14. Eckersley 9, Durham 125 for 4 here on the BBC. Anyway, they were all out for, was it 154 or something? Can't remember. Didn't get many, did they?
Crazy spell from Joey Everson, was it?
Yeah, he got a 5-er, didn't he? What did they make? Yes, the second part of Durham's cunning plan backfired. They were bowled out for 165 on day 3 and failed to get a batting point. It's a bit of rain, I think 88 overs were lost as well. So, and then they held on for a draw at the end. And then Notts went into Division 1, Durham went into Division 2. Pallison White ready to start his 7th over, 2 for 17 from him. From the Finkel end, bowling to Eckersley, left arm round. Eckersley down the track, smacks the ball into his front foot and it bounces off towards point, no run. Got a thick inside edge there. Trying to use his feet, isn't he? I wonder if he's seen Keegan Peterson going back into the crease and LBW and trying to negate that worry.
No, I think we're just trying to be busy. Back and forward.
That's cut.
Yeah.
And that's a lovely shot. That's 4. That's gone flying past point up to the TV screen.
See, if you do move your feet up and down the wicket, as a spinner, I think you kind of you're playing the guessing game then. If you know you can bowl one length and one pace, it makes it easier for us. So I think Ned's got a good pull at the minute.
129 for 4. Eckersley's on 13 from 14 balls. Patterson White balls. That's dug out around about leg stump. It's nearly Yorker length. No run. Bowler comes up again and balls. And a good diving stop there. Diving to his left to stop the ball racing away for runs. Got a crop of new youngsters coming through at the moment, really, haven't they? Notts.
We have.
A few younger lads making it now. Eckersley forward again.
Well bowled. Yeah, we've got some good ones. Patterson White, Lyndon James, Joey Everson.
Yeah.
Luke Fletcher.
Cut from... Oh, there's Fletcher going down. Took about 3 minutes to get down there. Big lad.
Missed out on a single, I reckon.
Yeah. I think they could have had a single. It bounced off him at backward point, but end of the over. How tall is Luke?
Tall.
6'3". Eh?
What was he, 6'4"?
6'6".
6'6".
It's a long way to get down to the ball when you're up there.
The Bulwell bomber.
Yes, end of the over. 129 for 4.
Change of the ball in. Dame Patterson. From the Lumley end.
Got the first wicket this morning when Jones tried to hook him and was a judge caught behind. So we've got Patterson White at one end and Patterson at the other, but Peterson is no longer out there in the middle, so some of the confusion eases there.
The short leg pads are off. Does that mean we're having a bowling change this end as well? Doubt it. 7 overs 2 for 21 for Patterson White.
Right arm over from the Lumley end to Beddingham, who plays the ball to point. It's a dot ball.
No, we'd always say that.
Pull your mic up a little bit there, Sammy. You just off mic slightly. Yeah.
We'd always say that if we send a batting team in that try and bowl them back before 280. Really, would always say below 280 we've done a decent job. Yeah, I think we're in a good position here. If we scramble a few more wickets and bowl you out for 200, it'd be a great effort.
2 slips in place as Patterson bowls to Beddingham. Beddingham plays the ball into the ground and it bounces up to point where Ben Slater takes it. With his sunglasses on, stiff north easterly breeze, more sort of easterly than northerly, on the Nottinghamshire flag at the far end of the pavilion. A cooling breeze. There's actually some people in t-shirts in the County Durham stand there out of the wind, you see, they're in the sunshine. It was nice in the back lane out the breeze at lunchtime.
You guys wear t-shirts in December then, eh?
Yeah. Patterson to Beddingham, a play and a miss.
Good ball, that.
Just leaves the outside edge of the bat and goes through to the wicket keeper. Well, I think this is a nice summer's day, to be honest with you, Sam. It's quite pleasant.
You always need a heater though up here, don't you?
No. You just need thicker blood. Yeah, you see some of the sites recently, people going out still in the winter with skimpy tops on and whatnot, and you're thinking, how
Jesus, yeah.
In comes Patterson again, defended.
Bold.
I was reminded today, I saw a picture coming up on my timeline. So on this day last year, me and my wife got those motorised scooters down the seafront, and we went to one of these places where it's all containers, you know. The bars are all made out of old containers. So we were in this sort of courtyard area, and we were in the shade, and the breeze was coming off the sea. I had a woolly hat on, gloves, a body warmer, a coat and a scarf, and I was freezing. And this is how daft it was as Patterson comes in and bowls.
Oh, it's on the knee roll, wobble.
Yeah, it's a bit of an inside edge under the knee roll there from Beddingham. And
so you went to Bosch. What was it? What containers were they?
Well, it's a place called the Stack, so so it's all bars.
That's exactly where I was, in Newcastle.
Right, right.
Where
What, the one under the bridge? Because the one in the city centre is closed down.
It's done now. It's gone to the tyre place has taken over there, isn't it?
It's going to be HMRC. You're going to build a new office block there.
Yeah, well, I love that Stack place. It's really good.
Patterson again to Beddingham. Nice shot through the covers. It hasn't got the legs. It's not going to go for 4. He's going to run 3 probably.
Yeah, I think 3. Yeah.
And towards the castle stand. 3 runs.
Shot on the up that.
He's chased by Liam Patterson White. Left arm throw back at the keeper.
I think Tom Walls is pretty amused by that throw.
132 for 4 here on the BBC. Yeah, well, the one near us is on the beach, effectively, at Seaburn.
Seaburn, so yeah, we were meant to come and have a look at that property, actually.
Right, so it's about a mile from where I live, but because we were in the shade, it was freezing, and they were bringing all these heaters on wheels, and the people on the table next to us were in T-shirts because they were in the direct sunshine. I couldn't believe the contrast in temperatures. It was about 15 degrees over about 3 yards or something like that. So it was a chilly day. But then afterwards we came back up to our local pub and we sat in the sun out of the breeze, and it was lovely and hot, just in t-shirts. So a bit like today with the people in the stands there. There's a lady just in a t-shirt.
Would you say it's a nice concept?
The stack, yeah. It's interesting what they've done down at Seaburn, yeah, because there's quite a bit of land there that they were trying to look for ideas for. First ball of this new over from Liam Patterson-White, played to short mid-wicket.
It's not going to be there in Newcastle anymore.
Hutton's on.
Hutton is on the field for Fletcher.
Oh no, that's 26, isn't it? Not 16. That's
Carter. Who's it? Yeah, Carter's on the field.
Patterson-White comes in and bowls. Forward comes Beddingham, plays the ball to the cover area. Yeah, the one in Newcastle City Centre, we were there for a leaving do about a month ago, and it's about to be pulled down because I think HMRC have bought that land and it's going to be a new tax office.
Well, we got told it's going to be a tyre company.
The one underneath the bridge is still there, underneath the Tyne Bridge.
Is it still there?
That's still there.
I didn't know there was 2 stacks in Newcastle.
Yeah. Other outdoor leisure companies are available, of course. 132 for 4. Man has dropped towards deep mid-wicket for Beddingham as Patterson-White comes round the wicket, and this is cut out towards the opposite side, towards the pavilion side of the ground for 1. Yeah, the one down at Seaburn has gone up on what used to be a leisure centre, because I used to play football there, and they've built a new hotel next door, which is quite a nice place, and there's all kinds going on around there. The new housing estates being built and everything. There's quite a lively little zone that now. There's quite a few restaurants and bars and things down there.
Yeah, the guys they told me it's a nice little place.
A bit of a delay here. Hamid's come in and he's fielding it silly mid-on, right adjacent to the cut strip. As Eckersley faces this delivery from Patterson-White, plays it back to the bowler. So Beddingham, the non-striking batsman, is now standing behind Hamid at the edge of the next cut strip. Comes the bowler again. Eckersley forward. Big stride to get it on top of that one and smother it out. Patterson-White once again comes in and bowls, and dug out by Eckersley to wide, mid-on for 1.
He's used his feet nicely, hasn't it?
Well, that's where Liam's auntie's from, that area where...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so she lives about half a mile from there, and then just a little bit further along the seafront's a cricket club where I used to play at Whitburn. There's quite a lot going on the seafront now. They've spent a bit of European money in recent years doing things up. New bars and restaurants, new brewery coming, gin bar opening up soon.
Gin bars, they're in at the minute, aren't they?
Yeah. Quite a lot going on the Roker Riviera. It's coming up towards 2:30, so Brace will do an update for Radio Nottingham in a moment or two and then rejoin us. Patterson bowling to Eckersley. Eckersley sort of collapses into the shot there, but manages to keep the ball away. Plays it short on the leg side, no run.
Now you've mentioned stack, it's probably one of the things that we're trying to have one in Nottingham, actually.
Right.
That's why we're up in Newcastle.
You have to go and get some containers from the container depot at Birmingham.
We've already seen the bloke that does he does his own shipping containers, actually.
Right.
Up in Newcastle.
Oh.
That's why we came up. We were actually coming to see the guys at Seaburn.
Oh, inside edge from Eckersley, I think onto the front foot, and then rather than go to the wicket, it's gone the other way towards the leg side. I don't think you knew much about that there. So are you gonna pop across while you're here then?
No. We've done our research into that, I think.
All right.
We've hopefully got plans in place.
If you come over tomorrow night with Brace, I'll take you around the Roker Riviera and show you where everything is, and you can picture it all.
Fortunately, Martin, I'm not here tomorrow. Finished.
It's defended by Eckersley. You'll be here tomorrow for the commentary, though, won't you?
Yes.
Yes. 134 for 4.
How far is that from here?
It's about a 25-minute drive. It's not. It's 13 miles to my house from here. Sunderland.
Towards,
Yeah.
okay,
So out on the coast. Yeah.
So back on the A1 and across.
Yeah. Well,
Over-
across
over-
Washington,
yeah,
really,
yeah.
over Washington way. Past Nissan. You can order yourself a car while you're there.
See Harmy.
Yeah. Oh, where's that gone? Pull that out towards deep mid wicket, and it bounces a couple of times. Just one run. Looked a bigger shot than that, didn't it, initially?
It did. I think it just stopped in the wicket a little bit. Actually. Come off slower than expected.
Eckersley with the shot off Patterson's bowling there, and then replays it a few times as he gets to the other end.
Now this, I don't like this. We've put a deep point out, and it just leaves a big, it leaves a huge
Massive gap for third man.
Gap for third man.
I said last week on air, if I ever opened a pub, it would be called the vacant third man.
No, it just means your best balls are going. Could go for one.
Comes in here. This is defended though by Beddingham. The ball plays back up towards the bowler's end. No run. Dave's lying to his listeners in Nottingham, saying it's cold and he's glad he's indoors. You gonna come on? I'll finish this over and then you can. There's one ball to go, isn't it?
Patterson runs in.
Last ball of the over from the Lumley end.
Oh,
he's edged it.
He edged it.
Beddingham's gone. Big wicket. Beddingham goes for 14.
That's a huge moment in the game, that. Massive.
He's just feathered it through to the keeper, hasn't he?
Yep.
Caught by Moores. That is a big wicket from a Durham point of view.
Maybe it's a 40 to 80 over ball game. Hey? Doesn't do as much with the new one, but that middle period.
Opposite of what was happening this morning, isn't it?
Well, I think we've got the ball in the right area, to be honest, in the second half a bit.
25 balls faced for his 14.
Not that I think we bowled badly in the first session, but I just think our lengths have been a bit fuller. Maybe a tad short in the first session.
It was the last ball of the over as well, and the partnership was worth 28, so 41.6 overs when the wicket fell.
Liam Travascus, new man.
Durham need some runs from somewhere here, because their talisman has gone. Right.
Game is turning a little bit, Samet, isn't it? Nottinghamshire.
Back in the ascendancy, Dave, I reckon.
Well, they've certainly got it back to at least even Stevens, if not, as you say, with their noses in front. I guess it's the old thorny issue now of whether the lower order will go on and outdo the top order. It's, as you know, it's been a failing of many sides many times over the years, isn't it? You get a side, you think you're through them, and then there'll be a frustrating little partnership. But I think Dane Patterson has probably been the pick of the bowlers, deserved that second wicket, and it's a huge one. Here's Liam Patterson-White. There's a couple of things I was going to mention. One, as LPW starts a new over, eased into the offside. Oh, it's just been changed. I was just going to say the BBC Sport website all along have had Ben Duckett taking the catch to dismiss Borthwick. I was going to say that probably needs changing at this end, but they have now changed it. Now then, another shout here, and Patterson-White very confident there. Getting on the front foot is Ned Eckersley. Almost got into a little bit of a pickle there, didn't he?
Play around the front pad, yeah. I think the angle of Liam would have just taken it down.
See, Chris Morley's been in touch and said, have you had much of an influence with Liam Patterson-White? Slow left-arm spinner. Have you worked with him much? Passed anything on? As this is pushed away, and they'll take a single, 136 for 5.
Not too much, to be honest. I think he's done a lot of work with Ambota. Just because of the work in the winter, though, I don't normally I'm not normally here in the winter. I think that he does a lot of work with boats, but he settled in nicely. He had a great start season last year, and he started really well this year, and he's bowling nicely. Probably like a few more runs, but that's just the way it is, especially this time of year. But he's been bowling beautifully.
Were you playing at Taunton for his debut match?
I was.
Well, that was the game you were brought in. Chris
Nash
got injured,
yeah,
didn't he?
Nash's got replaced. Oh, I replaced Nash for concussion.
Here is Patterson White now to the left-handed Travaskis, who defends this one. Yeah, just to go round the houses, I think you'd played, and I don't want to break the memory, I think you played something like 150 consecutive games for Notts. You were left out for that one. Chris Nash went out the back, got hit on the old Bonce, had to retire her. Was it Overton?
Yeah,
and
Jamie O bowled pretty fast that game and hit some blokes on the head.
And then you got whisked back into the game as an official replacement. So
I was in Dunelm Mills.
Next ball.
A bit of shopping.
This is defended.
Got the dreaded phone call from Pete saying you better pack your bags.
Yes, it was an astonishing debut match in that around about an hour after his debut, he was whisked off the field because he looked and was feeling poorly and went straight to hospital. 24 hours in hospital, came out, back on the field and took a fiver. Yeah. It's quite an extraordinary story for Liam Patterson-White.
He's done really well there.
Yeah.
Since he started his debut, he's not looked back really.
I was going to say, if you'd been working with him, I know the first thing, and that would be to stop running round the umpire, bowling round the wicket, and that would be to run between umpire and stumps.
Yeah.
You like that, don't you?
Well,
is the Great Dane. Oh, and he's cut Ned Eckersley in half. Not quite literally. In fact, he's gone. Will he beat the count yet? Dane Patterson's up. That one kept low, comes back and cuts him in half.
So I'm not quite sure if that's a good sign or not, Dave, to be honest. But going back to Pato, yeah, I think spinners, we need angles as well. And not too much of an angle, but a little bit of angle to work with. And
talked about who you'd worked with early in your career. Gary Keedy, I know that was later on in your career, but he was a big one for running between umpire and stumps, wasn't he?
Yeah, I did like Keeds to work with.
136 for 5. Patterson bowls. Will take a single here. Pushing to the offside, although it's shy at the stumps from Patterson-White. He got a direct hit in down at Hove, ran one of the Sussex players out. As he jarred his arm in trying to throw that. Don't want your spinner. They might send for Patit as for Samit as a replacement in this one, but no, it's not a concussion injury. He's okay.
No.
There's Matt Carter here, isn't there? If they need a spin replacement. But yeah, running between the umpire and the stumps.
Keeds, just for repetition, Keeds used to land it on the sixpence, and I think that's one of his areas. The fact that he bowled every morning of a 4-day game, just to get his overs in, because as spinners you need a bit of rhythm as well.
Fine player over many years, Gary Keedy. This one into the pad, I think. It's drifted down the leg side. Tom Moores is after it. That tells you it's not gone that far away on the 45. Going to be a leg by. 138 for 5 at Durham. Beddingham, what did he make? 14. I've not written that down. We've got Jones out for 22, Dixon 54, Peterson 5, Borthwick 8, and Beddingham last out for 14. That's a big wicket for Nottinghamshire to get there, David Beddingham. So Eckersley and Travaskis at the crease. Very capable players, as is Ben Rain. Probably next up as Patterson bowls. Push back to him. There's somebody else getting in touch. Let's have a little look. Yeah, Andy Easom. It sounds like the Corton bowled at Giltbrook is going to have a sister venue in the Toon. Is that what Samit's up to?
As much as I'd like to have a sister venue in the Toon, well, yeah, if you can get me a property, I'm sure we can arrange something.
Yeah, the Corton bowled is your...
So a nice little micro pub in Giltbrook.
138 for 5. Next ball driven crisply to mid-on. Open every night?
It's open every night, yes. Touch wood, it's doing pretty well.
I wouldn't have thought, you'll tell me if I'm wrong, there's much passing trade you've got your band of locals, haven't you? They get in there and.
Well, it's on a good bus route, to be honest. You can get on and off a bus.
Yeah, but
passing train, not locals, regulars, and
dying for a drink. Oh, there's a pub.
Exactly. Yeah, it's around the area.
You need to get it out there a little bit more. I mean, the Harry Gurney Stuart Broad combo. It's been in all the papers and everything. It's just pushed in the offside.
I think it's just tickling out nicely, Dave. To be honest.
Good out. If you're in the Giltbrook area of Nottingham anyway, you might get Sam. You'll certainly get his brother in there, and he'll be happy to look after you. End of the over, 138 for 5 is the score.
It's a nice little boozers in West Bridgford. The parlour. Have you been in there, Dave? The parlour on the avenue.
Oh, not allowed out.
You're not allowed out. Parlour on the avenue. You've got.
All my particular areas of pleasure have been taken away from me, either by the missus or the doctor.
There's a funky little pub called, just opposite the train station, called Hops. It's really good.
My body's a temple, Sam. You won't find me in places like that.
Absolutely.
There's Liam Patterson white balls, and this is just played onto the leg side, fielded by Ben Duckett.
Down the Working Men's Club, Newark Working Men's Club, Dave.
138 for 5. Next ball is driven down the ground for 4 past the diving Liam Patterson White. I was reminded of it was a nice shot, wasn't it? I was reminded of traditional old working men's clubs. I checked in last night and just stuck the telly on, and then I was going to pop down and have a drink, and there was that programme on Gaza, Paul Gascoigne, and I think probably the most famous working men's club in the country because of the name, the Dunstan Excelsior. What was it? The Dunstan Excelsior Working Men's Club. I think there was an age where everybody in the country knew about that because that's where Gaza went.
Gaza.
Lyndon James doing the fielding. It was indeed. I think I was there for possibly his 3 biggest games of his career, as the next one's hit back to the bowler. World Cup.
Is he going to win
1990.
This battle? Is Patterson White going to win this?
You're quite right, Sam.
Travascus battle.
You're quite right. Let's keep it to cricket. He's gone. Yeah. He went over the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah, I think this is quite a good move actually from Patterson.
Now he's going back round.
Yeah.
Stephen Mullaney at slip always goes in there for the slower bowlers. Mullaney and Duckett and Clark do it for the quicks.
I think Mullaney does it just because he can speak to the fast bowlers.
Next ball, and it's pushed back to the bowler. Simon Trafford says, any discount, Sammit, if I pop in?
Well, ask the gaffer. I'm not the gaffer. I'm sure we can sort something out, Simon, to be honest.
Patterson White, squad number 22, round the wicket. Balls asking. It's a good job he's not got the umpire's coat on, Liam Patterson White, because he'd have given 2 or 3 out, including that one. And Liam Travascus survives. End of the over, 142 for 5. Andy says the C&B sponsor my godson Ryan's Sunday football team.
They do, yeah, they do.
Charlie says that last one was a massive wicket. Get in, Knots. What a treat for my work break. $142 for 5. Not been with us since the start. It was very cloudy this morning and typical 10:30 conditions, you'd have to say. So no surprise when Nottinghamshire put Durham in. Stephen Mullaney won the toss. This one's played with soft hands on the 45. Single taken to the right-handed Eckersley, former Leicestershire man. Moves to 18, so they'll swap over for the left-handed Travascus. Durham got off to a decent start this morning with the 50 brought up in around about an hour. James Pattinson kept overstepping. I think there were 4 no balls, so that cost him 8 runs. He's bowled 7 overs, Samet. Would you be thinking about bringing James Pattinson back? Or?
I'd bring the enforcing James Pattinson back on to make sure he's nice and aggressive.
Mind you, these two aren't going for many, and they're posing a threat. This is pushed out into the offside. They've both taken wickets since lunch, so I guess Stephen Mullaney's got the right partnership on at the moment.
He has got the right partnership. We've done a really good job since lunch, to be honest.
Is it a balancing act between what you would get from James Pattinson if he came on and got a lift by getting a wicket, or the flip side of that is it could be a release of pressure if there's more no-ball troubles or more flying off the edge down to the boundary rope, getting this partnership up and running. So he's probably content just to leave this pair on for the time being as Dane Patterson bowls again to the left-handed Travaskis now.
What I do see is it's probably just a rotating job at the other end, keep Pato going at this end. And yeah, you can be aggressive from the other end, and that's exactly what Jimmy will give you is aggression. And obviously we're going to try and crack this partnership up and get some momentum back.
143 for 5, Durham. A little bit of work to do to get up towards those batting bonus points and to make the most of the platform. It is a nice shot, pushed away by Travaskis into the spaces on the offside and now into the boundary boards. Snooker maximum up there, 147 on the board. World Championships on at the Crucible at the moment. I did have a look yesterday. So if I'm driving up to the northeast, I wonder if there's wonder who's on at the Crucible on Wednesday afternoon. Might consider a little bit of a stop off and have a look. There was 3 tickets left for the Judd Trump match yesterday afternoon.
3 tickets.
How much do you imagine?
How much are they?
Yeah, how much do you imagine I could have gone to watch the snooker at the Crucible yesterday afternoon? 147 for 5. It's pushed away for a single. They were £99 a piece.
£99.
It's a lot of money. You've lost your microphone underneath your chin somewhere, so we're getting all the noises from your Adam's apple and not from where it should be coming. Single taken. The right-handed Ned Eckersley is back with us. Ben Duckett just playing a few shots to Tom Moores. Chatted about Ben Duckett and Joe Clark to Samet on the drive over this morning as this is played away on the leg side, and they're England prospects. You think they're both
going to put me on the spot, aren't you?
No, not really. No. I mean, we all, everybody's picking England teams and captains and coaches and the future of cricket and whatever. I mean, I have said watching those two in all forms of cricket all around the world, they're playing against the best in all the formats and they're scoring runs. But for Test cricket, I think I'd be surprised if they both don't get a look this year. I think Ben last week looked $1 million, churning out a century in 95. I know one game doesn't do it, but you know, it's a good start to the season he's had. Here's Liam Patterson-White. Next ball is driven back to him.
I think you're right. Obviously, it's helping the way the England team have gone over the winter. I think there'll be lots of county cricketers thinking they should be playing.
Round the wicket. This is eased into the offside. I'm chuckling because Chris Nash has sent me a private message, which I'll keep private, but safe to say he sends his regards. He wants me to have a bit of a dig at you.
I've just messaged him as well. He's messaged me actually.
Nice to have Chris with us. This one's chopped away for the single, which will bring the 150 up. Always gets a round of applause, and Brace Girdle always says, "What on earth are they clapping? Why do you clap 150?" But no, it's just one. I don't know. It's just one of those milestones, isn't it?
Nashi should be at work, shouldn't he? Really.
You ever see photographs of him on that shale beach at Brighton, saying what a lovely day it is on the beach?
He's got a new dog, so I think he's going to see a load of pictures of his dog.
This is pushed back to the bowler. Does he take it for walks in a pram like this fella here down below us?
Ask him.
150 for 5.
Strolling down Brighton Pier.
Next ball. Oh, gosh, it was cold down there week before last. Slater doing the fielding. Really was. Mandy Clark, come on Notts. That was a great wicket for us to get the Beddingham one. Really pleased with how the Great Dane is going. More wickets, please. Thanks, Mandy. Thanks for getting in touch. As Patterson-White fields off his own bowling. End of his, Samet? 11th over, 2 for 29.
He's done a great job. Holding up an end, going at twos.
I think one of the Durham lads said to you out in the middle at the toss, you used to like coming here, Sam. You never used to do anything until the 4th day.
Exactly.
Well, that's not how this has panned out.
No, it's not.
Spinner on early, different times.
It is definitely different times. Spinners are out of the game up in the northeast, to be honest, especially in 4-day cricket.
Then again, you would often be waiting for Andre Adams to decide when he'd had enough.
Yeah.
He'd have had 25 overs today.
We had the likes of Elam, Adams, Shrek, Pattinson at Franks.
There's Dane Patterson bowling. Oh, that's a great stop by Tom Moores, throwing himself down the leg side. Took it one-handed. It's difficult to know where to rate him in the pantheon of all-time greats, world. I'll ask you what that is in a minute. World greats, but Andre Adams, I don't know. I just loved watching him bowl, and of course, you stood at slip.
I did.
You bowled in tandem with him. You did all sorts. You shared a dressing room with him. But what a player he was. Next ball.
Good bouncer from Dane Patterson.
Yeah, ducks underneath it.
So
what do you want to do? Talk about Andre Adams, or tell me what you're holding up there? What's that a picture of?
Nash's just sent me a picture.
Is that Chris Nash?
Nash just sent me a picture of his dog in a sling. So I'm not quite so sure if that's his pram.
Yeah, maybe. Is that his
handmade pram?
Oh. Yes, Andre Adams, terrific bowler. At Brace Cricket, at Marty Cricket. Marty will be back with us before too long, and at Samit Patel 21. Former England man, all-rounder, shared the dressing rooms with the best. Any questions you want to put to him, or want us to put to him? Single taken away on the left, 151 for 5. I generally don't bring Kevin Peterson up because the listeners usually do.
Yeah.
But, not on this occasion. But Ben Stokes, you've shared a dressing room with Ben Stokes. You've been on tours with Ben Stokes.
I have. 2015 to the UAE, Stokes, he was
good company.
Yeah, Stokes is always good value. Yeah, never a dull moment. Always looking for a prank.
On the field, insightful. Is one of these cricketers that is looking to work a cricketer out. Or
just a match winner.
Yeah,
you look at Stokes. Just pure match winner. Wants to be involved.
X factor.
Yeah, just wants to be involved. Wants to do it all.
151 for 5. Dane Patterson round the wicket now to the left-hander. Travaskis, and again Tom Moores has to tumble away to his right. It's funny you mentioned the UAE there. I would imagine you've been awarded citizenship by now.
Well, I love citizenship of the UAE. I do like Dubai.
You're always there.
Yeah, I love Dubai. Perfect, guaranteed weather. Always hot. Yeah.
Property on the Palm.
Well, I'd love a property on the Palm.
Next ball is again down the leg side, taken by Moores. I love that in one of the malls, that great big aquarium.
Dubai Mall.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I think it's the seconds. Andy Easom says not seconds. 88 for 2 at Southport.
So we're going to win up there.
Need 73 more to win. Monty is 35 not out. That's Matthew Montgomery, who he looks a fine player to me.
I've not seen much of him. The boys tell me he's in good nick at the minute.
Saw him in the Royal London last year. This is pushed onto the leg side, fielded by Pattinson. End of the over. Bring Martin back in 3 or 4 minutes' time ahead of the 3 o'clock news bulletin. We are through. Is that 48 and 48? We're at the halfway stage of the day's allocation. So another 16 overs to go until the tea break. Durham 151 for 5. Jones 22, Dixon 54, Peterson 5, Borthwick 8, Beddingham 14. The Durham batsman to be dismissed. 2 wickets for Dane Patterson, 2 for Liam Patterson-White, 1 for Luke Fletcher. Liam Patterson-White bowled again. Bat and pad. He's imploring umpire Lloyd to take the view that it was pad first, but I don't think he's going to be
a brave man to get that out.
Get in the finger, yeah. Asking questions of the batsman though, just just does a little bit, doesn't he? Next ball, tossed up there, nice flight, whipped onto the leg side. Slater doing the fielding. .151 for 5. Here he comes again. Bowling to Eckersley, who's on 21. And that's the most basic and obvious of questions. This is Ladybird book 1 of questions. How is he trying to get him out?
He's trying to get him caught on the drive or an LBW. There's 2 dismissals there.
Patterson White bowls, goes deep into his crease, drops it on the leg side, and
he's trying to pin him on the crease, or he's trying to chip a catch to Ben Duckett and Joe Clark at mid-off. And if it spins, you've got Steve Mullaney at slip, which up here spin. It's not really going to happen this time of year.
Is he a big turner of the ball?
No, he's not.
Again, this one's.
But as I said, who is at this time of year unless you get a surface?
And where does he go in with regards to his career and getting better? Obviously, the more games he plays, the more experience. But does he need more tricks, more variations, more magic balls from different areas? End of the over, 151 for 5, another good over.
In 4-day cricket, I don't think you do. I think being consistent. We talked about that 4 to 6 meters, that knee roll, bringing in LB bolds, caught slips, those areas where it's pretty important, to be honest, to build pressure. We see a bowling change now. James Pattinson from the Lumley Castle end, or should I say the Lumley end? I want to see a fiery James Pattinson here.
And here he comes. He's doing a few warm-ups. The new Durham yearbook is out. It's the 30th year of first-class cricket for Durham, so quite a few articles looking back on that period. One penned by me, entitled My Favourite Year. As Pattinson comes in and bowls, it's left alone. Features knots in it, Dave. 2013. And Durham won the title. Jeff Brown as well. Now with Look North, he used to follow Durham in the early days for the Journal newspaper. He's written a feature looking back on the 30 years too. And there's pieces in there as well from the varying coaches and directors. Just look at this photo of Jeff. He doesn't half look young there with young-looking David Graveney, and as Pattinson comes in, no ball. Had a few of those this morning, didn't we?
Yeah, Dave will be chuntering away on off air. Another no ball.
Is that 5 now?
Yeah, 5.
David Graveney was coming to the end of his career there. He still looked quite young, didn't he?
Yeah.
The mustachioed.
Is that Jeff Cook?
Jeff Brown, reporter who works for the BBC. Oh, look, there's a picture of myself and Scott Reed eating ice creams on air last year when Durham played Lancashire at South North in the One-Day Cup. Pattinson bowls, driven nicely by Travaskis. Where'd he get that one from? That's away for 4. Lovely shot. Bang. It was wide of off stump. He had plenty of time to play with that one. Glamorgan 122 all out against Middlesex. Shahid Afridi 3 for 35 at debut. Toby Rowland Jones 3 for 34. Chris Cook top scored with 31.
They've got a good attack down there, Middlesex, I reckon.
Hey?
They've got a good attack. Toby Rowland Jones, Shahid Afridi. Tim Murtagh, is he playing still?
He's not, is he?
Helm.
Oh! Travaskis is ducked into a short one, and it's come right off the helmet.
Yeah,
so going to have to
hit
call
him
the physio out.
That's hitting flush straight on the helmet. Yeah.
Took his eye off the ball there. It didn't get up off the short bench, did it?
No, I don't think it bounced. It skidded. It's not what you want a James Pattinson bouncer. He was hitting pretty hard.
Side on as well. Here's the physio coming out.
I think no one likes to get hurt. No one
No.
likes to see it, but it still has to be in the game. And I think that's where Jimmy's at his best is when he's aggressive and hostile.
Durham's new physio is Susan Dale.
Susan Dale.
She was here for 6 years between 2007 and 2013. She's an experienced physiotherapist. And she's held roles with the ECB women's team, the England women's physio, and Leicester City Football Club.
Boo, Leicester City.
She's having a chat with Liam Travaskis.
So if he doesn't pass this test, can they bring in someone else?
Yeah, they can bring in a concussion substitute.
I just didn't know if the rules had changed since a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I think last year was the first year of the concussion sub.
I think if I was batting, I'd be telling physio, I've passed the test. Imagine getting took off batting.
Well, the thing is, you just a beautiful cover drive, the delivery before, but
I'd be saying get off.
I think they're bringing a new helmet out, aren't they? That's the.
I think
What's this coming on here?
Helmets.
Helmets. Boxers. Unboxed helmets.
There'll be new helmets. I think the protocol is that you got to change your helmet.
They are new. They're still in the box. Still in its plastic wrapping. Oh, they're going to have to stick all the spongy bits inside now, aren't they? And you know, the sponge supports. Was a nasty thwack to the side of the head, and he ducked right into it.
Yeah, it didn't get up at all, and skidded low.
He's trying a new helmet on for size. Need those neck guards on it as well.
See Gloucestershire's new signing to replace Naseem Shah is Mohamed Amir. That's a good signing, isn't it?
Durham are currently 157 for 5. Of course, as the game goes on, we'll find out if Durham will even key it. It depends how long it takes them to polish off the Durham lower order. At the moment, we've got a bit of a hold up here. James Pattinson, a fiery Australian, back into the attack. He's just begun his first over, and he's struck the Durham batsman Liam Travaskis on the head, and he's okay. But the doctor 2 wickets since lunch for Liam Pattinson, by the second wicket of the day as well for Dane Patterson.
Still have this delay. Basically fitting out the new helmet with all the rubber padding it needs. So Travaskis on 13 after that 4. And the next delivery from James Pattinson thudded into his head. He tried to duck out of a shortish ball which never got up.
Now, as a batsman, this is doing me head in now, because I've not seen this helmet, not wore it, and it wouldn't be right, wouldn't be comfortable.
Straps need adjusting.
Yeah.
They're also quite the cushioning in them would be quite hard when it's a fresh helmet as well.
Well, they've changed. Like the helmets have changed. Like back in the day, if you got it on the head, you just got it on the head and cracked on with it.
And yes, here we are. We're just watching an incident here. One of the Durham players, Liam Travaskis, has just been hit in the side of the head. So the physio is on having a look at him, but he's okay now. He's had to be given a new helmet, and he's about to resume his innings. He's on 13. Ned Eggersley at the other end on 21, and Durham are 157 for 5. They were doing quite nicely on the run up to lunch, 96 for 1 until Dixon went LBW to Luke Fletcher just before lunch. They then lost 3 quick wickets after that. Peterson LBW to Liam Patterson White for 5. Scott Borthwick was caught in the slips off his bowling for 8. And then David Beddingham fell for 14, caught behind off the bowling of Dane Patterson. So Durham currently 157 for 5, and there's commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app. Oh, another bouncer from Pattinson.
That was always on the money, always on the cards. That
I was a bit taken aback there because they were talking about the Canoe Man drama, which has been on ITV this week. Did you watch that at all?
No, I haven't watched that.
The what was he called? I've just watched it the last 4 nights. John. It's the man from Redcar who faked his own death. So it's been a very good drama on ITV. But they were in the middle of talking about that, then suddenly there was silence. I thought, have they thrown to me? And did I miss that? And they had. So anyway, that was an update for Radio Newcastle at 5 minutes past 3. Pattinson to Travaskis again.
Ball.
That's left alone. Outside the line of off stump and through to the keeper it goes.
Do blokes drink Bellinis?
Do what? What's Bellinis?
Exactly, Bellini.
Eh?
It's like champagne and a bit of, like...
Oh, is that what? There's a restaurant near us called Bellini's. I just thought it was a family surname.
I didn't know guys drink Bellinis.
I've never heard of it.
It's like a cocktail.
Is it? Right. Pattinson in again.
Catch.
Oh, Travaskis edges it. Doesn't quite carry to first or second slip. Pings around between them. End of a very long over. And Travaskis has now taken his helmet off and he's having a look at it again. John Darwin, that was the name of the man. And his wife Anne both went to prison. Faked his death in a canoe incident and then claimed the insurance money. Went off to live in Panama, only to discover the law had changed and couldn't live in Panama. So he came back and pretended he had amnesia. There was a line in the drama, Anne, I've got a plan. But the plan didn't work out. So he's apparently now in the Philippines and he's remarried. There you are. Drama on an Easter weekend on the TV. Right, Liam Patterson-White's bowling here to Eckersley, who's on 21. Left arm round from the Finkel end.
Single. It's a good hand from Liam Patterson-White.
I was wondering if he'd actually got hold of that or not, but he's diving across to a ball. I'd have to see if that was a bump ball or not.
Yeah, it was a bump ball.
Bump ball. He got a hand on it, diving off to his left. Got his left hand on it and just stopped it racing away. But Eckersley did get a single.
That's impressed me actually, Ned. Good footwork.
It's a great name, isn't it? Ned Eckersley. Here comes Patterson-White, dabbed away by Travaskis, the left-hander. It's as Yorkshire sounding or as Lancashire sounding as you can get, but he grew up in Middlesex, didn't he? And he was on Middlesex's books as a young academy player. Patterson-White in again, defended by Travaskis. The ball bobbles back along the track.
It's going to be a cold evening session, this, isn't it?
Well, the sea fret's starting to roll back in again now as well. So, in comes the bowler once again. This is defended. I've just been looking on the weather forecast there, saying the sea fret along the northeast coast and up through southeast Scotland is keeping temperatures down here. Elsewhere, just away from the coast, it's in the upper teens in certain areas. Bowler in again, turned away by Travaskis towards mid-wicket to Hamid. So the foghorn will be going on all night outside our house again.
It's a nice field that he's got here. Just cuts off the square leg, easy single to square leg, even though he has took out short leg.
Comes in again and bowls. Travaskis plays this one with a leading edge along the floor up to mid-off, end of the over. So will you be getting the train back down to Newark tomorrow night then, will you?
Tomorrow night after today's play, eh? Yep.
I got the train to Glamorgan for the opening round of games, and coming back on the Monday, there was only 4 carriages on the train, and there were people standing in the aisles and standing and sitting on suitcases and stuff.
I never wear that out. You pay for a train ticket, but you can't get a seat. I don't understand that.
And that was booked quite a few weeks in advance, and was still the best part of 200 quid.
Did you book a seat?
I managed to get a seat, yeah.
So you didn't book a seat?
I did, but when I got there, somebody was sitting in it, but then they got off at the next station, so then I grabbed it. You can't actually go to the train station before the journey and just reserve a seat, even on an open return. James Pattinson, over number 9 for him, none for 29 so far. Bowling to Eckersley. Eckersley up on his toes, fends the ball down into the ground. It comes to rest just on the offside.
Just got his tail up a bit here, Jimmy. Benson. Slater at a deep point with his hands in his pockets. That'd be me, I reckon.
John's been on. He says a Bellini is a cocktail made with prosecco and peach puree.
That's it, yeah.
Or nectar. It originated in Venice, in Italy. Northern men don't drink Bellinis. We drink beer.
It's all right. I've got one of my girly mates.
Here comes Pattinson again and
Who's
defended here by Eckersley. He's actually turned this away towards long leg for one. He adds Samet.
He's drinking a Bellini right now. He's just sent me a picture
Who
of
is?
it.
Your mate is?
Well, a mate called Alex.
Well, John says, Samet, I doubt you'll sell many of these in your new tin shed adventure.
Well,
So
actually, I think I would.
you reckon?
Yeah.
I'd never heard of it until you mentioned it. And Paul says, yeah, John Darwin was from Seaton Carew, Hartlepool, not Redcar. Yeah. Hartlepool, Seaton Carew was not Redcar. Redcar's the other side of the Tees estuary. Big difference. In comes Pattinson to Travaskis, the left-hander. It's another short one.
Played.
And Travaskis ducks out of that one. He's now faced... Scoreboard's got the wrong person on strike. He's now faced 34 balls for his 13.
Cloud, just a bit of cloud cover.
Oh no, the asterisk next to him. So the yellow name is the person on strike where the asterisk is. So he's 33 for his 13, not 34, so my mistake.
He's shaped up nicely, as Liam. Hopefully I don't put the mockers on him.
Pattinson running in from the Lumley end.
Played.
Ball pitches on a length, played by Travaskis out towards short extra cover, no run there. And it's greyed right over again now. The sunshine's gone. I bet that's the last we see of it now. And it'll be cold out there.
Oh.
The sea fret returns.
Rather them than me.
Is there any more sunshine forecast this afternoon? I only looked up until about 3 o'clock. I know there wasn't any rain forecast. Bowler comes in, left by Travaskis. It's just saying, it's talking about sunshine throughout this afternoon, but that was well wide of off stump, that delivery. It says sunny, but that's what time is it now? 3:15. That's not what we're looking at. The sea fret's rolling in again. High at the minute, but cold, dense air from the North Sea, which is like a giant fridge this time of year. Only really changes in temperature between winter and summer by about 6 degrees, so and it'll be at its warmest at the start of October. Pattinson to Travaskis, another short one. Doesn't have to play at most of these. That's the end of the over. 1 run from it, which was a single to long leg from Eckersley's second ball. Durham 159 for 5, Notts 1 wicket away from a second bowling point. And Durham need to get to 200 before they get their first batting point. They've managed 15 points in the last 2 games, 4 batting points in each match. Last week they missed out on a 5th point by 2 runs. They were 398 on the board when the cut-off point came at the end of the 110th over. Patterson White here. The ball from the Finkel end. Left arm round to the right-handed Eckersley. Eckersley defends on a length. Samit Patel alongside me, Martin Emerson. Dave Bracegirdle with you as well from BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Nottingham. Patterson White, left arm round, comes in and bowls. Defended once more. Remember, as well as the commentaries you can listen to, we've got a live cricket page on the BBC website which gets very busy. All the different commentators feed into that throughout the day. All the stories from the different grounds, so it's a great way to keep abreast of what is going on.
Oh.
This is defended by Eckersley. That one pitched and stayed low there, Samit, didn't it?
Yeah, it's going to work. Dane Patterson ball one in the afternoon session, it kept low. Don't know if that's a good sign or not. Notts batting second.
Patterson White in. Eckersley uses his feet. Hamid comes across from silly mid-on to grab the ball just in front of the non-striking Travaskis. Patterson White again comes in and bowls. Defended.
Done a good job here, Pato. 14 overs, 2 for 30.
Looking for a maiden here.
And he's got it.
He's got it. Played up to mid-off this time, no run, and that is a maiden. So what's that now? 2 for 30 from 14 overs, 4 of them maidens.
Yeah, you can't ask for much more from Patterson White. His first day wicket, 2 for 30, perfect.
He's bowled with a lot of control as well, hasn't he?
Well, that's exactly what's needed for the team. Needed control, and if you pick wickets, it's a bit of a bonus at this time of year, to be honest. The 3 big lads, they'll be expecting to do most of the work, but it's always a Brucey bonus when the spinner picks up a couple.
Here's Pattinson coming in from about 40 yards away. Bowls to Travaskis. That's gone through him to the keeper.
As it would do anyone, getting hit on the head, it kind of rattles you a little bit. And obviously Jimmy's an international class bowler, so he's going to...
tests has he played?
Well, Jimmy will try and play off that a little bit.
21 tests. Last was against New Zealand in 2020. 15 ODIs. 4 2020 internationals as well. This is his 83rd first class game. Comes in and bowls. That's left alone. Started his first class career quite late then, didn't he? Was he working in roofing or something? Was that right? Yeah.
His brother was a roofer.
His brother was. So did he work with his brother on the roof?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Played a lot with.
31 years old now.
Played a lot with Darren.
Yeah. 1 test for England, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Was it New Zealand at Headingley?
South Africa.
South Africa.
Headingley. Full toss, wasn't it?
I was there that day, but we missed all the wickets in the morning. We got there after all the action had happened. I don't think we saw another wicket all day. Patton's in bowls. Played back up to the bowler as he slides in and then turns and pretends he's throwing the ball back towards the batsman, but he doesn't actually have it in his hand at the time. Davy Fenwick's been on. He says, when the John Darwin story was unfolding, somebody went and changed the signpost welcoming people to Seaton Carew and changed it to Seaton Canoe. I remember that one. The world's press descending on a little seaside village like Seaton Carew.
Huge game for the Tricky Trees on Saturday, Peterborough away.
It's almost a derby match, that, isn't it? That's through to the keeper. It's the next station down from Newark, isn't it? Peterborough?
Yeah, well, yeah, it might be actually. Yeah.
Grantham, oh yeah. Sometimes the train stops in Grantham. Peterborough away, eh?
That will secure us in the playoffs if results fall right.
When does the season finish? Is it in a week on Saturday? Does the season finish?
No, not sure.
No?
I've been told that if Forest get to playoff final, we've got a game that day. 29th.
Pattinson in, left by Travaskis through to the keeper. Low it goes into his gloves.
29th of May.
What, you got a T20 or something?
We have, yeah.
21st of May, the League One playoff final.
Sunderland won't be there, will they?
Didn't go there last year. Got there the year before and did their usual. When's that then? 21st of May. I'll be at Lord's. Pattinson in. Defended. Goes off towards point.
Not far though, Wembley Lords.
Yeah, it'll be raining in London. It's too far south to guarantee the weather, so I might be able to get to Wembley. Heading to the over.
10 overs to tea.
It seems to have come around quickly, doesn't it?
It always does when the spinner bowls.
Yeah, true. Brace will be dreaming of scones, which is similar to scones. Are you off the scones these days, Dave, or not? Has the doctor ordered them to be put aside as well? Patterson White, left arm round from the Finkel end, bowls.
Oh!
Bottom edge of the bat from Eckersley. He walked out of his crease there as well. The ball's ricocheted off the keeper and gone to first slip.
Is that a missed-stumping?
Oh, well, it went wide of the keeper. It's hit.
Did it hit his
Eckersley
pad?
back foot.
Right.
I think he's played it onto his back foot and then dragged it wide of the keeper. Lucky moment for the batsman though, and he's got a run this time up to mid-off, 1 run. Joe Clark gives the ball a polish. Travaskis, the left-hander, on strike as the left-handed bowler comes in round the wicket. Dot ball played back to Patterson White.
Does Liam Travaskis play the paddle sweep? A huge gap between deep square and 45.
That's played up towards short mid-wicket. I don't think he'll risk it, to be honest with you. There is a big gap there, but if he gets out playing it, questions would be asked.
That's exactly what the spinner wants.
Yeah. Nice little dab away this time from Travaskis. Just steps back into his crease a foot or two, plays it away on the leg side. Give you a rundown of the scores in a mo. And once more played to the same area. Kent, 151 for 3 against Hampshire. Essex, 141 for 8 against Warwickshire. Some wickets falling there. Overs finished here, 55 gone, 41 remaining, 160 for 5. Who's taking all the wickets then for Warwickshire? Hannon Dolby, 3 for 31. Danny Briggs has got a couple, as has Liam Norwell. Brace is back with us, briefly. Bit of a better day for Somerset today, 131 for 3 against Surrey. At the Oval, as Pattinson comes in now to bowl to Eckersley. Eckersley defends. Ball trickles back to the bowler.
Apart from the couple of no balls, this has been a better spell, hasn't it, from James Pattinson. He's not offered them many get-out balls, not been able to run him down to third man or cut him away. He's bowled very quickly and kept them nice and honest. The odd short pitch ball.
Gloucestershire are 142 for 4 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Yorkshire 203 for 5 against Northampton. Leicestershire 137 for 5 against Derbyshire in Leicester as Pattinson bowls. Eckersley tries to drive at that one but cuts it out into the covers, no run there. Glamorgan all out for 122 at Sophia Gardens, Middlesex 30 for none. And Worcestershire batting against Sussex are 210 for 4. 214 for 4, they're rattling along. That's at Worcester. It's a young Sussex side who I think might struggle this year.
Samit mentioned Tom Haynes. He's got 3 of the 4 wickets to fall. A terrific top order batsman. He got a 240 odd last week, didn't he?
In comes Pattinson, turned away by Eckersley towards long leg. There's 2 fielders out there. He'll get 2. Patterson throws the ball back into the stumps at the keeper's end. Yeah, he just picked. He got a big knock towards the end of last year, didn't he? He just picked David Bedingham to 1,000 runs as well. Going through a period of change, Sussex, with a youngish team now.
Daniel Bell Drummond has reached a century for Kent today in Division 1.
His 12th in first-class cricket. In comes the bowler. Edged on, dropped. Dropped at second slip. Off Eckersley on 26. And put down by
Ben Duckett is normally a very capable pair of hands there. It was very catchable. It's a left-hander and Slightly to his left-hand side. It was at a good height. It went quickly. It really did go quickly, but he will feel he should have caught it. Will have seen it all the way from the bat. It was very similar to the catching practice they do day after day after day. Stood there, just ran off the face towards second slip, and down it went.
In comes Pattinson again. Eckersley defends. Duckett was dropped twice before going on to get a big score against Durham, wasn't he? In the slips, 150 did he make? And, Joe Clark got a big knock as well. It was their record third wicket stand of 195. 2020. That would have had Durham 162 for 6 there. Second bowling point for Notts.
I was looking at James Pattinson, sunk to his knees.
Comes in again and defended this time by Eckersley. Back up towards the stumps at the bowler's end. That's the end of the over. So 2 from it, but not the wicket that they should have had.
No one will feel good about that. Look, Tom Moores has run down the far end to give James Pattinson a pat on his back. 1 or 2 just avoiding probably the need to go and say anything to Ben Duckett. Leave him alone in his thoughts. He will know. He's normally as safe as there is around. We've got the Durham physio out there again, just checking on.
Yeah, they have to come out about 15 minutes later, don't they?
On Liam Travaskis. Yeah,
well, half an hour I think it's been since she was last out there. Yeah.
It's going to be Liam Patterson-White. So we are 8 overs away from the tea break, round about half an hour. Patterson-White to bowl to Travaskis on 13. He pushes this down the ground, deepish. Mid-on position, Joe Clark doing the fielding. They take a run. 163 for 5. Travaskis on to 14. Ned Eckersley, having been spilt, almost created a situation for himself where he was stumped in the previous over, gone down the track and drills it back on the bounce to the bowler. On this occasion, came on the last over from this end before lunch, Liam Patterson-White, and has kept going since. Next one is just pushed into the offside, and Duckett doing the fielding. He comes in again just off about 3 paces bowls. Eckersley works it wristily onto the leg side towards the square leg umpire. Ben Slater has to move 15 paces or so to his right to do the fielding. 164 for 5. At lunch, Durham were 96 for 2. So 68 for 3 this afternoon. This one wide of the off peg. Travaskis tries to cut it away and gets nothing on it. Swishes at fresh air as it goes through to Moores, who's gobbled up a couple of catches today. Michael Jones off Patterson and David Beddingham also off Patterson. This one's hit back to the bowler, and the over rate not suffering at all, with Liam Patterson-White racing through his overs. 16 overs, 2 for 33 his figures now. Not seen Lyndon James with ball in hand since lunch. Luke Fletcher started, had 3 or 4 overs, and then Dane Patterson relieved him, and now James Pattinson in a spell from the far end. What's amusing you?
Rach says, I always look forward to Durham against Nottinghamshire coverage to hear everybody's favourite double act, old married couple, Brace and Marty, on commentary. As Pattinson comes in here to bowl to Eckersley. Eckersley forward to this one. Start of a new over. Ball rolls up towards mid-off. Says late in tuning in today, but just in time to hear Samit Patel on air. Love it that guests are back to being a thing again on air. Yeah, this time last year, wherever we went, we were being temperature tested. We had to take lateral flow tests before we were allowed in grounds and things. Pattinson to Eckersley. Eckersley plays the ball towards vacant square leg for a single. It was July before any punters were allowed in the grounds, so we were in empty grounds much of last year. Chris Rushworth broke the record to become Durham's all-time leading wicket taker. Hardly anybody here. His dad was in the far corner of the car park and saw the moment. Paddington in again. Right arm over to Travaskis. That stays low on him. Plays a bit of a false shot and it skips through to the keeper. That's done too much, I think. Pattinson, left this time by Travaskis outside the off stump. It was against Worcestershire when Chris Rushworth broke Graham Onion's club record last year. He's become the all-time leading wicket taker, and he's the moment captured on film is the front cover of the Durham yearbook. As the emotion got to Rushworth and he broke down in tears on the field, and then into that day as Pattinson comes in to bowl to Travaskis, plays this towards Hamid in the covers, no run. At the end of the day's play, a photograph as well of his dad giving him a cuddle, leaning over the railings at the far end of the ground. In comes Pattinson. Travaskis defends. That is the end of the over. .165 for 5. So we're edging towards tea. 6 overs to tea. Never believes a thing I tell him.
No, I've seen the dog.
Yeah. I could be ignored like this at home, you know. Don't have to come here to get this off you as well.
There's a dog in a pushchair.
Yeah. I'm sure some of these animal shops now, well, pet shops now sell doggy pushchairs.
Crikey. Liam Patterson-White, is this my end?
Yeah.
Liam Patterson-White to bowl then to the right-hander Ned Eckersley, just given a glimmer or two of a chance to Nottinghamshire over the last quarter of an hour. Will be anxious to get into the changing rooms for tea. Pushes the first ball back. 5 overs after this one to the break. Next one forces into the offside, no run. Duckett doing the fielding, culpable of the drop which spared Eckersley. On 26 at the time.
Somebody's just done a screen grab.
Next ball is pushed away for another single.
Division 2 roundup, and it's inadvertently. He says at 29 runs and over, Durham are rebuilding nicely, and it's at 29 runs and over. It's got them as 1,620 for 5 in the 56th over. Obviously a typo. Kevin Hand says the dog in the pushchairs, it's his fan club. I don't know if it's your fan club or my fan club.
It was like the Christie novel, wasn't it? The dog in the pushchair.
Was it?
Next ball Hit back to the bowl. You could see the spin on it then, couldn't you? It did the old sidewinder back along the surface all the way to Patterson White. Zigzagged this way and that. Next ball, well fielded by Patterson White.
Good stop.
The gentleman who presumably owns the dog is just patting it down. Like he's put a blanket over it now and just there. Time for your nap.
He's going to give it a bottle in a minute.
166 for 5. Next one is punched all the way down to clock at long on, single taken. 167 for 5. Really important passage of play this. I mean, we always say it, but I think for Durham, they can't afford to go bang bang anymore, can they? Otherwise, they're going to be under about 230 on 240 at best if a couple of wickets go down very quickly. They need a partnership. Still going to be James Pattinson. Of all the things I've asked him, I don't think I've ever really asked him if he prefers James or Jimmy. It just seems to be he answers to both, responds to both, and is called both. There he comes.
Bounding in. His run-up's about 40 yards, isn't it? In past the umpire and bowls. Oh, and he's hit Travaskis on the head again. So this is a replacement helmet to replace the helmet where he was hit the last time. Now this was more of a sort of on the top curve of the helmet. Now Travaskis has been hit twice here, ducking into deliveries from Pattinson. So Durham's physio is going to have to come on to see him again now, Susan Dale. And at that point, Ned Eckersley's decided he's going to jog off to the dressing rooms to the loo.
Like Samit said, it's never easy taking a replacement helmet because it never feels the same. Took a long time assembling it, didn't they? All the various component parts. 167 for 5, so there'll be a little hold up in play.
He's laughing. He's got a look on his face as if to say, I can't believe I've done this twice now. But I wonder what will happen if they'll precautionarily take him off. Or the first one thudded right into the side of the helmet, around about where the ear grill is. That second one seems to have sort of hit the curve on the top and looped up into the air.
Rachel says there's a baby somewhere in a kennel feeling very confused.
Yes, probably. Chris Cummins says, I've been out for a few hours and I've returned to see Durham 5 down. My earlier remark about the pitch being similar to last week appears wide of the mark. What's happened? Well, just I think the ball started to do a bit for Notts around about lunch and just after lunch. And Patterson White's bowled with some real control. Got a couple of important wickets. And then Dane Patterson just got the little nibble to get Beddingham caught behind. So Durham lost 3 for 29. But they've since gone from 135 to 167 for 5. Tea will be around about 4 o'clock at this rate.
Yeah. So still to come Ben Rain, Matty Potts, Gibson Rushworth or Rushworth Gibson?
It'll be Gibson Rushworth.
Here comes Ned Eckersley. He's not missed any of the action, it's fair to say. I think they've fitted and kitted. Oh, or is he going off, Liam Travaskis here?
He is.
He may well be retiring hurt. They're waving to the dressing room, and Liam Travaskis, perhaps, well, almost certainly on the advice of the physio, has perhaps taken a blow to the head once too many times, and just to be safe, we always say this, just to be safe, just get him back, just check him out, and just make sure the lad's okay. Been hit on the helmet twice. That last one, it's a good job it was. I'm sort of not meaning anything by saying this. It's a good job it was just helmet because it ricocheted all the way back to the bowler. James Pattinson took it on the full. If it had been a bit of bat handle as well onto the helmet, he'd have been out. But he's gone back, and hopefully we'll see him at some point be able to resume his innings. He's been retired out for the time being on 15, having been hit for the second time by James Pattinson, and he's gone with the score on 167 for 5. Obviously doesn't count as a wicket. Can resume his innings at the fall of a wicket, assuming he's okay to do so. So we've got an all former Leicestershire combo now. Another left-hander in Ben Rain out to join Ned Eckersley. So you wouldn't want to get an opponent off the field like that, but in a strange sort of way, James Pattinson has contributed to breaking that partnership, and it's not often he's looked like doing that today. In he comes and bowls. And welcome to the crease, Mr. Rain, who sways out of the way. Seemed okay, didn't he? But the physio,
he didn't seem bad, did he?
No.
So what was he on when he went off? Did you?
15, yeah.
Right.
Gone for 15.
Pattinson's coming in from a long way out. Gonna head his steam up. Bowls another shortish one. It's a no ball, and it went flying through past Rain, who jumped back in his crease to this one. It's gone through to the keeper. Zipped through, but it was a no ball.
That's 7 now. 14 runs have come via no balls. Too many.
Pattinson from the Lumley end, and Rain just dabs that one away. Pattinson plays keepy up. Rich says, listening to the great commentary, Dave Bracegirdle of the Notts Poachers asks earlier why fans applaud the 150 run mark.
Yep.
And he said, for Durham supporters, there was a time when we barely reached 150 in our first innings, so us applauded while we could.
That was what, of the Notts Poachers?
Yeah.
Was that? You're naughty, sir, however you are.
Richard says they could at least turn the pram round so the dog can see the action. Halfway through the 60th over here, Pattinson to Rain. Rain dabs the ball down towards backward point.
The dog had a choice, apparently. Steve Williams says regarding the dog, it appears to be the latest thing. I saw 2 a fortnight ago in Llandudno. I take the dog for a push as opposed to taking him for a walk. Do not throw the ball for the pram. Thanks, Steve.
Well, 2 others picking up on the score. BBC Cricket Live at 3:28. Durham 1,620 for 5 in the 56th over. John says you must be breathless as Pattinson comes in, fended away by Rain, one-handed. Did that come off the bat, or what's that going to be?
I think so, yeah. I think bat handle or
fended it down, maybe the splice,
top of the
possibly.
Bat. Yep.
Outlaw Chris says Lord Samet has been very good on commentary, and Graham Ward says I was thinking the same. Genuine insight. What we now know about his plans to take over the world with full of containers.
Mm.
In comes the bowler. Played away by Eckersley down towards third man for 1.
I always say, when's the worst time to bat? I guess that's got to be in the list, hasn't it? To go into bat when the fella before you has had to retire hurt, having been hit on the head by a quick bowler. It can't be the greatest of feelings psychologically. And then he got a
Just
typically
before tea.
a short pitch, yeah, and short pitch ball, first ball. I'll stay down Liam Patterson-White's end, and you seem to be you seem to be playing the Australian nicely.
Have you seen Jeremy Cooney do an after dinner thing?
No.
He's on about playing in the West Indies, and he comes out in a bat.
Jeremy Cooney.
Jeremy Cooney,
Yeah.
And
Patterson-White round the wicket bowls and defended.
I can't remember who he was batting with, but there was blood in the crease where Lance Cairns had just been hit in the head. And he looked around and the slip cordon was about 30 yards away.
LPW bowls, worked away. He's got to be sharp here. Slater in quickly. Whips it back towards the keeper. They safely get home.
Who would have been the bowler's holding, possibly?
Yeah,
Marshall?
Yeah, oh yeah.
He said he looked around, the slip cordon's 30 odd yards away. So he went up to the other end, he said, have you seen how far back they are? He said, look, we'll just push for little singles. And his mate said, you won't be getting any singles and I won't be coming down there. He said the bowler came in and he went forward to play it, and as he's waiting for the ball to hit the bat, it's already in the keeper's gloves.
Next ball left alone outside the off peg by the left-handed Rain. 172 for 5 it remains.
Anyway, he got his arm broken and he had to go to the hospital, and when he was in the hospital there was a kid there with an autograph book. And
here's Patterson-White bowling. Should be clipped away for runs, and is through the leg side. Only a single though, there's protection out there.
Anyway, he looked through this autograph book and this kid had this fantastic collection. It was like a international cricketer's who's who, and he said to the lad, do you go to the ground every morning to get these autographs? And the little lad says, no, my mum's a nurse, they all come here.
I've not heard him in stand-up, but I have done commentary with him and he has told that.
Yeah.
I would imagine it's a favourite. This is pushed into the offside. And there's
Lance
no run.
Cairns was lying in the semi-conscious in the dressing room and said, if you can just bat out the day, I'll come back tomorrow. And he said, the match is finished, Lance. There won't be a tomorrow.
Next ball, again, nicely blocked by Ned Eckersley. 173 for 5. But yeah, it can't be all that nice a feeling to go out there when your mate's just had to retire hurt, having been hit on the head.
Not when there's still blood on the pitch.
No.
Pre-helmet days as well, wasn't it? Lance Cairns, in the height of his fame, played for Whitburn Cricket Club for a year, and I used to knock around with Chris. And then
he's been going through it, Chris, sadly.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he? Terrible time he's had recently. Played for Bishop Auckland as well, I think. And Chris had a stroke, didn't he? And
yeah.
I think we're the same age, me and him.
It's going to be Pattinson coming in from the car park.
Yes, coming in from the dual carriageway. In past the umpire and bowls to Rain, who flicks this off the hips down towards fine leg for 1. 3 overs to go, 2 tea. Here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Nottingham. Bit of blue sky, sort of patchy at the moment. Not quite the Simpsons sky though, is it?
No, Notts haven't lost a minute of play due to the weather yet this season, but might draw in a little later on here.
Here comes, oh, he's bowled him, and that is the end of Eckersley for 31. He was dropped an over or two ago at second slip on 26, but Pattinson's taken his off stump out the ground. And that is the end of Ned Eckersley, who faced 78 balls. And he's gone for 31.
I like that because I think the rest of the Nottinghamshire team know that James Pattinson's been going through it a little bit. He's had trouble with his run-up, he's been overstepping, and then when he's got it in a good area, the chance has gone down. Starting to feel it wasn't his day after going for 100 last week. But they all went to him and very much embracing the Australian, celebrating his success. Who's this on his way? Perhaps a little too early for Liam Travaskis to come back yet. I'd imagine they'd want a little longer, so it's important that Durham extend this innings to give Travaskis certainly time to recover, to stop the ringing in the ears and to get out there. And of course there'll be the tea interval in about 10 minutes' time. 174 for 6.
What was the score on when Travaskis went off? Did you write down?
167 for 5.
So, where are we now? 174, so... They added 7, didn't they?
So success for James Pattinson. New man is Matty Potts.
Pattinson comes in and bowls. And there's appealing for LBW. That looked from here like it was going a long way down the leg side. And indeed, a leg by is signalled as Potts runs to the other end.
With all due respect to those that are to come, Notts will sniff an opportunity here of getting this over if they can just winkle out another one, you'd imagine. Semblance of a decent little partnership being built between Eckersley and Travaskis, and now via different means they've both had to leave the field.
Pattinson to Rain. It's left alone. So where were we there? Where are we now? 61.4. So it's about 2.5 overs before tea when that wicket came in it.
Yep, there are 2 overs after this one before the break.
Pattinson, Lumley end to Rain. Rain fends it off to fine leg. That should go for 4, and it does go for 4. Just crosses the line down below me.
Useful runs, went very, very quickly. James Pattinson still not entirely happy with where his feet are landing. He's once again just standing there having a chat with the umpire and making sure he's behind the line, or certainly landing with his foot on the line rather than over it. Little word with Luke Fletcher, and he'll stomp back into the distance.
There are concussion subs at county championship level.
There are?
Yeah,
yeah.
But they haven't announced one yet.
No.
So Pattinson again bowls, defended. Dwan Olafir a few years ago, he got Cameron Steele in the helmet in a pre-season game in South Africa, and it really affected Steele. He never regained his consciousness. He was, I think, missing for about a fortnight with concussion protocols. He said at the time he felt he was fine, but when you spoke to the Durham physio, he was far from it. And
so Durham wouldn't be restricted to the squad they named for this game. So if they, if they are looking for a spinning all-rounder or a spinner who might they bring into the game if he's ruled out through concussion.
In comes Pattinson, and this is fended again by Rain down towards fine leg for 1.
I mean, it's just meant to be like for like, so you can't sort of magically push out Alex Lees or Paul Coghlan, I would imagine, as like for like.
Lees can bowl spin. He can. I've seen him bowl some spin. Is he an offie? I'm trying to remember what he bowls. He's a leggy.
In fact, the young lad, is it George Drissel, they got from Somerset, is here now, isn't he? And I think he was out on the field at the start of the day.
He's only played about 6 or 7 first-class matches, hasn't he? Yeah.
Just
an offie.
Just a potential for him to come into the game is Liam Patterson-White bowling, and this is eased into the offside. I mean, first and foremost, we hope Liam Travaskis is okay, but sometimes even if he is okay, if it is any form of concussion, they'll have to following the regulations, they'll have to whisk him out of the game, won't they? 182 for 6. This is pushed back to the bowler. So we're closing in on that tea break. 10 legitimate deliveries, unless a wicket goes down, in which case in the final over of the session they'll troop off. This one's played away through the offside for 4. That's a nice looking shot by Ben Rain. His second boundary. Out towards the deck chairs and the ground staff, away to our right on the Lumley Castle side of the ground. Durham not too far away now from that first batting bonus point at 186 for 6. Nice looking shot. Liam Patterson-White bowled throughout this session. He comes in again and bowls, and Rain will steer it back to him. 2 for 41 in his 19th over, Liam Patterson-White. And that means he's bowled 18 of them this afternoon, so not so bad a good old afternoon of it. This is pushed back to him. Durham were 96 for 2 at lunch, and 90 for 4 this afternoon. Going to change his angle of attack, the final ball of this over, the penultimate one before tea. Balls to Rain, who is happy to rock forward and block it. And there'll be one more James Pattinson over before they troop off for a cup of tea. 186 for 6 is the score. Durham were 96 for 2 at lunch. They lost Keegan Peterson, LBW, to Liam Patterson-White for 5. That was 106 for 3. Scott Borthwick caught Mullaney, bowled Patterson-White for 8. That was 107 for 4. David Beddingham caught Moores, bowled Patterson 14, 135 for 6. And Ned Eckersley bowled Patterson 31, 174 for 6. But they've also lost Liam Travaskis, retired hurt, for 15 when the score was on 167 for 5.
Potts facing Pattinson from the Lumley end, and he turns this one round the corner down to fine leg for 1. Can Durham get intact without losing, get into the hutch intact without losing another wicket between now and the end of this over? If there is a wicket now, that would be the end of the over, but 5 deliveries to go, 187 for 6 here on BBC Radio Newcastle. BBC Radio Nottingham, we're going to be coming up to the top of the hour.
Nigel says, with Notts playing away in Durham this week, can you give a big shout out to the start of the Notts Premier League on Saturday? Great standard for future Nottinghamshire players to learn their trade in. Cheers, Nigel Hall, the chairman.
The North East Premier League started Saturday gone.
And Stephen.
Pattinson to Rain. Rain forward to this one, plays the ball up to mid-off. No run there. What?
Stephen says that dog doesn't like cricket, obviously. They won't let him fetch the ball.
Yeah. It's only a little dog. I'm not sure if it could get it in its mouth.
It's one of those snappy, yappy dogs, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, building a bridge to your heart, Praise. Listening to that now.
Is that a breed? A snappy, yappy dog? I just have
Wax,
to do an update for
Wax
Radio
sang
Nottingham. Just bring Samit in just for his thoughts on the session.
Pattinson turns. 4 balls left of this session as he comes in. Oh, Rain whips his bat away late on that one. Nearly bounced it down on the ball. Oof, just got it. The toe of the bat out the road at the last moment there. Interesting session from a Notts point of view, Sam, and particularly we don't know if we're going to see Travaskis again after he's been hit on the head twice. He's off the field, but 187 for 6. They'll be happy with this.
Yeah, it's been a good afternoon session for Notts. Effectively 7 down if Liam doesn't bat. But yeah, Pattinson comes in.
In comes the bowler. Through to the keeper. Good ball. Tight line. Playing a miss from Ray.
Just before I went off air, I think that I said that Jimmy's got his tail up, and obviously didn't help that Ducky dropped that catch, but it didn't matter in the end. He's knocked him over.
Had a single off the first delivery from Potts, and then 3 dot balls, Rain facing. 2 balls to go. Pattinson comes in and bowls the first of them, and Rain plays it out into the covers. Hasib Hamid fields it. No run.
Durham will be looking for a partnership here, and Notts will be looking to clean up the lower order.
Clock has just ticked over to 4 o'clock. The news has begun on Radio Newcastle. And the last ball from Pattinson of this afternoon session. He's coming round the wicket now to the left-handed Rain. Right arm round, that's gone down the leg side. It swerved and is spilled by the keeper. And that is the end of the session. I'm not sure if there was anything on that at all. I don't think there was.
No, I think that's it. Tom Moore straight on the foot. Looks in a bit of pain, to be honest.
He's limping now.
Good afternoon session for the visitors, and yeah, it's tea time.
So what, they've lost 4 for 91 in the session, I think. So off they go.
Patterson White bowled unchanged from, I don't know what do you call this end?
Finkel end.
A Finkel end. He's done a great job there, Pato. Held up, gone at 2s, done the perfect role.
64 overs gone. And we'll be back with you at 20 past 4 for the final session. 32 overs left in the day. I'm just going to hang on here for this update into the news.
Welcome to Chesterley Street, the home of Durham Cricket. My name is Max Whittle, and I'm convinced that this club is trying to sign me because, thanks to Vertu Motors, I'm here today to be tested in every way possible by ex-New Zealand international James Franklin. And yes, I will be going up against some of the Durham first 11. Just how does this coaching staff get the best out of their players? We're about to find out. So what have you planned for the start of pre-season every year? You sit down and you plan for the players. What's the first thing you do?
We obviously assess them, we look where they're at, and then from there we can sort of come up with individually tailored plans to sort of cater for that individual player. So for example, all guys will get exposed to this sort of stuff, but it might be that they get additional sessions here and there. We might cater for that more in the gym compared to somebody else who might need to improve their fitness, for example, their aerobic fitness.
Hit the ground and react. Project forward, extend and project forward.
I am marching. I am marching. Let's just keep going. Less than 3 seconds, yeah? Yeah! All right, last go.
Nice push.
Don't stop running at the end. You're getting faster, Max. You're getting tired, Max. I'm done. And we're going in the gym now.
Yes, today the lads are on week 6 of their programme, so they're quite tired to be fair after 6 weeks of hard work. The plan is today to sort of get them to push their strength to a level where they feel they can get to from a 3 rep max perspective today. So no 1 rep max, we don't really test, that's too risky. Obviously the speed always comes first, that takes priority. So imagine if you do strength before speed,
yeah,
you'd be knackered in that session. So the key thing is we get the speed a bit faster than first, and then we go into the more heavy, slower gym afterwards.
Next time, I'll be getting padded up and facing a few balls in the nets with James Franklin and trying my best Ben Stokes fielding impression.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to the Riverside here in Chesterley Street. The sun doing its level best to make us feel that there's a bit of warmth out there. I'm not entirely sure there is, but nonetheless we've had 2 sessions of uninterrupted cricket, which has seen us reach a point where Durham are 187 for 6, but Durham have also lost Liam Travaskis, who had to retire hurt. No news yet. We'll give it you when we can as to whether Liam's able to return or whether Durham will appoint a concussion substitute to take his place. Speaking of Liam Patterson-White's done a good job for Notts with the ball, bowled unchanged in that afternoon session, and he has ball in hand at the start of this post-tea session. 2 Durham batsmen. The left-handed Ben Rain is 12 not out, he's at the non-strikers end. The right-handed Matty Potts, 1 not out, he's on strike. So we're just going to pick up pretty much where we're left off this afternoon. Liam Patterson-White bowling round the wicket then. Durham 187 for 6. 32 overs remain in the final session. And the first ball is pushed into the offside. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. We have Samit Patel here as our guest, our third voice for the first 2 days of this match, and Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle back with me in just a second, sorting out 1 or 2 of the technical issues. And now we've got a push and run. Ben Duckett throws at the non-striker's end. Batsman home, didn't hit the stumps anyway, and a single is taken. 188 for 6. So they swap over for the left-handed Rain. 1 slip, Stephen Mullaney. 3 more on the offside. Patterson-White stays round the wicket, and Rain just pushes it into that gap in the cover region. 189 for 6. Durham 11 away from a batting point.
From what I gather, Durham haven't made a decision to bring in a concussion substitute for Liam Travaskis, so we could well see him again.
Potts with 2 to his name, just reaches forward, pushes this out onto the leg side. Seabermead does the fielding, fizzes it back to Tom Moores, then apologises for the throw, which causes the keeper almost to knock the batter over. Next ball on its way, and another tight delivery from Patterson-White. I thought that was 6, but it wasn't. It's only 5. Drops down on the leg side. Mead again does the retrieval work. Just got a little gloomy towards the back end of the afternoon, but just gone pleasant again. Patterson-White bowls, and this one's hit away to mid-wicket. Nicely fielded by Ben Slater. Single from the over. Durham 189 for 6.
Yeah, I was saying just before tea it had gloomed over, and I thought that was the end of the sunshine for the day, but there's sun again now, and quite a bit of this sort of high sea fret which has drifted in is broken up again now.
We've had 1 over, and we've got 12th man Ben Hutton bringing on sweaters. Ant Boter, one of the coaching staff, he's also brought a sweater on. 1 or 2 more orders being taken out there by Brett Hutton from some of his teammates. Can we have this? Can we have that? Can we have the protective gear?
1 or 2 people mentioning the dog in the pushchair and Athletico Mince, which I think was Bob Mortimer's comedy series.
Oh, I don't know. I've not heard of that.
No.
Athletico Mince.
Yeah. One of his
Did he have a dog in
things. I don't. It must have done, because a number of people have mentioned it. So.
Ben Slater's gone off the field.
Dane Patterson is going to bowl.
Carter has come on, and he's making his way down here in front of us to
is that Lincolnshire's
long leg. Yep.
Durham are meant to be playing Lincolnshire at a place called Grantham.
Been there, haven't you?
The third attempt to try and stage a game there. The game against Notts was washed out, wasn't it? And then the following year they were meant to play Lincolnshire and then didn't because of lockdown. And then last year they were meant to play them and it was called off again. supposedly this year it will go ahead. Here's Patterson then, right arm over the South African, bowling to Ben Rain, the left-hander, and it's a no ball. Well, that came in low towards Rain's leg stump. I'm just wondering if he got much bat on this or not. Yeah, he did.
So that's 9 no balls in the day, all from umpire Lungley's end. I'm not making
top scorer.
Yeah, I'm not making one and one add up to anything other than what it is. Dane Patterson overstepping for the first time. Jimmy Pattinson overstepped 8 times and was called 8 times.
Martin Emerson and Dave Bracegirdle with you. Sammy Patel here as well. Day 1, Durham against Notts. Notts put them in this morning. And, defended by Potts off Patterson, and really it looked like a very good morning for Durham because they were 96 for 1 and then they lost Sean Dixon for 54. LBW to Luke Fletcher, the penultimate ball of the morning session, and then quickly lost Peterson and Borthwick for 5 and 8 to Patterson White's bowling early in the afternoon. Then Bedingham went for 14, caught behind off Patterson. And Durham then 135 for 5 and a little bit of a fix. And then Travaskis had to retire hurt. As the bowler comes in, that pings through low to the keeper. It was 167 for 5 when Travaskis went off and was replaced by Matty Potts. Then Eckersley was bowled just before tea, 2.5 overs before tea, by Pattinson for 31, having been dropped off Pattinson when he was on 26 by Duckett at second slip. It was a low chance, but it's certainly a county championship player catchable chance. So here we are in the evening sunshine, or the afternoon sunshine, 25 past 4, as Patterson bowls to Potts, who drives. That's a nice shot. The ball just seemed to look like it had a little bit of backspin as it went through the covers there, but it's made its way to the castle boundary for 4.
Be a lovely feeling, won't it, for Matty Potts there, right out of the middle. Punched it away through the offside. Such a big boundary, though. As a batsman, you can't rely on it going, I guess. No matter how well you've struck it, you've still got to run up and down a couple of times. You're almost obligated to do so, just in case it pulls up short of the ropes, but never really seemed as if it was going to. Not seconds, they've won by 7 wickets at Southport, reports Andy Eastham, thank you. Matthew Montgomery, 47, not out.
Defended this time by Potts on off stump.
8 wickets in the match for Calvin Harris and 7 wickets in the match for Toby Petman. Thanks, Andy. Appreciate all that good stuff. Notts 2s. They've played against Lancashire at Southport. Is it Trafalgar Road or some such there, I think?
Yeah, Trafalgar Road end. Yeah. Patterson bowls to Potts. Potts forward to this one, defends, runs back up to the stumps at the other end and knocks the bails off. There's a railway line goes along one end of the ground as well.
There is.
Have you covered a game there?
Yeah.
Durham were there in 2016. It was red hot. It was the week of the flying ants. Thousands of ants suddenly appeared in this crack in the pavement.
I think it was 2011 or 2012. I had to commentate from the lawn tennis office.
Yeah, that's where we were. There was no protection from the elements.
No.
So we got burnt to a crisp. In comes Patterson again. This is defended by Potts. Thankfully, I managed to have the foresight to take long-sleeved shirts with me. But we were sitting outside. You couldn't put an umbrella up because there were people sitting behind you. And it was a hot one. The best spot in the stadium was on the other side of the ground, in the lee of a huge tree where as many people were sheltering out of the sun as could fit under there. For 28. And Brace has gone off to talk to the listeners of Radio Nottingham, and I now have to do some jiggery-pokery here. I've got wearing 2 headsets, and I'm about to try and talk to the good people of Radio Teesshire. First ball from Patterson White of this over is a dot ball. He's bowling round the wicket. Oh, and a missed stumping. Oh, it didn't quite get through. Didn't quite get through to the keeper. Rain went down the track there slightly, tried to dig out a ball. I thought for a second it'd gone through his legs, but didn't quite get through to the keeper. Another dot ball. Here's Patterson White again. Rain plays the ball back to him this time. Four dot balls so far. Patterson White in, and a sweep. Reverse sweep from Rain. That's really nicely timed. He's middled that for four. He's turned long leg into deep backward point and hammered it. Nice shot up towards the top of the Castle stand. Durham past the 200 mark and have a batting point. 200 for 6 after 66.5 overs. .200 for 6, last ball of the over. Comes round the wicket now to Rain, and it's played short to short mid-wicket. And that is the end of the over. Looks like a pleasant afternoon now. Sun is shining. Got a few sunglasses on show on the right-hand side of the ground to the County Durham stand. The pavilion, though, is in shade now, a bit chillier over there. I gather the former Durham bowler Barry McCarthy's here today. Now plays with Ireland. Oh, Patterson's running in. There's a group of people walking behind the side screen at the far end of the ground who have put Matty Potts off. Patterson was virtually at his mark there. Well, he was coming in from his mark, nearly up to the stumps when Potts was put off. Some other people now drifting towards that sight screen. As Patterson bowls, and cut by Potts, past point and away for 4. And that one was hammered away, couldn't get down to it. Durham move on to 204 for 6. Defended this time by Potts.
So Dane Patterson getting the skipper's nod after tea. Couple of wickets already. 2 for 41 his figures. Bowls to the right-handed Potts, who pushes this up to mid-off, and there's no run. 2 slips, Clark and Duckett. Backward point, extra cover, and mid-off for the 5 fielders on the offside. And on the leg side, 2 out behind square, mid-wicket and mid-on Dane Patterson in his 14th over of the innings. Bowls and chopped to backward point. Matt Carter doing the fielding, and there's no run. It was Ben Slater who popped off the field soon after tea. 204 for 6, home county. Drew away with Glamorgan in Cardiff a couple of weeks ago in the first round of matches, and then drew with Leicestershire here last weekend. Patterson bowls, pulled away, cries of catch, and it is out. Caught on the deep square boundary by Lyndon James, and Dane Patterson has another one, and Matty Potts really just helped that out into the deep, straight down the throat of Lyndon James, and Durham are 204 for 7. A little bit of a soft dismissal really. Just needed to roll the wrist, play it down, but the ball just sailed away. Lyndon James out there, comfortable catch. Potts made 10, just faced 18 deliveries, hit a couple of 4s. Nottinghamshire closing in, but still a possibility that we might see a little bit more of Liam Travaskis, or we might see a replacement for him. Let's see, who's this on its way? Out to the middle, 204 for 7, the first success for Nottinghamshire since tea. Who's this, Martin? So comfortable catch taken in the deep by Lyndon James. Dane Patterson getting his 3rd wicket. Still waiting confirmation who the new batsman is. I think it must be Oliver Gibson. It's certainly not Liam Travaskis. So here's Patterson in to bowl to Gibson, gets solidly behind this, pushes it back to Dane Patterson. So in fact it is a replacement cricketer. This is George Drissel coming on for his Durham debut. Former, is he with Gloucestershire? So he has come into the game as an official replacement, so he will come in for Liam Travaskis, who will play no further part in the game. And Drissel, on his Durham debut, finds himself out batting at number 9 alongside Ben Rain, a like-for-like replacement, a lower order batsman who bowls spin. 204 for 7, and we hope Liam Travaskis is okay. It's purely precautional. Rain will defend this one and push it back to Liam Patterson White. Rain on the wicket. Bowls again. Rain with a great deal of responsibility now for getting Durham up to, and from his perspective, beyond 250. Plays this on the leg side to duck it, and there's no run. Next one, driven down the ground. They will take a single this time. 205 for 7. Rain on to 19. Next ball played by Drissel to square leg. And the ball just defended away to leg. 205 for 7. Round the wicket, bowls. Again, nicely defended. Decent defensive technique from Drissel. 205 for 7 at the end of the over. So as he's done throughout, Liam Patterson-White just trying to keep it tight at one end, try and perhaps winkle one out with a bit of craft. At the same time, allowing the quick bowlers to rotate, allowing a couple of them to get in a lengthy period of rest whilst one or two others are operating. That's the way they've gone today. 205 for 7.
Patterson to Rain. That's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Well, George Drissel hasn't played much first-class cricket at all, really. So he's only played 7 first-class matches, has 77 runs, his highest score 19 for Gloucestershire against Derbyshire in 2018. He's only taken 8 wickets as well, best bowling 4 for 83, Gloucestershire against Glamorgan in 2019. So he played 5 games in 2018 and 1 in 2019. This is in the air from Rain as he fends one off from hip height down towards long leg. And fielded by Ben Slater, just down below our commentary position. In terms of like-for-like replacements, he is a spinner. He is 23. And Liam Travaskis is was 23 3 days ago. One's an offie and one's a slow left-arm orthodox.
A surprise for George Drissel. Certainly wasn't expecting to take any part in this game.
In comes Patterson and fended away down past the slip cordon. He's off the mark here. He'll get 2. Off the mark, 5th ball.
Daniel Bell Drummond 134 not out for Kent, who are 211 for 3 at home to Hampshire. Gloucestershire 172 for 6 at Old Trafford against Lancashire. Yorkshire 242 for 7 at Wantage Road against Northants. Somerset 189 for 3 at the Oval against Surrey. Essex all out for 168. Warwickshire 30 for 1 at home. They're all Division 1 scores.
Patterson to Drissel. Defended, rolls up towards mid-on, no run there.
Division 2, Glamorgan at Cardiff all out at 122. Middlesex 75 for 3. That game's moving on quickly. Leicestershire 167 for 8 at home to Derbyshire, and Worcestershire 255 for 4 at home to Sussex. 13 wickets have already gone down at Cardiff.
So what over was it? Was when he went off?
208 for 7 is the score.
Yeah. In comes the bowler with a bouncer. What over was it when Travaskis went off?
Don't know.
They were 167 for 5, weren't they?
Notts will be eyeing up a quick finish here, and Durham will be desperate to try and bat through the session if they can. Ollie Gibson and Chris Rushworth still to come.
Last ball of the over. Patterson to the batsman Drissel. That's the end of the over. It's a dot ball. He just rocks out the road of that one. It goes through to the keeper.
Are we drisseling or drisselling?
I think he's Drissel.
208 for 7.
If somebody wants to tweet me and tell me I'm wrong, you can do, but I'm Drissel.
Ben Rain certainly is the one that Notts would like. I mean, you'll take any wicket, won't you? Of course you will, as the bowling has a fielding side, but certainly Ben Rain has the capabilities to really hurt them if he decides to go on the attack. 3 on the leg side boundary. as Liam Patterson-White bowls, and Rain pushes it out to deepish backward point. We'll take a single there. 209 for 7. Notts won't mind too much. They'd push the field back, so Ben Rain could take a single, move away from the strike. So now Liam Patterson-White to bowl to Drissel. He's happy to block this out as far as Ben Slater. So Liam Travaskis out. You'll see him on your scorecards. Retired hurt for 15. Won't play any further part in this contest. Liam Patterson-White bowling. Drissel again. Just happy to defend. It wasn't off the full face of the bat that time. More edge of bat and pad. But it still found its way back to the bowler. Next delivery. Down the... was spearing quickly down the leg side. I think it hit the pad and ran to square leg, no run. Happy to defend once more. Rod George says not great weather there then, Dave. It's drizzling. Sorry. 209 for 7. We love a tryer, Rod. We love a tryer. Thank you. Next one. Oh, little bit of turn. Left alone. Through to Moores Jr. and the stumps. And it remains 209 for 7. We've got 25 overs left in this, the first day of potential 4. Durham certainly with the better of things, and they managed to get to lunch, say 1 over earlier. They would certainly have dominated the first session. They were 96 for 1, and last ball of the morning session they lost Sean Dixon to Luke Fletcher, 96 for 2. Just got it back towards even.
Patterson with a shortish ball down the leg side to Rain, who pulls it out towards square leg for 1.
Notts with 4 wickets in the afternoon and the retirement, which clearly disrupted Durham, and another wicket since tea. They're going along very nicely, weren't they, Travaskis and Eckersley? At the time of the retirement, he was struck twice on the head actually. Liam Travaskis changed his helmet the first time and then was struck again 20 minutes or so later. Next one worked away down to long leg
by Drissel for 1. Thought I'd better update the BBC Live cricket feed there with that concussion news, having just announced in my 4:30 bulletin on tees that Durham hadn't decided to bring on a concussion replacement, and then looked up to see a number 8 walking out, thinking I don't recognise that number. Patterson under blue skies here in Chesley Street. Right arm over to Rain. Rain plays the ball nicely out through mid-wicket. Should get a couple of runs here. There's 2 fielders on the Castle side of the ground, and are they going to go for one for the throw? No, they're not. They're settling for 2. Sun's gone in, so it just looks a little bit grey at the moment. Certainly looks a bit filled into the north, doesn't it? A bit sort of sea fretty up that way towards Newcastle and the River Tyne. Hopefully the sun will re-emerge shortly. 213 for 7, Durham. I think Sam said in commentary earlier that Notts always have a belief if they can bowl the team out for 280, they've had a good day.
Yeah.
Rain is on 24 from 39 balls as Patterson comes in right arm over from the Lumley end. He plays that out towards Hamid in the covers, a diving stop. Sliding along on one knee actually. Now where would you be sitting now, Dave? You'd be in the sunshine at the bottom front of the County Durham stand, wouldn't you, rather than in the shadows of the Northwest Terrace or the Pavilion?
The me now or the 12-year-old me. The 12-year-old me would probably be trying to get some autographs, so I'd be sat by the steps in front of the pavilion. The me now, then yes, I'd be like an old toad sat on a rock in the sun.
Fended away by rain down towards fine leg for one. The old toad, Dave Bracegirdle.
Just trying to get a little bit of warmth.
Yeah.
So 214 for 7. We talked earlier, funnily enough, with Salmon about the occasion he came on as a concussion sub for Chris Nash, so he knows what it's all about to step into a game. But I think he had a little bit more experience than young George Drissel. Anyway, more from Martin, and then Samet will be with him.
Patterson comes in and bowls. Drissel forward to that one. It's gone out into the covers. End of the over. 72 gone. 24 remaining in the day here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Nottingham. Jerry Rafferty's on Radio Newcastle at the moment. Get it right next time, that one. Be an update for them in the news bulletin at 5 o'clock in about 13 minutes or so, 14 minutes.
Evening, everybody.
Evening, Samet. Is Liam Patterson white round the wicket, left arm round to Rain.
Mr. Single. Patterson White's bowled really well. Kept control, and
yeah,
it was in a decent spot really. It's most I've seen a spinner bowl. Riverside.
Comes in again, driven by Rain this time up to mid-off, no run there. I thought you said I'd missed a single there, but Durham had missed a single. Lyndon James is fielding at mid-off. Previous delivery was cut out towards point, but they didn't go for a run. Patterson White in again, bat and pad there from Rain. Crucial really to what Rain can do here and how many runs he can get on the board for Durham. If Drissel can hold his own at the other end.
I think Durham trying to get another batting point, weren't they?
In comes the bowler again and played out into the covers this time. No run there as Ben Slater picks that one up. I don't know if you saw Matty Potts' dismissal. He just lofted it straight to James. He couldn't have picked a better spot to put it straight into his hands. Soft dismissal really. So he comes in and bowls again, and this is turned to square leg by Rain. It just looked like a sort of practice shot, didn't it, really?
Yeah, quite half-hearted. Didn't really go through with it.
No, I think if he'd followed through with it, he might have cleared the fielder, because he was right on the boundary, wasn't he? But comes in again here, defended by Rain. And 2 more wickets for Notts, and they've got their 3rd bowling point. Patterson White with another maiden there. 24 overs from him. He's bowled a lot today. 2 for 49, 5 maidens. And his 2 wickets both came just after lunch. Got Peterson for 5, LBW, the South African going back into his crease. And Scott Borthwick edging to Stephen Mullaney at slip when he was on 8.
Not had much to work with, but he's done a great job.
They were in consecutive overs from him then. Dane Patterson, the South African, bowling to Drissel. On debut for Durham as a concussion replacement. Right arm over to the right-hander. Played back safely to him.
Looks like he can hold a stick.
What's he got? 77 runs going into this one from 7 first-class games.
Is he at Somerset?
He was at Gloucestershire.
At Gloucestershire.
He played 5 games in 2018 and only 1 in 2019. He's played 5 one-day games for Somerset last year, so but his first-class career was at Gloucestershire. Patterson bowls to him. This is defended and runs up towards mid-off. Bristol down to Taunton's just a short hop, isn't it?
It is.
3 wood. About 40 miles or something, is it? 50 miles?
50 miles.
Durham haven't been down to Taunton since 2016. I think they might be playing Somerset in the One Day Cup this year. Patterson in, and a leading edge from Dressel down towards third man. He'll get 2.
Yeah, 2. Good piece of fielding from Ben Duckett.
He's got his long sleeve sweater on, Ben Duckett.
You can't come to the northeast with that long sleeve sweater, can you?
It's warm out there today, man. Tell you what, I've never been as cold in a press box as I was at Trent Bridge last year. It was freezing.
It's because Dave leaves all the windows open, that's why.
Yeah, well, we had to. We had the heating on, but the windows open, and it was still cold. That was a body warmer and a woolly hat and gloves and whatever else job.
Slips look close there, don't they?
Yeah. 2 slips in place as Patterson bowls to Dressel. Plays the ball out into the covers. The little dog's trying to eat its pram. It's just been chewing on the pram.
Oh, Dave, look. The dog is in the pram.
Yeah, the dog is in the pram, Dave.
That's cleared that one up.
Yeah. He never listens to anything I tell him.
I know.
Never believes me. I can be ignored like that at home, you know. Don't have to come here to be receiving that kind of treatment. Somebody's described us as an old married couple on Twitter today. The odd couple, maybe. 216 for 7. Patterson bowls, and a quick single out towards the covers. Good running. Throw misses the target and is backed up way across the other side of the square off the throw from Liam Patterson-White. 1 ball left of this 74th over here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Nottingham.
Might be a bit of time for James Pattinson again. How many overs to the new ball?
6.
6 overs to the new ball.
6 after this delivery. It's funny because this day seems to have shot by.
I told you, because the spinner's been bowling.
Yeah. Patterson round the wicket to Rain. Finds that leg side again. Rain tries to help it on its way, and it loops out down towards long leg, where it is fielded by Ben Slater, and he gets a single. End of the over. Rain keeps strike as well from a Durham point of view. So 74 overs gone, 22 left in the day. I was thinking we probably were heading for a 20 past, half past 6 finish when the final session started at around about 20 past 4.
It's not too bad, is it?
Well, there's meant to be finishing at 6 every day, but they never do.
22 overs left. We might finish at 6, yeah. 6:15.
What time's it now?
It's 5 o'clock.
You're not going to get, well, if they keep the spinner bowling at one end, you're still not going to get in. You've got the second new ball to come.
Yeah. Change of innings, Dave reckons.
Well, he's always been an optimistic sort of lad. Liam Patterson-White round the wicket here from the Finkel end. It's played back to him by Rain. Durham are 32 away from the next batting point. Patterson-White bowls, Rain forward. The ball rolls out to the leg side, short on the leg side, no run there. Is that Duckett in there?
Duckett's a short mid wicket, yeah.
Bowler in again, and Rain flicks it hard out towards deep mid wicket. Patterson's out on the boundary with his back to the members' balcony. 1 run. So what's on the agenda tonight then, Samet? Where will you be?
Well, I'm sure
to?
heading to a nice restaurant in Durham.
You got your favourites in Durham, have you?
I had Zen last night, which was very nice, yeah. Very nice.
Patterson-White to Dressel. Defended.
Happy for.
Where's Zen? Is that in that setup where Weatherspoon's all goes on?
No, Zen is at the top of the town, which is near the racecourse.
All right, okay. Yeah.
Where Durham University play.
Yeah. Defended. You got some runs down, didn't you, once?
Yeah, at the old racecourse.
Yeah. How many did you get?
I can't remember.
Didn't you get a double 100 against them once?
I think it was Loughborough, wasn't it?
Ooh, that's plumb. Dressel's never moved his legs there, and that ball smacks into his pads, and Durham are now 8 down. and
timely wicket for Patterson White. He's deserved that.
He's gone for 6. Well, at this rate, they might not need to take the new ball. Durham are 219 for 8. 15 added for the 8th wicket. Who's left to come out now? Oh, there's Ollie Gibson, and then there's Chris Rushworth.
So Rushy, is this Rushy now? No.
It's Gibson, I think. He's got that patch on his arm.
Ran on beautifully. Lovely left arm's dismissal.
How many overs gone? 75. The news is on Radio Newcastle. Change of bowler here, and this is Lyndon James into the attack, coming round the wicket, right armour from the Lumley end, bowling to Rain. First ball goes to Hamid at mid-wicket, no run.
It's been a good return for Notts, this.
Yeah. Could have a few squeaky overs to bat out tonight, though.
Yeah.
James in, and that's gone down the leg side as a waft from Rain. He's played and missed at that one. Spills out the keeper's gloves.
I think we'll see a bit of attacking stroke play from Ben Ray now. I think Durham will want
2
this.
out and the deep on the leg side, deep mid wicket and long leg.
Durham will want another 31 runs, ideally.
Third man's on the boundary as well, and the cover's on the boundary too. James bowls, Rain plays it out to mid-wicket, and out there is Patterson White. 1 run. Brings Gibson on, who's made his first-class debut for Durham last week against Leicestershire. Has played club cricket for Shotley Bridge in recent seasons in the North East Premier League, Durham Academy, Durham's seconds. Born in North Yorkshire, but has grown up round the Derwent side area of County Durham. Update now for Radio Newcastle. Well, Durham are currently 220 for 8. They have lost Liam Travaskis as a concussion replacement because he's got hit in the head twice by James Pattinson earlier in the day. So the Durham physio came on and took him off the field. So George Dressel made his debut as a concussion substitute, but he's just gone for 6 LBW to Liam Patterson White. And the other wicket to fall since tea, that of Matty Potts, just lofting a fairly half-hearted shot out to the mid-wicket boundary, caught by Lyndon James off the bowling of Dane Patterson. So Durham have 220 for 8. 1 more wicket for Notts brings them their final bowling point. Durham need another 30 to get to the next batting point, and there are 20 overs to go. Ben Rain has 28 of the runs. Update there for Radio Newcastle. 220 for 8. Did Dressel get 6 or 8? I've written down 6, Andy.
Yeah, he has got 6.
He got 6.
Yeah.
Right. Have you watched Athletico Mince, Samet?
I haven't. No.
I think it's a Bob Mortimer creation. He In comes James over the stumps to Gibson. No run there. The last O Gibson, of course, was a superstar at Durham. Otis.
Yeah.
Now the coach at York took all 10 wickets in an innings against Hampshire once. Ran through the Hampshire top order in the 2007 Cup final at Lords as well. 220 for 8 Durham here, and 20 overs remaining tonight.
A nice wine bar tonight. A nice wine bar with a.
One of your Bellini daiquiri malarkeys.
Any recommendations in Durham? Please shout out, anybody?
Oh, it's not really. I couldn't tell you in Durham. I don't really ever go through there for a night out. It's just not on the. I like Durham. It's a lovely place to go to, but it's not on the beaten path for us from where we are. Brown's, is it Brown's boathouse down on the riverbank, under the bridge? The Swan on the other side.
Yeah.
Patterson White balls, thick edge along the floor there from Rain down towards third man. He should get 2. There's I think the last time I went through there for a pint was with Dave Fletcher and Dave Griffin from Radio Derby, and we went to the Market Tavern in the marketplace. That was alright. Patterson White left arm round to Rain, dabbed out towards mid wicket. Any suggestions for Samit Patel, and who else will be going out with you?
Well,
got Brace in tow?
No. Maybe a few of the bowlers will be.
Brace is watching pub games on the telly.
Yeah, he'll be watching the darts, and
driven up and over, and safely lands about 4 or 5 yards in front of the fielder down here at long on.
I'm sure James Pattinson and Luke Fletcher will be in that company with Dean Patterson.
Lyndon James fielding down there. I keep trying to tell Brace that darts is not a sport, but he won't have it. There's no athleticism involved in it at all. Same as the snooker he was talking about earlier. It's just defended by Gibson. He's faced 4 balls yet to get off the mark. Mid-on drops back a little as the bowler comes in. It's left alone outside the off stump. Comes back in at Gibson. He got lucky, I think, there with his judgment.
The tactics of bowling the other man. Mid wicket's gone out.
In comes bowler again. Oh, that's worth a shout. He's yorked him.
Yeah.
It's LBW. And he tried to play across the line. Gibson has gone for a duck. 6th ball, I think. And Patterson White strikes again. And that will bring in Chris Rushworth, who may not be long from holding the ball in his hand.
Rushy, always dangerous this part of the day. Later on, many a battle with Chris Rushworth.
Well, from the good start that Durham had this morning, 96 for 1 to being 223 for 9, I think they'll feel this is a day that hasn't worked out for them. We've got the big blammer out there at the minute. They're trying to hammer a hole away. Steel blammy thing. Got to have some upper body strength to whack that into the ground like they do. Here's Chris Rushworth coming out to the middle end. 4 added for that wicket. And it was the end of the over as well. What did Patterson? Has Patterson White got wickets here before? No. Best bowling 5 for 41 against Hampshire last year. Also took 5 for 84 at Hove this year. And 5 for 73 at Somerset in Taunton on his debut in 2019. And he's got today 4 for 53. So if he gets another, he'll be right up there.
He will be.
So it'll be his second best figures by the looks of things, if we can get one quickly. But the wicket came at the end of the over, and Lyndon James will be bowling to Ben Rain. the sunshine here in Chesley Street.
27 for an extra batting point for Durham.
It's doable.
It is. Has to play well though now.
Yeah. James, right arm round to the left-handed Rain. Rain pushes the ball up to... Oh, Hamid. That bobbles awkwardly off a strip. Takes it at mid-wicket. My dad's text, he says there's a nice little Indian restaurant down the alleyway, not far off the Market Tavern. There's a church in the corner of the marketplace. And you go down the steps there and it's there. Sort of half overlooking the river and the bridge across, the sort of dual carriageway across the river. I've been there before. I
shall ask the lads and see what they want. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to down anywhere now. We've got more, well, hopefully all out tonight.
Pulled by Rain out towards deep mid-wicket. Oh, it's only gone to mid-wicket. I thought he got well hold of that there, but no. Bounced in front of Hamid. John Hutchison's emailed. He says it looks like plenty of cocktail bars in Durham. James to Rain. Rain plays the ball back to him. Whiskey River, he says. Blue Eye, 33 Neville Street in the Champagne Bar.
Lovely.
None of these will serve plasma on draft. I don't know what plasma is.
No, neither do I.
Thing is, these bars change over so often, don't they? What was there once suddenly disappears to be something else. James to Rain. Rain taps this out through mid-wicket for 1. And that brings Rushworth on to strike. Bring Brace back in a sec. You can take over from me for a few minutes. Rushworth's average is about 11. 2 slips in place for him as James comes right arm over from the Lumley end. Rushworth guides this one down towards third man for 1. He's off the mark. Fielded down below us by Ben Slater. Just in front of our commentary position. Last ball of the over coming up, and then 18 to go, which is a fraction over an hour. Also 2 overs to go until the new ball, but whether or not they take it remains to be seen. Durham were due the new ball against Leicestershire on Sunday night and decided not to bother, and they just shook hands on a draw and saved 60 quid. He's going to come round the wicket now to the left-handed Rain. In he comes. Rain drives, and that's away for 4. Nice shot straight back past the bowler, up to the North Terrace for 4 runs.
A lovely shot.
Nice shot, timed it well, right out the middle. So he moves on to 36, and Durham move on to 229 for 9 with 18 overs to go today. 78 have gone so far here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Nottingham.
Excellent day so far for Notts. Putting the home side in and having them to 29 for 9 is a great reward. As Patterson White is going to continue. Luke Fletcher and James Pattinson both limbering up.
You take it, Sam? You take it straight away?
I'd take it straight away, yeah.
Go on, you've been itching to have a commentary go. Go on, you do this over.
Patterson White rearranging the field, and he runs into ball for defence from Chris Rushworth. That's a nice little break there for you, Dave, isn't it?
Every day's a school day, sat behind you, listening to you, learning, tapping into your thoughts.
Patterson White runs in. Another push back to the bowler. Is he going to get his 5 for? He's bowled tremendously well today as Patterson White held the innings together.
Might get hooked out of the attack in a minute.
Well, be harsh, but Depends what the team will need it, I reckon. He's done
What
a great
happened there,
job.
Summit? What happened there?
He's pushed it out for a single on the offside, out to deep cover. Rushworth moves on to 2, and Ben Rain 36.
Gets a lot of LBWs, Patterson White, didn't he? I think 4 of his 5 at Hove were LBW.
Ball's nice and straight. He's got it. Yeah, well done.
That's a good catch by Joe Clark on the long on boundary, and they all rush to Liam Patterson-White, who's bowled unchanged since before lunch and finishes with 5. It was Joey Everson here last year, another of the young guns this time for Nottinghamshire, getting 5 wickets. There it is, 5-wicket bag on the board. It says 26.4 overs. 5 maidens, 5 for 54. His second 5-wicket haul this season.
Absolutely fantastic.
It is. And I was just about to say, at what point does the old finger start to...
it starts to hurt.
Start to get sore.
Well, it's when it gets cold and you can't grip it, that's when it gets sore.
I suppose also it starts to get sore when you're going for runs, but when you're taking wickets, it's not so bad.
Not too bad.
That's a terrific job by Nottinghamshire to turn a position of 66 for none into 230 all out. I'm not sure if the board has changed. I don't think it has. So it says currently 17 overs remain. 1 off for this over 16. I think there'll be 14 overs left. So we could well be pushing towards well, an hour from now or something of that order. Durham are all out for 230. The last wicket there, Ben Rain out for 36. Went after Liam Patterson-White, hoiked it down the ground.
The cartel will be happy.
They will indeed.
They'll have the feet up. Fletcher will be hopefully the batters can go and put on a big score now.
Well, you'd imagine Luke will have to pop his pads on. Is that? I mean, tell me the insight. What from what I get, 5 overs to go generally, not go with the night watchman. And
Fletch or Jimmy Pat, one of those.
I would imagine it's Fletcher, especially on this ground, his 92 ground.
Yeah, his famous 92.
Back in 2017.
Yeah.
What was he? He was only 7 or 8 not out overnight. And he actually said at breakfast, honestly, as true as I'm sat here, I'm going to get 100 today, Dave. And I just couldn't believe it. And I don't know if you can remember the scenario. It effectively done it because Durham were just bowling a few overs to get to the second new ball, and Ryan Pringle had served up an over at this end that he'd got 12 or 14 from, and then Collingwood, who hadn't bowled, he'd hardly bowled that season, brought himself on. Jimmy Pat nudged it to gully, down came Fletch, and Keaton Jennings picked it up and broke 1,000 hearts.
That's it.
Extraordinary stuff. The scorecard is on the board, Samit. Unusually, there are 12 names up there. We feel for, I don't know if you've heard anything, but we feel for Liam Travasky. It's never nice to have to leave the action. Struck on the head a couple of times, so that was clearly a precaution, wasn't it? Let's hope it's just that and he's okay. But George Drissel into the game.
Yeah, unfortunate circumstances there for Liam. I hope he's okay, but James Pattinson did hit him hard twice. But it's given another youngster an opportunity to get in the game of Mr. Drizzle. So, yeah. Be an interesting passage of play. I've just got a message from Chris Nash saying facing Rushy at the best of times, but not up in Durham in April, he said.
I think, was it Daryl Mitchell who, I think he wrote something in Chris Rushworth's testimonial brochure, and he's brought a book out which is, I think, due out at the back end of the week. Daryl Mitchell, of course, the former Worcestershire player, done such a great job with the PCA, he's retired. He's just written with Frank Watson his autobiography, and it is due out on the 25th, whenever that may be, not probably the day after this game, but look out for that. But he always talks about having nightmares facing Chris Rushworth with a new ball.
Yeah, Rushy's put a few batters to bed, really. He's been a great performer for Durham, and yeah, he more than likely just gets the job done, takes the wickets for the new ball, consistent performer, and he's I think he's one away, isn't he, from
Yeah, we'll let Martin. Let Martin certainly get that. That would be 550. Funnily enough, Luke for Nottinghamshire.
Got 600 wickets there, didn't he?
Well, for
all formats.
For Nottinghamshire, he is 399 after his 1 wicket in this innings for Nottinghamshire.
Right.
He got some more. He played a little bit for Derbyshire and Surrey on loan in years gone by in first-class cricket. But yeah, he's passed 600 wickets in all formats. Liam Patterson-White 5 for 54, I think were his figures, and Martin had a look. I think that's tying his second best figures in first-class cricket. But he was already up amongst the leading wicket takers in the certainly in Division 2. I think in Division 1, Craig Overton's 13 wickets in the last round of matches. Just seen pictures on the screen now. He's disappeared of Ben Stokes batting in the nets. I don't know if that was today or not today, but saw a little bit of Ben Stokes. Durham could have done with Ben Stokes today. We saw Sean Dixon this morning with a nice innings of 54. He looked okay. There were 1 or 2 opportunities that not spilled during the course of the day. Notably, Ned Eckersley dropped by Ben Duckett off the bowling of James Pattinson, who hasn't yet ironed out this no ball problem. But Notts will be, I think, very pleased. And Kevin Shine will once again, if we ask him, be hugely delighted with the work of Liam Patterson-White, and also the way collectively Stephen Mullaney came up with a plan. They all bought into it, and it worked nicely. They tied it up with the spinner from one end, and the seamers did the job from the other end. And I think we should also once again reflect that Dane Patterson has done an excellent job today. He came on and got the first wicket, but he got some big ones. He got Beddingham, and then he was handed probably his third by Matty Potts. But he does a good job, Dane Patterson, whenever he comes on.
Absolutely. I think we'll be hopefully going to go and set our stall there now to bat long and bat once, hopefully in the game, and put some pressure on Durham on late day 3 and day 4. But yeah, the bowling cartel will be chuffed to bits, and spinner to get 5 for up at Durham in April is a great effort.
Just waiting for the re-emergence of the umpires. I wouldn't imagine we'd be too much longer. Tom Lungley and Graham Sharp.
A long 10 minutes, isn't it?
It seems to. I was just thinking exactly the same, but I don't suppose it is really. Steve Kicks, what a day for Nottinghamshire. Let's bat them out of the game. Andy Easom, could he ask Samit if Liam Patterson-White may represent his country sooner rather than later, or vice versa? Can't be many counties who have 5 spinners of quality and emerging quality as we have.
Absolutely, I don't see why not at all. Seeing what's happening with English cricket at the minute, I think that there's plenty of gaps for blokes to represent the country, and at any level. So it's really good to see that Pato's getting some wickets.
I asked you earlier, where does his game go from here? I know it's a ridiculous thing to say for a young man with only a handful of appearances, and asked if he needs to develop different balls or whatever, but whatever he's doing right now seems to be working.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. As I said, his biggest attribute is his accuracy. Doesn't really bowl many bad balls.
Well, just speak on that. Again, I've mentioned 4 LBWs out of his 5 again. It's professional first-class cricket, and you say he's bowling at the stumps, he's bowling straight balls. Why are these batsmen missing it then?
Well, it's not as easy as that, Dave. I think that the trajectory balls and curves, like the drift that he gets, you see batsmen in the air, and the pace that he bowls at, people don't really. He does people on length a lot, and I think the way he goes about his business is pretty professional, and it's good to see a young kid do that, to be honest.
It really is. Lovely to see the youngster coming through and having a little bit of success. Here are our 2 officials striding towards the middle. Just have to do an update. I think it's 14 overs to go. We're just waiting for official confirmation on the board. So knowing how long they take to set the fields early on, these 14 overs may well last the best part of an hour. The two batsmen are eager for work. They've not exactly been overflowing with runs as yet. Ben Slater and Asiba Mead. Mead was unluckily run out at the non-strikers end last week. I'm laughing. That's a rotten way to go, isn't it? A bend ducket drive flicked off the bowler James Whale onto the stumps, and he was short of his ground. I know, you know, you shouldn't go that far, but it was hit so quickly. I mean, it was just a blur, and he had to go. And that's a cruel way to get out.
Absolutely, it's one of the that rule should go actually from the rule book. Can't be outrun backing up. But yeah, it's.
Have you done that or been all three elements of that? Have you hit it and run somebody out? Have you been the one run out, and have you been the bowler deflecting it onto the stump?
I've done all three. Actually,
You've done all three.
Yeah. This is a crucial passage of play now.
It is indeed. Rushworth going to bowl potentially a big moment, so we'll bring him in. If you can just stay on for a minute, Samet, then we'll give you a break when I come back after speaking into Radio Nottingham's 5:30 sports programme. Will be Martin in just a second. The dangers then, Samet, are facing Chris Rushworth. How good is he?
Yeah, he's fantastic. He's keeping the stumps into play all the time. Both edges of the bat. He's going to put some pressure on, and his experience of the local wickets here. So yeah, I think he does a great job for Durham, and home and away. To be honest, you just have to look at his record. It's going to be a tough test as he's running in from the Lumley end.
15 overs to go, I think, tonight, as the first ball is bowled, and that is defended. Scoreboard's got an advert for Diana Ross, who's appearing here later in the year. She's a very good middle-order batsman, apparently.
Things were so very rosy after the first session, weren't they?
Yes, I don't think that's been a particularly good afternoon at all for Durham. Haven't really acquitted themselves well there. Not helped by the loss of Liam Travaskis, but it was those 4 wickets. I've just done the maths. 4 wickets for 29 runs in 14 overs around lunch in the early afternoon, as Rushworth comes in again here and bowls. So Ben Slater opening the batting. Hamid at the other end.
I think both of our opening batters will be feeling the pinch a little bit, wanting to score early season, as no other batsman really, but especially these two. I think Hamid's been looking good, and Slater's had a 30, so I'm sure they want to kick on. Rushworth runs in.
Here he comes round the wicket to Slater. Oh, nearly an edge behind. A player to miss there.
Just needs the one more, doesn't he?
Yeah.
One more.
He's broken all the records that Durham have had. He's the leading wicket taker. He broke the record last year against Worcestershire. Got past Graham Onion's previous best for Durham. 527 first-class wickets. He's on 549 Championship and Bob Willis Trophy wickets. So next one is 550. Comes in Hutton.
He's on the money. He doesn't miss.
Yeah, it's right on the money there. It's been a bit of a slow start to the campaign for him, actually. He's taken 5 wickets in 2 matches. Best figures 2, 4, 38. But he's as fit as ever.
He is.
Looks the part.
Yeah.
This is where I need 2 sets of headphones and 2 microphones, because I've got to do an update for teas at the moment as well. Rushworth in. This is played away by Hutton. Diana Ross is still on the scoreboard. Scoreboard's not working. As soon as they've put a picture on, it's caused a chain reaction. You probably don't even understand that, do you? No, that was a big hit in this country. About 1983, 84, something like that.
Just bat being ball.
Yeah. Rushworth in. From the Lumley end, comes in and bowls. Playing a miss. Going forward to that one, and that is the end of the over.
It's a good start for Durham.
It's a maiden.
Matty Potts is going to take the ball from the other end.
Now, Matty Potts the other day, career best figures. He got a 6 for here, and he absolutely bowled like a demon. Really good spell bowling. Best I've seen him. So Potts is just 23 years old. He's played for England under 19s. Made his Durham debut in 2017.
Toured with me in the winter.
21 first-class wickets. First-class appearances, sorry. And 6 for 58 he took the other day against Leicestershire.
Played in the PSL with me at Lahore, Columbus.
Yeah, he didn't play though, did he?
No,
He did some netballing, but he didn't get in the first team.
No.
I interviewed him about it afterwards at the members' night at the start of the season. He said it was a great experience.
Yeah, it was. I'm sure he would have learnt lots. Shane Sharafidi, Harris Ralph, plenty of blokes to learn off.
Here he is bowling to Hamid, right arm over from the Finkel end. That's Yorker length ball dug out by Hamid, affected by Rushworth at mid-on. I'm hearing the startling news on Radio T's. The cheeky girls have reformed.
The cheeky girls.
I bet you danced to them in Magaluf, did you?
We have.
Yeah.
We have. Magaluf, what a place.
Yes. It's quite the eye-opener. Potts comes in again and bowls. And a bit of a leading edge this time from Hamid off towards point. Hamid was a little bit unlucky when he made his England debut in India, then he broke his hand. And it was Keaton Jennings who then went and replaced him, and Jennings
scored 100, didn't he?
Got 100 on his first day as a Test player, and he was the 4th England player to do that in the history of the Test side. And one of the others was W.G. Grace, and by weird chance, on the day he did it, I was sent to cover an auction in Newcastle. It's Potts bowls, and Hamid plays this out into the covers, and a cricket bat which had been gifted by W.G. Grace to a vicar who had associations with Surrey Cricket Club many, many years ago was being auctioned that day. And that was the day that Keaton Jennings joined W.G. Grace in making that piece of history. I think the bat went for about 230 quid or something like that. I was surprised. I thought it would have gone for more.
This new ball is going to be crucial for Durham. Can they make some inroads?
13 and a half overs to go. Big stride forward from Hamid there, with purpose there to that one.
Very technical, very correct. Not always going to hurt you, but if he gets past this new ball bit, he's going to be hard to bowl to.
Davey Fennick says, if it's a wine bar Sam wants, tell him to head to Ebony Champagne Bar, where he still owes me a drink from the time he was here after an England game at Chester Street with Carl Turner. Can you remember going for...
That's a good memory.
You remember going for a pint with Carl Turner?
Yeah, I do.
He was a former Durham player, wasn't he, Carl?
And nuts, yeah.
Yeah. Potts again. Comes in and bowls. Hamid plays this
solid
onto the leg side safely. And he says, for an Indian, the one I mentioned, the Spice Lounge, Martin, he says they also have the Capital up at Claypath, and he said I would recommend the Staff Lamb Curry in the Spice Lounge. There you are. Other restaurants and bars are available.
Lovely, thank you. This is going to be a maiden from Potts as well, as he runs in.
Potts comes in and bowls.
It's a lovely
This is
shot.
driven through.
It's a great shot from Hamid. Square drive for 4.
4 runs.
And there's my answer for a maiden is not.
I've got to do this update for Radio T's now. Suggestions, we've dropped off the internet, so I need to check which feed that's not working. Chris Rushworth turns, start of a new over, and on strike is Slater, yet to get off the mark as he faced 6 balls from Rushworth the previous over.
Rushy, he's always going to be hovering in and around the pad, looking to get an LB bowled. What an attack they used to have. Onions, Rushworth, Callum Thorpe, Claydon, Plunkett. Yeah.
Rushworth comes in and bowls, played by Slater. He's off the mark, down towards fine leg for one.
Not so we just, regardless of the score, but make sure we don't lose any wickets. One, if that. It'll be a Notts day, I reckon. Tricky part of the day to bat. Can't really gain anything.
The ISDN lights are still on as Rushworth comes here to bowl to Hamid. This is defended. So Man U's new boss is the Ajax boss.
Is that right?
Yeah. Gonna do this update for Radio T's and I'll have to chase up and see what's going on with the internet feed. Rushworth to Hamid. Ooh, it's just gone past the outside edge of the bat and through to the keeper. Update shortly for T's.
That's the length that Rushworth will be wanting to probe at, the fuller length. I think the ball before was just a little bit short. Just gave Hamid a little bit of time to rot back and play.
Here he comes. Hamid is on 4 as Rushworth bowls, and that's defended.
Solidly played from Hamid.
Not the best of days for Durham. They were 96 for 2 at lunch, but then really got into a bit of a mix and fell apart a bit after lunch, and it was Liam Patterson-White who bowled the entire afternoon, 26.4 overs, who caused them the damage. Sunderland born, he ended up taking 5 for 54 with his spin bowling, his second best figures in first class cricket. Durham dismissed for just 230, so that meant that there were 15 overs for Notts to bat out this evening, and in sunshine here in Chesty Street they've now faced 3 of them and they are currently 5 without loss. The top score for Durham was Sean Dixon with 54, Ben Rain at the other end with 36 and Ned Eckersley in the middle with 31, but quite a few players getting single figures and not really doing their bit for the Durham cause this afternoon. Durham are going to have to bowl tightly if they're to keep this one in check. Commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app.
Overs remaining tonight.
Take one as me sets her headphones off and leave the other one on.
Potts at the end of his mark.
Dave, can you check the feed on the BBC Sounds, just see if it's there or not? And then,
Potts runs in.
Where's that gone?
Hit over point for 4. It's a lovely shot from Ben Slater.
Yeah, it was a
bit of width on offer and chucked his hands at it nicely.
Just a little bit short of wasn't it?
Just set up, yeah.
Rising up nicely for him. Well, the YouTube stream will be working because it takes a live feed direct from our machine here, so I think it's the BBC feed that's gone off, so I'm gonna have to chase that up and make a phone call.
As Potts ran in there and a nice lead from Ben Slater. It's a very important passage of play, I reckon, this for Notts. Can come out unscathed, it'd be perfect. As Potts runs in. Let's the ball go. Oh, it's a nice little single to square leg. Just a tickle off the pads.
One thing we haven't mentioned today, that 3 of the Notts side, Lyndon James, Liam Patterson-White and Asib Hamida, actually played here first class game last year for the first class counties 11, you may remember. It's the Indian tourists. I actually came up and covered a bit of that. And Masiba Mead scored a century in that game. He was already obviously very much back on England's radar. And scored 100 in that game. Potts bowls, and this is
heavy length.
Eased into the offside. And there's no run, 10 without loss. I think it's all working again. Do you want to come back in, or are you all right? We'll bring Martin back in a wee while. I think we should be going out to the world. Hello, world. Chesterley Street calling the world. Dave Bracegirdle and Samit Patel, who's working with us for the first 2 days here, watching his old side Nottinghamshire batting against Durham. Potts bowls nicely defended up to mid-on, and there's no run. Durham made 230. Nottinghamshire 10 without loss. The approach here is just, as you say, get through to stumps. No
Absolutely.
risks.
Yeah, no risks.
Get a start and begin again tomorrow if you can.
Set the stall out to bat once, I reckon, Dave.
Matty Potts comes in. There are 3 slips there, and Hamid has guided it to where a 4th slip would be, and not going to go all the way to the Health Club. And they come back for a couple of runs, so Hamid joined Slater on 6, Notts 12 without loss. After 4 overs, Potts has gone for 11 of the 12 runs so far.
Yeah.
We had a pop this morning on a picture of Will Gidman. Of course, is one of the members of the Durham coaching staff here. Played for both, and nice to see Chris Scott pipe up. Don't forget me, former wicket-keeper for both, of course. Chris Scott, and he mentioned 1 or 2 more over the years. Nathan Astle, the Kiwi, has Rushworth bowls and it's defended. And also Will Smith got a mention. He'll have played with both. And of course, Will Smith was, you know what I'm going to say, finals day at Trent Bridge. He had the
until Paul Nixon started to cheat. It was it'll be all right, wouldn't it?
Well, he had the his place in destiny whisked away from him by a decision not to award a over waist high full toss. Next one has worked away on the leg side.
Him and Alan Jones both wanted to get off the field.
Was Paul Nixon?
Nico was celebrating the ball before that. They thought they already won, but if the umpire did his job, who knows?
It certainly looked very, very tight, didn't it? The more you looked at it over the years, you wonder why it wasn't called. But what would it have been?
Just told you because Alan Jones wanted to get off the field.
Needed to have hit the last ball for 6, would it?
I don't think
4,
so,
was
no.
it?
3, I think, 2.
Next one is clipped away down to long leg. Paul Coughlin, of course, another one who in recent times has played for both. Not in the Durham side at the moment. We'll get rid of this cough. Single taken.
Davis played.
Mark Davis played for both, of course. Not been too many. John Morris, Animal.
Chris Hewison.
Yeah.
John Morris.
Would you have played with John Morris?
I did play one. Yeah. Played one game with John Morris.
230 the Durham score.
Showing my age, Dave.
Sean Dixon shows mine. Sean Morris. I remember John Morris beginning at Derby, let alone finishing at Notts. Sean Dixon made 54. The latest delivery has been defended by Asiba Mead. He was on 6, Ben Slater's 7.
At the minute, it'll be a happy camp in the Outlaws camp, I'll tell you.
So at what point then does the... Mark Saxelby's another one.
There'll be some more that we're missing, for sure.
Well, Ross Taylor certainly in white ball played up here. This one's clipped on the leg side. Looking at Martin for him to nod. Just white ball Ross Taylor. Of course, he played red ball Trent Bridge 2018. So there might be 1 or 2 more. 13 without loss, Nottinghamshire, Durham.
James Franklin?
230. Didn't play for Durham, did he? Didn't play for Durham.
Did he not?
Didn't play that many for Notts. Only played 1 first-class match for Notts.
James Franklin.
Funny enough, it was on this ground. Next ball
plays
is defended. Yeah, his only first-class game was for Notts on this ground.
Oh yeah.
James Franklin commentated on the 2017 Lords final with me. Once you were out there for a while on the pitch, and then in the dressing room you were the opposite end to me, enjoying the Alex Hales innings.
Oh, what a day that was. What a day.
Darren's been in touch. Ask Samit, best players you've faced and played with?
Best players I've faced.
I suppose in your role it's both, isn't it? As a
Yeah.
batsman and as a bowler. You've bowled in India to Kohli and Tendulkar in India. That must be
Sehwag was daunting.
Next ball is allowed to go through to the keeper. Matty Potts bowling to Slater. 13 without loss. We're in the 6th over of the innings. Sehwag intimidating.
Yeah, very. Him and Chris Gale were the two that I didn't really like to bowl at.
Does Gale speak on the field? Does he engage with you?
No, he just has he makes you feel. I am small anyway, but he makes you feel even smaller. So, yeah, he's imposing.
Slater has 7. Plays this into the offside. There's no run.
And Sehwag just treats you like you've never bowled the ball before. So.
And I don't say this to take the mickey. I'm just generally intrigued because we all like and watch and see cricket and big hits. What's the biggest you've been hit? You've gone, wow.
No, yeah.
Because in some of these T10 games, they just seem to slog the ball out of the ground. It doesn't matter who's bowling, everybody goes.
I think Chris hit me for
Chris
that.
Gale.
Yeah, hit me for that biggest 6 in the Stamford game.
13 without loss. Potts bowls, and this goes through to the keeper. Then what do you say? Sorry, Skip.
Well, there's nothing you can do as a spinner, really. We don't have a bouncer to be intimidating. We can only do him by spin. So, yeah, Chris can hit a long ball.
And flip it round then. You batting, who's the quickest you faced?
Morning Morkel was up there. Dale Steyn.
Morkel just awkward, I imagine.
Awkward and
bounce.
Pace. Yeah, pace and bounce. Shoaib Akhtar.
13 without loss. Next ball allowed by Slater to go through to the keeper. Shoaib Akhtar was nearly a teammate, wasn't he? Or would that have been just before you joined? Because he was with
Shoaib,
Notts.
Well, we played against Shoaib in a one-day game here.
But he was with Notts. He was signed by Notts and
got injured.
And he was at Trent Bridge. I remember interviewing him, and he frequently was. He was in the nets, and he made 1 or 2 sort of squads, the 13 or 14 man squads. And he's not quite there. He's not quite there, and he was never quite there. He didn't play. Nice drive by Slater.
Shot.
He's not properly got hold of it though, Sam. I don't think he'll go. A couple of runs to Ben Slater.
I think they'll get 3.
No point taking any silly risks. Ben Rain doing the fielding. 2 more to Slater.
Lovely shot down the ground from Ben Slater.
Bunts it for a couple. He's on to 9, 15 without loss.
The best spinner that I'd probably face was 2 of them, Warne and Muralitharan. 2 greats of the game, really. But the ones I played with, I think Sangakkara's got to be up there. Fantastic player.
15 without loss. Next ball pushed into the offside. And where would you have played with him?
Played with the MTC.
Right.
Played with him in the Hong Kong Premier League. Hong Kong Blitz. Yeah, there's many tournaments around the world that you see the people on the franchise game.
Well, funnily enough, Luke Fletcher would say the same, because when he went to Surrey for his short loan, he played with him and said he couldn't be more generous with his time.
Yeah, he speaks great knowledge of the game and the way he speaks and how simple he keeps it, and you can see why the record that he had, home and away in Sri Lanka or away.
Just hope Chris Rushworth doesn't get a wicket here, and I'm not saying that being nasty, but we just wait. Martin will come back in a moment, but we know he's on the brink of a milestone, Rushworth. This time it defends, and the great days, the really big days. Where was your Test debut? Gaul?
Gaul, yeah. So my Test debut was in Gaul. Fantastic.
I'm right, I presume that would be right up there, right at the top.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
Not?
Yeah, well, yeah. That's why we play 4-day cricket for Notts, is to get a Test cap. And yeah, I wasn't actually expecting to play on that trip, but I managed to impress in the.
Here's Rushworth bowling. Hamid chops it down to backward point. And when did you know? Was the announcement 24 hours before? Did you have the?
It was the night before where I wasn't.
So you had to sleep through it or sleep on it?
No, I wasn't paying much attention to the team meeting as per usual. Head down in the corner, and Straussy announced announced the 11 for the test, and as the as the names got called out, it went past 6, and it was like, oh, I won't be playing now because I'm.
When was that? 2012?
No, 2012. Yeah, Dave. Good effort.
Next ball. This is. I think it was one of the years I was in Barbados, not from pre-season Barbados.
That's right. And it got to like number 7, and Strauss went Patel. I went, oh. From actually not expecting to play it was.
So Strauss was skipper. Who else was in that side?
Oh, Strauss, Peterson, Trott, Bell, Pryor, Swan.
What was KP's reaction?
I think they all
warm
knew
at the time.
Yeah, he was great. Yeah, KP he's always been great to me.
Next ball, Rushworth bowls and it's defended. I mean, everybody asked me what he was like, and I can only say as you find. He came to Trent Bridge with Clive Rice effectively. He brought him across, and nothing but admiration for any chance of a yes, and he would come and I did stuff for Radio Nottingham and Crick Info and Talksport and Radio Mansfield and whoever at the time, and he would always come and sit and chat and whatever.
There was no harder trainer than Kev. You have Peter Moores now, he'd say it was KP, even though the battles that they had.
Next ball pushed into the offside. I still say one of the greatest days I've ever had watching Nottinghamshire, daft as it sounds, was a pre-season friendly 2000. The very first time any of us saw Kevin Peterson, this number 7 batting off spinner, pre-season friendly against Northants, when he came out and Paul Johnson was on it. He'd whacked 2 or 3 over the ropes, and KP decided he was going to have a hitting contest, and they both went to the quickest, best hundreds. I know it's a pre-season friendly, but it was terrific. Graham Swan will tell you about it because he was in the opposition. It was unbelievably good. This is pushed to backward point. I thought, hang on, he's an off spinner who bats a bit? No, he isn't. End of a maiden over from Chris Rushworth. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 2. And Nottinghamshire have made what they would consider to be absolutely ideal, because they made a quiet start to things here on this first evening. We're going to have a little flick over and swap the headphones around. Nottinghamshire 15 without loss. Start of a new over sent down by Matty Potts to the left-handed Slater, who's on 9. Seba Mead has 6. No real alarms or calamities or scares thus far, Martin.
No, time for a wicket though.
Yeah, well, yeah. You generally in these little pockets of play at the end of the day get one, don't you?
Potts in. This is defended by Slater, who's on 9 from 21 deliveries.
We've all done this for years and years and seen so many scenarios like this, and it's very rare that a side, left anything under an hour on the first day will get to stumps. Because you're just sort of looking over the day. The statistics will tell you we've had 10 wickets go down in 4.5, 5 hours. So you are going to get at least one probably in the last hour.
Half an hour to go. Potts balls, played it to the cover area, and there Jones collected. So half an hour from here, just coming up with 5-2, so 25 past. Said about that, didn't I? Say about 25 past.
We're exactly halfway. The board says we've had 7.3 overs in this innings, and we've got 7.3 overs remaining. So if Notts can double this, get to 30 without loss, they will really be cock-a-hoop. They'll be 200 behind going into day 2.
Potts with a bouncer, and that shoots through to the keeper.
Quite slippery, actually, isn't he?
Aye. Evening sunshine now, it's nice.
I saw, is it Matty Salisbury as well? Was in the squad. I was quite impressed with him. Was it 2 years ago at Trent Bridge where he opened?
Yeah, and
the bowling,
the Bob Willis Trophy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was the first time I saw him and looked a handful.
2 balls left of the over. Another short one from Potts through to the keeper. Is that going to be a no ball or not? It's not. Dave's just getting a glass of water. I tell you what, After I got coronavirus for the second time in February, my throat was all over the place for weeks and weeks and weeks, and I felt sick every morning.
I've not had that. It's just the tickly cough, and of course, speaking all day, it doesn't help it. You just got to keep it lubricated, don't you?
Just gargle some Tixie licks, you'll be all right.
That's it.
15 without loss. In comes Potts, and that's a nice shot through the point area and off towards the cover boundary on the Castle side of the ground for 4. Put it between point and fielded just a few yards away in the covers. Really nicely placed. Quite a posse of ground staff and varying other people sat on that boundary at the moment in the deck chairs. 19 without loss, end of the over, and Slater moves on to 13. Hamid will now be on strike on 6.
Yes, their day far from done though. They'll have lots to do before they can head off home and put in the ground to bed for the evening. Slater now 30. So still only got 9 first-class centuries, but 5 of them since coming to Trent Bridge, 3 years ago.
Rush within, balls from the Lumley end. Don't know if he's aware that he's on the verge of 550 championship wickets. He probably will be.
That's championship wickets?
Well, it's and the Bob Willis Trophy, but I mean, it's...
It's first-class wickets for Durham? Or
No.
first-class wickets in total?
Championship.
Okay.
He's already... There's a long list of all the things he's achieved, but he has 574 first-class wickets. And he comes, defended by Hamid. So he's got 574 first-class wickets, 569 of those for Durham. Club record achieved against Worcestershire in 2021. He's got 549 championship wickets and 789 in all formats. And he passed 1,000 wickets for all teams he's played for at Durham when taking 6 for 49 against Derbyshire last year. Took 59 wickets, I think it was, in 2021. Ooh, an inadvertent leave, and it's gone away for 4. It's bounced through the slip cord and past first slip and away for 4 off Hamid's bat. 3 ducks flying past now as well.
It's a way to get a boundary, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very late decision to play or to leave, and did neither. The ball hit the bat and ran away for 4.
The 1,000 wickets stat was academy, seconds, firsts. And Joe Rushworth, his dad, told me about that one. I read it out on air and tweeted it, and Dave Griffin from Derbyshire came in. He says, "Hey, what's this stat about 1,000 wickets?" And I said, "Well, it's in all teams he's played for Durham through the academy and everything." It's banged in short, doesn't really get up off that short length, and is defended by Hamid. And he says, "I'm not including games in the garden." And I said, "Well, they weren't in the garden, Dave, were they?"
Also, nobody's asking you to.
Well, he likes to keep abreast of all the stats as well, doesn't he? He's effectively the Derbyshire PR man when they're on the road running the Twitter feed and whatnot. Rushworth comes in and bowls, and another inadvertent leave which goes to the slip cord, and this time stopped by Scott Borthwick, who picks himself up gingerly. He's still sitting down at the moment. Has he hurt himself or is he okay? I think they might have got him in the chin then. Bounced down into the slip cord and then I think maybe caught him in the chin. I don't know if Bedingham got a hand on it and deflected it. Last ball from Rushworth of this over. That's just gone beyond Keegan Peterson at third slip for 2 off the bat of Hamid. End of the over then. 6 overs to go tonight, and Rushworth has bowled 5, none for 8. He's kept it tight. 2 maidens from him. Potts at the other end been a little bit slacker, none for 17 from 4. And is Ben Rain going to come into the attack here? Here's Ben Rain, looking to try and break this opening partnership. Former Leicestershire man, Started his career with Durham, had one season where he actually had a first-class appearance, which was yonks ago, and then left Durham, had 8 to 9 seasons down at Leicestershire. The one first-class game at Durham was in 2011, before he then left in 2012, went to Leicestershire 13 to 18. Played away by Slater, first ball from Rain. Right arm over from the Finkel end. Looks like a really nice evening in the sunshine here in Chesley Street. Not everybody in a coat, some are, but one or two just in jumpers at the moment. And certainly on this side of the ground, sunglasses the order of the day. Outside anyway. Rain in again. Oh, through to the keeper. Slater going forward to play at that one, playing a miss. I thought for a second it just might have clipped the bat on the way through, but Durham all out for 230 earlier. Ian Patterson-White taking a fifer. Another good tight ball from Rain. It's just gone beyond the off stump and through to the keeper. Rain again comes around the wicket and played this time by Slater down towards third man for 3, which will bring Hamid on to strike and move Slater on to 16 and move Notts on to 28 without loss in this 10th over. In comes Rain again, bowls over the wicket this time to Hamid. Hamid forward, defends. 2 slips and a gully in place. Michael Jones is way out at long leg with his back to the empty and unseated Castle stand. There are no seats in there at the moment. They're still in storage under the County Durham stand. Last ball of this first over from Rain. And none for 3 so far from him. As he comes in now and bowls, defended by Hamid, and that is the end of the over. The ball just rolls away back up the track. Evening sunshine here in Chesley Street, blue skies. And the boy Brace battling his way.
One or two people.
Have you got any lozenges or anything?
Yeah, 1 or 2 people just having issues with the sound. We're all cranked up fully here, so once again I'm afraid it's somewhere between leaving us and reaching you. Andy Eastham asks, is Paul Coghlan injured? We asked that question this morning. Wasn't he in the squad? Not seen him today though.
Rush within, this is turned off towards square leg. No run. I don't know if he was named in the squad. I never saw the squad actually. So
it's had a really bad time of things, hasn't he, since 2018, picking that shoulder injury up on the Lions tour. That was the year that winter he'd already signed for Nottinghamshire, and then around about March time picked up the injury in the Caribbean, out on the boundary edge playing for the Lions.
Sounds fine on my computer. This one is quickly played away for a single. Off Rushworth.
It's not going to be bad light, that's
No.
for certain. But Notts would love it right now, wouldn't they? They'd love it to march off with this pair 29 not out. This is a.
He's out with an abdominal injury. Abdominal injury, not abdominable. That's the snowman, isn't it?
Yeah.
Abdominal injury. I'm trying to read this off my watch.
Got 4 slips here, Martin. George Drissel is in at 4th slip.
Hamid on 12 as Rushworth bowls, and it's played down towards fine leg and might go for 4. There's a man, oh, good diving stop. Oh, unlucky. Ollie Gibson got across to it, got a hand on it, and then just couldn't stop the momentum of the ball. He was right close to the ropes, and it's 4 runs down to fine leg.
It's a great effort by the young man. Tickled nice and fine by Hamid, who moves on to 16. Slater's got 17. Durham desperate for a breakthrough here. We are now into night watchman territory. If Notts go by their usual standards of getting into the last 5 overs of the day, they'll send out a night watchman. May well be that Luke Fletcher's up there with pads on.
In comes bowler again, through to the keeper it goes.
Quite a few of the crowd that's been here for most of the day, and certainly have enjoyed watching the cricket in reasonably decent conditions. I think many of them have now drifted off, heading back for their evening meal or moving on somewhere. Still away to our right, where they're in bright sunshine. That's quite well populated.
Hamid defends this one from Rushworth. Ball rolls out towards the offside, picked up by Rain, who gives it a bit of a polish. Have you gone down the Lozenger Avenue then?
Yes.
Yeah.
All the games obviously drawing towards a close. Decent day for Kent, 271 for 7 against Hampshire. Century for Daniel Bell Drummond. Gloucestershire 240 for 9 against Lancashire.
Rushworth balls, played away by Hamid to mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. No run there.
Yorkshire 296 all out. They'll be annoyed. You get that close to a batting bonus point, you're always annoyed. Yorkshire 296. Northants just started 10 without loss. Somerset 270 for 6 against Surrey at the Oval, and Warwickshire 72 for 2 against Essex at Edgbaston. Essex were 168 all out. That's Division 1. Division 2, we know what's happening here. At Cardiff, a good day for Middlesex. Glamorgan 122. Middlesex have caught up already. They're 120 for 6. Leicestershire 213 all out as Ben Rain now in bowls, replacing Matty Potts, and this is steered to Sean Dixon at backward point, no run. Leicestershire 213 all out. Derbyshire 13 in reply, 13 without loss. And Worcestershire at New Road playing against Sussex, and Brett D'Oliveira is 99 not out there. Earlier 77 from Ed Pollock, and Ed Barnard 75. Next one dragged onto the leg side, and there's no run. So Worcestershire 313 for 5 against Sussex. So you're up to speed with what's been a very full and packed programme of county championship cricket up and down the country, playing all 9 venues. I think conditions largely are set fair around about most of the grounds, so it should be a good round of matches. Rain bowls, edged, it's going for 4 to Slater. Was an edge, it raced along the ground, runs down to the third man fence. Been a couple of occasions where they've had a little bit of fortune, these two openers, but sometimes you make your own luck, and away that ran. Nottinghamshire 37 without loss. So already taking a huge slice out of this Durham total. deficit 193 is the strap line at the bottom of the board, way to our left. Ben Rain's got 4 slips in there, Martin. They couldn't stand any closer. Very, very close. No gaps now, as typically bowls leggish delivery, which is hit up to mid-on, and there's no run. 37 without loss. Look how close those slips are when they go down to get ready for the next ball. Of course, having so many in the catching cordon does leave gaps, and that's partially the reason why Notts have got off to such a good start. Both batsmen have played their shots, and Slater runs this one away. 4 slips, but nobody in the gully region, and that was sort of the line where it went. And they take 2 more. And Slater's got a little bit of a start here. He's on to 23 from 37 deliveries faced. Hamid has 16 from 24. It's 39 already. We're only in the 12th over. Final ball of this, Ben Rain's second over bowls, pushed into the offside, no run. Notts 39 without loss. There are 3 overs left in the day here on BBC Newcastle, BBC Radio Nottingham. Samit Patel's been with us throughout the day. Martin Emerson, myself, Dave Bracegirdle. Thanks very much for your company, and for those of you that have taken the time and trouble to get in touch. Hopefully we've got round most of the messages. Again, if you'd like us to pop any questions to Samit tomorrow, you know where to send them. Samit with us for day 2 before he goes off, and as we've been hearing, spends a weekend of club cricket.
Where's he played?
Langley Mill in the Derbyshire Premier League on Saturday, and Clitheroe in the Lancashire League on Sunday.
Ooh, me looking for a quick single here towards the offside from Rushworth, but is sent back. Clitheroe's beautiful area. I was through there a few weeks ago around the Trough of Bowland. We stayed in a farmhouse.
Round the what?
The Trough of Bowland, which is a gorgeous drive up through the crags. Just to the north of Clitheroe, you go up this really steep climb, twists its way through the pass over the hills, and then eventually on the other side you drop down towards Lancaster. Gorgeous area, quite remote on the Ribble Valley, really. Is oh, that one swings a lot after it's past the stumps, and it's spilled by the keeper, and it might go for 4 byes. There's a race on here, and it's 4 byes. Wrong-footed Ned Eckersley.
So I know cricket's the most important thing, but what's a trough, and how are you spelling it?
T-R-O-U-G-H.
Oh.
Trough of Bowland. So it's in the Forest of
Bowland. As in trough.
Bolton.
He's got his snout in the trough.
Yeah.
It's a pig's feeding utensil.
Yeah. It's a beautiful area, because Clitheroe, actually, you know, when I was younger, before I ever went there, it sounded like the sort of town where there'd be a massive tyre plant. It sounds quite industrial, but it's actually quite a rural market town with a cattle market there. Rushworth in again, and he plays this out into the covers, no run.
I hear Clitheroe and I think back to my youth when Jimmy Clitheroe used to be all over the television sets, a very popular comedian back in the day, would have a show once a week on the TV and on the radio.
Well, we were staying in a farmhouse up on the moors above Settle, and we were probably 3 miles from the nearest building. There was nothing. That we drove along this rutted farm track to get to this house. Rushworth in, bat and pad from Hamid. We had everything that week. We arrived during Storm Eunice, I think it was, and then the next day it snowed all day. Then the day after that, the snow had gone and we had lots of rain, and there was about 3 storms during that week, including Franklin. So the Trough of Bowland is a valley and a high pass in the Forest of Bowland area of outstanding natural beauty in Lancashire. The pass reaching 968 feet above sea level at the head of the valley.
Lovely.
And it links Rysdale Bowler comes in again, played off the back foot by Hamid and out through the covers for 2. And it's a nice spot, and I first came across it when the Tour of Britain went up there years ago, because it's a big climb and it looks a bit like Cheddar Gorge.
We all know days are invariably very different to each other, but these two batsmen have given Durham certainly food for thought overnight and first thing in the morning when they have their team plans.
Rush within, bowls, that's a leave, and that is the end of the over. There's 2 to go tonight. He's bowled 7. Will he get one more over, or will he be coming back tomorrow?
So Durham's openers get off to a good start. They put 66 on and Notts fought back. Durham are going to have to do something very similar tomorrow to have this one on an even keel. Notts have got a fine platform here, 45 without loss, replying to Durham's 230, and runs have flowed, it's fair to say. There's a third man put in now, because Slater's been running it down there with great regularity. Ben Rain round the wicket past umpire Lloyd, bowls. Slater pushes it into the offside. No run. Michael Jones doing the fielding, who was first to be dismissed this morning by Dane Patterson, made 22. 5 wickets for Liam Patterson-White, 3 for Dane Patterson, 1 for Luke Fletcher, 1 for Jimmy Pattinson. Durham required to use 12 players, because if you weren't aware, Liam Travaskis hit on the head and unfortunately had to retire hurt. This is pushed up to mid-off. In fact, that's incorrect now, isn't it? Because see, on all the scorecards and everything, you always now put retired injured rather than retired hurt, for all you pudding scorers out there. So he was retired injured, and George Drissel, who's played for Gloucestershire in red ball and Somerset in white ball in the past, was brought in for his Durham debut. Next ball is kept out by Slater, and there are 9 balls left in the day. Nottinghamshire 45 on the board. Durham 230 all out. Left Notts 15 overs to bat, and thus far they've not exactly got through it with a breeze, but they've got through it together. Shadows right across the ground as rain bowls, and again Slater opting to go on the offside, just behind square, but no run.
I was going to just one other thing. The Ribble Valley is Trough of Bowland, so the river comes round in a big arc and then drifts sort of east and southeast towards Yorkshire, and then drifts back on itself and comes in a big U back through and then off towards Preston.
Worcestershire's Brett D'Oliveira did get that extra run, so already his 2nd century of the season for Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire captain. This one allowed by Slater to pass through into the gloves of Eckersley. 45 without loss. Worcestershire at Trent Bridge next week. Who did Durham play?
Down at Hove.
Oh yes. Yes.
See Mr. Harms. You started the season down there.
It was bitterly cold.
Yeah. It's chilly everywhere, wasn't it?
Bitter.
Had 2 days of incredible hailstorms in Cardiff.
Rain, 44 on his back. Slater, leaves it alone, it's gone through. The keeper, it's been taken on the bounce by first slip. Burst through the gloves of the keeper and was looking in the distance, waiting for the ball just to run away for 4 byes, but Beddingham at first slip managed to stick out his hand and stop it going through. So it's a maiden for Ben Rain. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. Ben Slater may have just been playing for stumps during the course of that over. Certainly no risk cricket. Whoever was padded up to be number 3, be it Ben Duckett or a night watchman, can now take the pads off. Won't be required this evening. The final over of the day always does become exactly that. If a wicket goes down, they'll march off. Who's it going to be? Is it Rushy from the far end? It is, so he's going to get the chance, but a short leg is going to be put in there just to well, try and get in the eye line of Asiba Mead. Sean Dixon popping the lid on.
So here we are, 20 past 6. Guesstimated time of finish, I think it'll be about 20 past, 25 past.
Yeah.
So 6 balls to go. Rushworth bowling them. This is his 8th over, non-4-15, 2 maidens. Oh, and an inside edge and away for 4. Can't believe his luck there. That ball hitting the fence. And a bit fortuitous for Hamid.
Ooh la la.
That takes Notts on to 49. Remember, Durham got 66 on the board before a bit of a rash shot from Michael Jones. Then they were 96 for 1 when Dixon was out LBW to Fletcher just on the stroke of lunch.
Notts will be very pleased. Be exceptionally pleased if they can get through the next 5 balls.
Rushworth comes in again and bowls. Hamid defends on off stump. Ball rolls away back up towards the bowler's end.
Got a platform here, haven't they, to really push on tomorrow, but again they'll be starting afresh, remember, at 11 o'clock. Hope you can join us then, but if they can negotiate the first half an hour, just backing up this fine start.
Whoever we get in interviews tonight will play in tomorrow morning and be on air with a build-up from about 11:15. Rushworth bowls, and Hamid turns that to short leg. 3 balls left today on day 1. A day which has gone quite nicely from a Notts point of view. Liam Patterson-White, just born 12 miles away from here, has taken 5 for 54. He bowled all the way through the afternoon, started after lunch.
He started before lunch.
Just before lunch, 26.4 overs he bowled.
Had 1 over before lunch and kept going.
Rushworth in. Hamid pushed the ball wide of the slip cordon. Keegan Peterson chases it from 3rd slip, 1 run. 50 up for Notts. 50 for none after 14.4 overs.
That's the ripple of applause for the Nottinghamshire half-century coming up. Second half-century stand between the openers we've seen today. Couldn't have envisaged this scenario at that point, could you? Durham 50 for none after an hour's play this morning, thinking, well, by the close they're going to be 230 all out and Notts are going to be 50 for none.
Next ball bowled by Rushworth to Slater, goes off towards mid-off, no run there. This is the last ball of the day. Slater on 23 facing Rushworth. Around the wicket he comes and bowls, and that's played out into the covers, and that is the end of the day's play. Slater kicks his bat, thinking he timed that better and was going to get it through the gap on the offside, but he doesn't. So he's on 23 from 46. Hamid will be on strike on 23 tomorrow from 44. 50 for none after 15 overs.
Thanks to Dan, who says cheers to Dave, to Martin and to Samit. A great day for Notts. Very much enjoyed the commentary. Thanks Dan, thanks everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. Nottinghamshire have had an absolute bonza day, as they say down under, or something along those lines. They've bowled Durham out for 230. Clearly that was the aim when Stephen Mullany won the toss and asked Scott Borthwick to tell his side to bat first. They didn't have the best of mornings. They were a little bit out of sorts, a little bit out of luck. James Pattinson's no ball problems reoccurred. Luke Fletcher went for 3 boundaries in 1 over. Looked as if things were going to get away. 66 put on for that first wicket, but from then on Notts fought back nicely. Dane Patterson did a good holding job and got that first wicket. Luke Fletcher, a wicket right on the stroke of lunch, and then after to Liam Patterson-White. Terrific from him. He got 5 of the last 8 wickets to go down, finished with 5 for 54, 3 wickets for Dane Patterson. Durham all out for 230. Left Notts, well, 15 overs. We're talking about a tricky little 4 or 5 overs at the end of the day. They had 15 overs, enough time really to have a bit of a look and to get the innings up and running, and they've played very, very nicely indeed. 1 or 2 inside edges past the stumps, but by and large Slater and Hamid have given the home side something to think about. They're 50 without loss at the close. Durham 230. So the deficit just 180. Had a really enjoyable day. Love this ground. Love being back here with Martin and all the lovely people on the ground, and very much looking forward to day 2.
Yeah, so we'll see you 10:45 tomorrow. I've got to do an update into Total Sport very shortly now, and then we'll be off for close of play reaction. I'm wondering if Mr. Bracegirdle might be talking to a certain Liam Patterson-White. We shall see. I'm not sure who Durham might put up. Could be Sean Dixon, made 54, possibly, or one of the coaches.